Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Make Your Own Victory, the GDQ Hotfix show where we attempt to capture 100% of the joy of speedrunning in 0% of the completed video games. My name is Quacksilver, and I do not mean to alarm you, but your screen and mine today are at risk of infestation. Friends, the Ratals are upon us. That's right, we have a Frame Fatales themed episode of 5 runs, none of which complete the video game in question for you today. All featuring runners that are going to be appearing in Frost Fatales 2025, which is GDQ's next all-women and femme speedrunning event that is going to be live on this very Twitch channel from March 9th to the 16th, which is so soon. That event is benefiting National Women's Law Center. You can visit gamesdonequick.com/framefatales for more information on the event, or use !FF in Twitch chat to check out the full schedule. Now, we have a wide variety of runs and runners today. We have some people playing the game they will be running at Frost, but a different category or a different idea. We have some people playing thematically similar games or similar franchises. We have some people just playing other runs that don't beat the game that they thought were cool and had to tell me about. It's going to be an absolute treat. And we are going to kick off with a type of run that I have wanted to have on this show since its inception in not beating the game. One of the easiest ways to not beat the game is to have a game that by its very nature defies beating the game, and that is, of course, rhythm games. And we will also be beginning in inimitable Make Your Own Victory fashion at the close by welcoming the finale runner for Frost Fatales 2025 to the stage. Please give a warm welcome to Sawayoshi running Vivid Stasis SoundScan 10K ticketless.
Hello, yes, I am the finale for Fatales.
Fatales. It's the rat.
Yeah, it is the rat. Welcome to Make Your Own Victory. I'm Sawayoshi, and I'm opening today's episode with a rhythm game. Welcome to Vivid Stasis. Vivid Stasis is a 4-key vertical scroll rhythm mystery visual novel puzzle adventure RPG roguelike fishing idle clicker, but today is just the the roguelike and rhythm game parts. So SoundScan is, if you see the category, we get points from each play of each song, and we need to get to 10,000 points to clear. And each play will usually have some sort of modifier. Here I have one set up. We are playing this song at 175% speed. This is the flavor of options that you'll be seeing today. So, without further ado, I think it is time to go. Okay, as soon as I press begin song, that is going to be time starts. This boost, we can use tickets, but this is ticketless. So we will be going through the entire thing without using a single ticket. All right, are we ready to go?
Yeah.
All right, gives you a good couple pets for good measure. 3, 2, 1, go. This is Move Your Body by Itia, opening level 5. The song plays very, very fast. So you'll notice it's very pitched up and very fast. Also, you'll notice these notes. There's chip notes, there's hold notes, which are notes you see, some notes you see in other games, other vertical scroll rhythm games. The whole notes do not have an ending, so you don't have to like go at the end like you do in some games. And these bumper notes, which are the blue and red ones, you can get them by pressing either lane that they're on, and you don't have to press both, and you're actually discouraged from doing so. So you can there's some cool decisions there's some decision making that you have to make. Sometimes it's much easier to hit one key than the other. And sometimes it doesn't really matter. In these lower difficulties, this is a level 5 of 17.
That's such a specific number.
Yeah. So at these lower difficulties, it doesn't usually matter as much, but some of these are much easier to hit with one figure than the other. And in general, I just like hitting them with index more, the inner 2 lanes. So you'll see me doing that a lot. All right, that's a full combo at 1.75 times speed. Very nice.
All right, kicking off strong.
Yeah, this gives us 900 points, which is pretty dang good. Untechnical Reason by Irisu, opening level 6. The scroll speed is random between 1 and 50. Usually I play at 10. Let's see what this gives us. Is this playable? Who knows? Okay, it's very playable, actually. That's really nice, actually.
Is that just a feature of the mode that randomizes it?
Yes, it is one of the options that get applied to each song, which is part of the roguelike part of SoundScan. It will give you 3 songs per difficulty range, from opening, middle, finale, and each one will have a challenge, a light, and a heavy. The light and heavy are just normal charts. The light is a little bit easier than the heavy, and then the challenge is just heavy with an extra challenge, such as the scroll speed being randomized, or the speed of the song being faster. Here, the scroll speed is very randomized, but I got saved by RNG, who decided, hey, the chart's gonna be slow. If it was fast, I would be kind of screwed, because you can't really read the charts at 50 scroll speed.
I am a rhythm game neophyte. I'm not convinced I can read the charts at a regular scroll speed.
You say this. I've seen your Rift of the Necrodancer screenshots.
I am learning how to rhythm game, which is why I'm so excited to have you here. And I also really adore seeing all of the love in chat, the dedicated rhythm game people, the dedicated Vivid Stasis people coming in and popping off for you. How did you find this game?
I found this game from a Japanese speedrunner friend, actually, who they mentioned that I asked if they had any recommendations for like getting into vertical scroll rhythm games, VSRGs, and this was one of the options that they gave, and I fell in love because of the rhythm game, but also because you wouldn't believe this, because the story. This game has a really good story, so even if you're not really a rhythm game fan, play it for the story. Again, like I said, it is a mystery visual novel, as it is many things. And the story, I think, is really fun. And especially if you like rhythm games and story visual novels, you will... I love this game. I hope you do too. So, yeah, that is how I found this game. And
what's the plot of the VN part? I'm morbidly curious.
A girl goes to search for her sister who has gone missing, and then everything happens.
Perfect.
I would say more. I would say more, but that would be very, very spoilers. Hey, one great, one good, one failed. That's amazing.
That's a good start.
Sure, let's do another 175% speed. This is Candy Cracker by Space versus Hexacube, opening level 5 at very, very high speeds. A lot of these songs that are playing fast, they're just good songs, and I wish I could play these at normal speed for you all. Oh, that's a little bit of a hard pattern. So if you do want to hear some of these songs at normal speed, some of them are on the past disc soundtrack for Vivid Stasis, which you should be able to find just by searching Vivid Stasis past disc, which will have all the originals from the early half of the game's lifespan. And a lot of them are really, really good. It does not have all of them, and some of them will be featured on the future disc. Some of them will be featured on a bonus disc, I believe, which have yet to come out. But if you want to hear them in the context of rhythm games, hey, Hey, may I interest you all in a speedrun event called Frost Fatales?
Real.
Yeah. There's a little fun event called Frost Fatales. Yeah, if you want to talk about that.
For Fatales, you are just doing a showcase. So rather than playing the roguelike mode, you have curated a track list for that, so we can dive a little bit more into the rhythm game music during that event. I feel like
yes,
not have to worry about it being 175% speed.
Yeah. This is Momentum by UK. Opening level 6. Hi, I have a spare keyboard. Hold on. If I can... Okay, should be fine. You've never seen these strats. You see this on stream right now. There is a spare keyboard on top of my usual keyboard. I'm sorry, Spiel, I had to push you off. So all the input is mirrored, which means any notes that show up on the right side are actually on the left side, and you have to press the right lanes. So I figured the correct course of action is to flip my keyboard upside down during a speed run, and that would be the easiest way to do this. And then I realized I had a spare keyboard. So I can just connect two keyboards and then flip one of them upside down and place it on top of the other.
My jaw is on the floor. So yeah. What?
There's ways to get around it. Some people have decided that it would be easier to pull out a physical real mirror and look through the mirror on the screen and play the chart that way. And I respect it. I just think for me it is easier to pull out a spare keyboard. Now the thing is, it is on top of my usual keyboard, so I need to be very careful not to press it too hard, or else it will press a key on the lower keyboard like it did at the beginning. And there is one specific key on the keyboard. That's not it, but there's a key on the keyboard that will restart the song.
Oh no.
So if I press that, that's just 2 minutes of time loss. And this is a speedrun. Hey, you all forgot, this is a speedrun. So I need to be very careful not to press that key. It is the Q key, but we're coming up on the end. Hopefully everything's good.
It's fine.
There we go.
But it's strats like this. It's strats like this that are what keep me from calling me a rhythm game girly. Because even getting into it, it's like, okay, yeah, follow notes, hit notes. This makes sense. And then people are out here being like, yeah, no, we have names for bespoke names for every pattern under the sun, and I'm flipping my keyboard upside down and checking the seismic activity in Canada. And what is this?
Yeah. The seismic activity in Canada has been kind of off the charts recently, as of yesterday. This is Sternstone by Space. This is a finale level 14 plus, which is much higher than anything else we've played so far. And you'll notice it's a little wavy. This is another one of the options that SoundScan can throw at you. And it's pretty fun. It is not the easiest to read, but it's fun, especially once you get used to it.
Yeah, how many hours do you have in Vivid Stasis?
I think it's somewhere around 300. It's not at 300. It's at, I think 170 or something. I don't know why I said 300.
I feel like there's while you focus in, I feel like there's pretty clear tiers to hours in a video game, right? There's a long casual for like a couple dozen hours. Then there's the this game has been my personality for a bit threshold of like hundreds. And what I think is so impressive about you, Sawa, is that you hit that threshold in so many games. And then there's the like, this is my speedrun TM where you get to thousands of hours and thousands of attempts.
Shoutouts to my 3,500 hours in Hollow Knight.
Yeah, that's the one.
Which I'm not running in Fatales. It's not one of the 2 games I'm running, actually. Somehow.
Yeah, we have a multi-talented Spiel on our screen, friends.
Okay, there we go. That is Sternson with wavy patterns. Yeah, that's not going to be a very good score. Let's see. Sure. This is Last Wish by Cry.exe, finale level 15. The scroll speed is increased. The scroll speed is increased, but also I just turned it down, and it kind of cancels out.
Oh.
So, yeah. These are the getting into the difficult charts.
I also do want to point out for our viewers a replay, a conversation that Sawa and I had going into the show, which was me being like, "Hey, this is a rhythm game, so nice. This is a rhythm game, so feel free, get comms as you are comfortable. I understand that playing rhythm games and talking at the same time, as I have just recently learned, is impossible." And Sawa said, "Bet."
Yep. Talking in rhythm games is not something that I am good at, and not something that I'd actually really done before, like in any prolonged way. I've streamed it. I've streamed rhythm games. I've streamed Vivid Stasis. I have not commentated over my own playing while I'm playing. There was one time where I had to do self-commentary in a Japanese marathon where I did a showcase. This pattern is mean. But
yes.
I went as so far as to record the gameplay beforehand and talk over it for the showcase. That was an entire time, and I'm never doing that again. All this to say, talking and playing rhythm games is not easy. I am trying my best here, and it is going surprisingly well.
I would say you are approximately crushing it. But to give you the briefest of reprieves while you finish out this song and start the next one, I'd love to...
there's a little bit more of a song.
Oh, of course. And now... this.
Yeah, break part. Oh, by the way, if some of you people might recognize this as the song that I played as a worldwide sight read in the last time I was on Hotfix with this game. The entire world was Vivid Stasising, and I played this blind, and that was really fun. But yeah, Clap, go ahead.
I was just going to chime in with the sheer talent of the runners we have today is incredible, and the sheer talent of the runners we have all the time is incredible. And you can go to gamesdonequick.com/hotfix to check out this full season schedule, as well as an in-depth look at this week's runs. I said before the show that one of my favorite things about Make Your Own Victory is the whiplash we can generate. Having, for instance, Vivid Stasis into Dragon Quest, and I think, Sawa, you are no stranger to this, as running both Vivid Stasis and Celeste at Frost Fatales. But there are also, like, just some good themed shows on the schedule that put, like, normal games from the same franchise next to each other, and you don't want to miss those either.
That is Last Wish. Okay. Woo.
Wow. GG.
Yeah. That doesn't give too many points, which is a little bit unfortunate, but hey, it's fine. Yeah. This is Scroto Explorers by Takehiro Te. Finale level 14. The scroll speed is going to change while I'm playing. It could go really fast at some points. It could go really slow. And speaking of whiplash, It will get crazy sometimes. There it goes a little bit faster. This is completely RNG.
Oh god, this is hurting my brain so much.
You just kind of have to hope it doesn't get too fast. It's getting too fast.
This song is a banger, though.
Yeah, this game has bangers after banger after banger. Whiplash.
The compression on the notes. Incredible.
Yeah, this game has a lot of songs. It has a lot of originals by artists that this is their first rhythm game song. The first rhythm game that they've been in. And I have a few songs in my showcase next month from artists like that. Whiplash.
The theme of the show. Always.
Yep. That's a little bit more manageable. But yeah, anytime I'm playing this game on Marathon, my goal is to have at least one person leave with at least one new song on their playlist.
That feels like a noble goal with rhythm gaming. With regards to the scroll speed, do you like have an intuition for being able to clock like, oh, this must be like around a scroll speed 45, or is it just like, it's fast now and I don't like it?
Kind of. I think this is very close to. Oh God. As we get into the hard part. Okay. Yeah, kind of. This is probably around like 2-ish, if I had to guess. This is maybe 8.
When you review the VODs chat, you'll be able to call them out.
Yeah. Jeez, okay. That was Chrono Explorers. I got an S on that. Wow.
Yeah, that looked like handling that song pretty good.
Okay, we can re-roll these. Hey, say hello again to my spare keyboard. This is Macropolis by Muke, middle level 6. It is spare keyboard time.
Let's go.
Also, if you saw on the song select screen, halfway to 10K. So this is close to halfway through this run. I do not have a timer up on my screen. How far are we in?
You are pacing. You are pacing. It looked like about 18 and a half minutes on the clock.
All right, that's pacing. That's fine. A world record for this category, I believe, done on an older version of the game, which had a couple glitches that made speedrunning SoundScan very fast. One that I like to call invisible glitch. People in the community probably know what I'm talking about, but that has been fixed, and therefore that is not something that we can really do anymore. Oops. Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
The bottom keyboard.
Yeah, if you fail out, you get some points. You do not get all the points. Hey, we get another shot at it, though. This is, if I could change the scroll speed, Concrete Jungle by Wyvern, finale level 14.
So I was like, I'll do it again, but with a harder song. Don't tempt me.
Yeah. I like lost my entire train of thought.
You were so good. Focus on the double keyboard strats. I will also just take this moment of appreciation as we've got all of the Vivid Stasis gamers in here. Talk a little bit about your Frost appearance. So as we mentioned, obviously, if you're here for the rhythm gaming, Salah's going to be running showcasing Vivid Stasis at Frost Fatales with a curated track list that includes, as I understand it, the hardest song in the game. So if you're less about the roguelike mode and more about just the rhythm game goodness, that will be good. Salah is also running one-handed Celeste any %, as the closing run of the event, having already performed one-handed any percent at some other marathons around the internet, I don't remember what otherworldly force possessed you to start running games one-handed. But I know Celeste is not the only one. I know you've also put up some one-handed Hollow Knight times. And to see it done at like the highest performance level is an absolute treat.
For your earlier question on why I started because my left hand started hurting while I was speedrunning. I believe it was Hollow Knight 1, was it 112 or was it True Ending? It was one of the two. And I was like, wait, what if I just didn't use my left hand then? And it kind of went okay. And then I started running it more, and then it went more okay. And now I have a 36 any percent in Hollow Knight with one hand.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that beats my two-handed any percent time. It's fine. I'm not mad about it.
Yeah. It's something that you kind of get used to. One thing I cannot get used to for some reason is one-handed rhythm games. Like I tried to play Vivid Stasis one-handed. It is not one of my fortes, unfortunately.
I just feel like there are certain things. Again, my experience with rhythm games is Guitar Hero in childhood and Rift of the Necrodancer in the last, 2 weeks, right? Mm-hmm. But I feel like there are certain things that are just not possible to engage with only one hand. I'm willing to be skill-issued on this, however.
There are a few people that play rhythm games one-handed, and I do not understand them.
Yeah, I mean, there are also people who play DDR and they actually use dance pads for their intended purpose instead of Souls games, and that still blows my mind.
Yeah, Cheryl, I see you saying Project Godhand one-handed. No. There we go. Okay. Cosmo Gyro by Darren and Ultramus. Finale level 11 plus. The song gets faster as you get more combo.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
some of these modifiers
immediately hear it.
Some of these modifiers are evil. The devs must be in a swivel chair in a dimly lit office cackling about these.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
But seeing some love for other rhythm games, specifically other rhythm game one-handed attempts. All the shout-outs to playing Rift on a Guitar Hero controller. I do have a friend who plays Rift on a Guitar Hero controller, and I have no idea how or why. But Saul, what would you say your general breadth of rhythm games is like? Obviously, I've seen you run this a fair bit, and I know you have also put up some impressive clears in Rift of the Necrodancer, but how much of a rhythm game girly would you describe yourself as?
I played... Oh, there goes the combo. I played rhythm games for quite a while. I think when I was in late elementary school is when I had my first exposure to rhythm games with Taiko no Tatsujin on the DS.
Wow.
And I got clears on the hardest songs in that, and wanted more. So I started playing. Well, I kept playing Taiko because I was a kid. I was not. I did not buy games. So I just got good. I just got scores on that, and then I kind of branched out. I was playing Taiko basically exclusively. Then I started playing mobile rhythm games. In late high school, and then I kind of stopped when I started playing competitive Smash, which competitive Smash
happens to us all.
Happens to everyone. All right, let's see, what other songs are there real quick? Sure. Dear My Unsummer by Hexacube, middle 11. Song plays at 1.5 times speed. But yeah, I started playing Smash, and then I kind of really stopped until I found a game called A Dance of Fire and Ice, and then I played that for a little bit, but then Vivid Stasis really was my return to rhythm games, which was in October of like a couple years ago.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell myself because I've only ever read the acronym and never heard it. But Adify, Dance of Fire and Ice. I argue pronunciation in the Twitch chat because I won't. But I have a couple friends who are big Dance of Fire and Ice fans, and that game intimidates me.
It was one of the main inspirations
so
for Project God Hand, which was brought up in chat a couple times, which is very, and I say this endearingly, mashy. But yeah,
but all rhythm games are mashing, right?
Yeah,
milers.
So true. Project God Hand also isn't out. You all should play it when the demo comes out on Next Fest in like 2 days. You also should play Vivid Stasis, by the way.
Yeah, you are, especially since I have like managed to keep my head above the water in Rift, and seeing people I respect being like, "Wow, Rift is kind of a hard game." I'm like, dang, should I be picking up rhythm games? And Vivid Stasis looks really approachable. There's also just like a ton of rhythm games there's like a good rhythm game or rhythm game adjacent block in the Fatale schedule, if I'm remembering correctly, because there's also Unbeatable, which I'm super excited for coming out this year, and the like white label demo, I guess, is getting showcased as well. It's a good year for rhythm games.
Yeah, Revelation by Tenshi, finale level 14 plus, timing windows are very small. But yeah, there's a bunch of rhythm games that are coming out very soon, a bunch of rhythm games that are out, and so some of them are really good and are looking to be really good. And the team behind Vivid Stasis, Hajimale, is also coming out with another rhythm game, this one a mobile rhythm game called Polymorphite at some point. And some point, I believe, this year, but I am very excited for that.
It's also just...
Gosh, do I have to do this Morse code part with small timing windows?
Sorry, this Morse code part?
Okay, that's fine then. Okay.
God, rhythm games were a mistake. I'm in awe. I was going to say, it's also just a good time for rhythm game showcases. Obviously, what is on your screen right now is an excellent rhythm game showcase, but also, after being here for this goodness and the many hours of goodness that follow, if you pop on down to the GDQ VODs channel, youtube.com/gamesdonequick, there have been just a number of like really cool rhythm game showcases at events in the recent past, like the Tunithm and Ubeat showcases from this most recent AGDQ were both absurd to watch, and I've loved
those
getting to see those. Yeah.
Also, shoutouts to Taranuk and his not ITG showcase in
Back to Black.
Back to Black. Yeah. I almost did the thing.
Yeah, not ITG. I only caught a little bit of that. This is me confessing to my homework. I gotta go hit the Back to Black VODs. But yeah, the like mod charts in not ITG were ridiculous. I saw like the first 30 seconds of one. I was like, nope, I'm out.
Yeah, that not ITG is very much made for mod charts. And some of those have been like inspirations for mod charts in Vivid Stasis. Some of them Taranuk worked on, which is, I think, really cool.
Oh, that rules.
There we go. Okay, 109 grades, 62 goods, and 5 fields. That is what you get for small timing windows. Okay, we're coming up on the end of this, by the way. There's only 1,200 points left. Not you. That's too fast. You know what? We'll do it. This is a hard song. This is Claudia Libertia finale by ASAP, finale level 16. This song is really cool, and it doesn't have any modifiers. I just really like the song, so we're playing it anyways. Now that I think about it, I should have chosen something with a higher multiplier. because I think that could have been the last song, but now it's not. It's fine.
Just means you have to pick an even harder song for the finale.
There's some 17s. The highest difficulty for this is one of them, I believe. And I was kind of talking and missed it. This song has it has patterns. It also has 3 parts in the song where it says Claudia, and I'll call them out. And chat, you should join in. I think that would be really cool.
All right, runners, call for it. We have a specific energy delivery, chat. You know what you must do. Oh, the C's are already happening.
Okay, so this song, I don't think I full comboed it before, and it would have been cool to do that first try in SoundScan, but also I got a miss early on, which kind of sucks. Claudia coming up. I'll count it down. 3, 2, 1, Claudia. And next one, I won't even say Claudia. Just everyone join in. You get the assignment at this point.
Right? The rhythm game people are here. They are awake. They are prepared.
A bit of context about this song. This is a story. What the story likes to call a boss song. And if you've played through the story, this is at a very crucial and powerful point in the story. So it has some memories to some people. It's a really good song too. 3, 2, 1.
I saw the C. I did it. That was one of the first times I was exposed to like the upper end of like Guitar Hero fan charts and that sort of thing. Was like, if you're familiar with Guitar Hero lore, the hit more notes section, where they just charted out hit more notes. Absolutely brutal.
Yeah. Hey, Ace, if I see you in chat saying okay. One last song, question mark? Let's do something with a high multiplier. Sure. This is a little scary one. Serta's Wish by Wyvern, finale level 15 plus. Random chance to fail on miss.
As in, like, fail the song?
Yes. The gauge will instantly go down to 0. And
I'm
this
gonna let
could
you
be the
focus
last
up.
song. This could be the not last song.
Chat, energy bomb for a runner, for Sala.
A little bit of info about this song. There was a little tournament in the Vivid Stasis community called Sunrise Showdown. This was late last year. Run by the devs, Cheryl and Jamie, both of whom I've seen in chat today.
Let's go. We love supportive devs.
Very. And this was one of the custom songs made for that tournament. And as a tiebreaker, meaning it had an entire preview video tied to it, and people in the tournament had to sight read it.
Oof.
They played one difficulty higher than this because this song has an encore chart, which not all charts have, but this one is a 15 finale. It is a 16 encore. I'll let y'all listen to the rest of the song.
Yeah, close us out.
Not quite done yet. right, we still have the end kill. Once we get that done, that's the end of the song and probably the end of the show, end of the run. There we go. Time is going to be as soon as it skips through the score screen and it'll show RD certification. That is when I'll call time. That is not time. We have one more song.
Nope, we got one more. We got one more.
We'll do. I could have done another one. We'll do one that. Okay, sure. Apologies. Crack in the Earth by Daedalus. This is an opening level 7, and the song is 1.5 times speed. Oops.
Perfect.
Yeah. Things like this happen.
That's roguelikes, baby.
I'll take this opportunity to say, everyone, again, you should play Vivid Stasis. If you didn't catch it, Vivid Stasis is on Steam. It is a Steam exclusive. It is free on Steam. It is a free download, and this game has way too much content for being free. It has so many original songs, it has so many cool charts. Again, it has visual novel, a mystery, it has some puzzle sections, it has fishing, it has an adventure RPG part, it has a Tamagotchi, it has math.
You got me. I'm downloading it tonight.
All right. I got Quack to install a rhythm game. I win.
Congratulations. You've actually won Make Your Own Victory. My spirit is free.
Oh, yeah. Okay, and time's going to be coming up pretty soon here. And that is time.
GG, Sawa.
Oh, yeah.
What an incredible showcase.
Yeah,
Thank you so much for hanging out. Yeah.
Yeah. Going back to Make Your Own Victory. This game has 4 credit sequences, 1 from the menu, 3 from the story, and it used to have 2 more. We get close to none of those in this run, and I think that's really, really funny.
That's absolutely beautiful. Well, tell the people who you are, where they can find you, in and outside of Frame Fatales, because congratulations, Sawa.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, hello, I'm Sawayoshi. I speedrun Hollow Knight, among other indie Metroidvanias and platformers, usually on 2 hands, sometimes with 1, and sometimes also rhythm games. You can find me on the Bird site at SawaYoshiYT, and my English stuff is mostly on Blue Sky, Sawayoshi Y, I believe SawaYoshiYT.bsky.social. And then I'm also on Twitch, SawaYoshiYT, streaming pretty often. And hey, I have a few marathons coming up if you haven't heard. Some of them are later today, and you might have also heard this one next month called Frost Fatales. I may or may not be doing, just maybe, I may or may not be doing Vivid Stasis on the 10th, doing a showcase again with a curated set list, and I might also be the closer on the 15th with a certain little 2D pixel platformer that the Fatales community loves. But yeah, shoutouts again. Shoutouts to Cheryl and everyone with Hajimeli and Team Vivid Stasis. I'm looking forward to Heart Lodge Polymorphite and whatever else is in the proverbial oven with that team, as well as everyone in the Vivid Stasis community, especially the Japanese community, which has been growing. You're all amazing. But yeah, that's all for me. Thank you for watching, and I'll send it back to Quack. Everyone, get Vivid Stasis on Steam now. It's free.
All right, we are going to take a quick break before continuing our whiplash of a show. We're going to move from the absolute titanic performance of indie rhythm to Dragon Quest in a minute. We're going to take a quick break with the rhythm game advice of this is the year we take care of our hands, gamers. So stretch, get some water, and we'll be back so soon. Welcome back, everyone, to Make Your Own Victory, the show where we attempt to capture 100% of the joy of speedrunning in 0% of the completed video games. Me and my best pal Rattly here have been enjoying watching the Fatales-themed episode so far, but there is plenty more hotfix where that came from, and if you, dear viewer, would like to support the GDQ Hotfix, you can check out the 2024 Season 4 shirt at the yeti.com/GDQ. That's the Yeti with 2 E's at the end. The season 4 shirt is really cool. It has all of the logos of the season 4 shows, including Make Your Own Victory's fun little sandcastles, which I'm a fan of. But you know what else I'm a fan of? The frame fatales. And our next run originally reached out for our RPG episode from the very beginning of the month. And by sheer fortuitous coincidence, this run is also a backup run for the event. So just in case we are only going to be able to see it here, I wanted to make sure it was shown. Please welcome Jarikandra running Dragon Quest XI Sword of Light %.
Hey there, thank you so much, Quack. Yes, I'm Jarikandra. You can find me on Twitch and everywhere as Jarikandra. I'm excited to run Dragon Quest XI Sword of Light % today, which is just Act 1, which is a little disappointing because the whole run is really fun, but it kind of gives you a taste, and hopefully you'll want to see the rest of the run as well. So I have today commenting with me as Kara.
Hello, I'm so excited for this.
Awesome. All right, so to start, I'll just hit create a new adventure and that will start the timer. So I'll count down with a 3, 2, 1, go, and we'll get this going. So 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Okay, so right here at the beginning, we're going to be doing some very quick menuing. If you're familiar with the Dragon Quest franchise, a lot of these menu settings are going to be pretty familiar. We're adjusting battle speed to ultra fast because we want to go ultra fast. And we're setting camera speeds to 7, which is pretty fast, but not unmanageable. We're also, Jerica is setting the auto-equip for the hero to offensive. This game has a few different auto-equip settings. There's offensive, defensing, and magic, I believe, which will just make a lot of equipping and menuing easier as it will auto-equip to those characters, in the case of offensive, to the equipment that will give you the highest attack power. This is our first fight. We're fighting some slimes, the mascot, of course, of the Dragon Quest series. And we're also introduced to our first 2 AI companions. We've got Gemma and Gemma's dog. And I don't remember if the dog...
Sandy.
Yes, thank you. I can't believe I didn't put the dog's name in my notes. Let's start over. Let's start the whole thing over. I gotta get the dog's name. So right now, we only have one official party member, which is the main character, the hero, also known as the Luminary. Later on, we'll get more party members, but we'll also have AI companions who you can't control directly, but who will help out in battle. So right now, we've got Gemma and the dog as AI companions. Gemma is mostly going to be in charge of healing, and it is in my notes. It's in Jerica's wonderful notes. Sandy the dog will be attacking and also can freeze enemies, which hopefully Sandy will do in this upcoming fight against the Smogs. So to talk a little bit about the lore, because I love talking about the lore, we are a young man with no name, I guess, and we've grown up in this small village, and Gemma and we, along with Gemma, are going on this sort of coming-of-age ritual where we have to climb a mountain, but there are monsters in the way, so here are the Smogs. Hopefully Sandy's going to freeze some of them. The Smogs can do... I'm so sorry, my doorbell just went off. I muted everything else. I can't mute my doorbell. I'm so sorry.
Just ringing in the run.
Oh my... Exactly. So the Smogs can do a very annoying thing where your attacks will miss because they are made out of mist. So we're hoping to see as few misses as possible. That pun was not scripted, and I refuse to take responsibility for it. That was a pretty good Smog fight. I don't want to talk about it.
I'm loving this energy already. We're going to have so much fun.
This is the only energy I have available most of the time.
Missed him, dang near killed him. No.
Okay, there's a very small little optimization here. We'll see if Jarikandra can get it. There's a jump that I believe saves a very small number of frames. It'll be very cool and very satisfying if she can get it. No pressure.
Nope.
Oh, yeah, this is, I mean, So you can actually play this whole game in retro 2D mode, which is extremely cool. But obviously the default is 3D, which means that there is some platforming. And if you've ever played an RPG series that makes the move to 3D and adds platforming, the platforming is never really the strongest part of the game.
Yeah.
So jumps like that, ideally we would have grabbed the ledge before hitting the ground, but it's a very small time save either way and pretty slippery. So cutscene wise, we went up to the top of the mountain. We got attacked by a big bird. We were in grave peril, but then we somehow call a bolt of lightning out of the sky to save us, which is confusing, and our hand has this glowy mark on it. Turns out we're the Luminary, or more specifically, we are the reincarnation of the Luminary, but no one really has a lot more information about this. It's our adopted mother, who is able to tell us a little bit about it, but not really much. So she is sending us off to go talk to the King of Heliodor, who allegedly has all the answers. So this is what will take us out into the world. We say a tearful goodbye to Gemma, who in the full game we would see again, but this is the last we'll see Gemma in this category. So everyone say goodbye to Gemma.
This is when I like to say in the run, let's go on an adventure.
Yeah, let's do it.
I am a sucker for adventures.
Who doesn't love an adventure?
You're also no stranger to adventures. How many RPG speedruns do you have under your belt, Jericho? I can name 3 off the top of my head.
We were literally just talking about this. It's insane.
I will get which Chrono game wrong. There's this. There's obviously the Final Fantasy run that you are also doing on finale day for Frost Fatales 2025, which is X2.
Yeah, 10-2.
10-2.
Yeah, I run 6 right now. I'm learning a 7th, but the thing about running a lot of games is it's nice to have the variety, but you don't get good as fast. So there's that trade-off.
Now, I am also guilty of running probably too many video games, but RPGs in particular, I mean, we're showing off sort of light on the show. And indeed, a lot of abridged RPG categories exist in general because RPG any percents are very, very long. And so you've got again, at least 3 or 4, 5 or greater hour runs that you cycle between regularly, which I think is just impressive on its face.
Thanks. Yeah, it's about 4 or 5 hours, like a sweet spot, because you can fit that into a weeknight. That's really my thing. So.
I run 1 game and it's 20 minutes long.
Yeah.
I like to learn a game, and then I do the longer categories, like 10 to 100% is about 12 hours. And so, but those are only weekend runs, so.
Yeah.
Weekend runs. I'm just going to catch us up on some tech that's been happening while we've been gabbing away. I'm pro gab, by the way. I didn't mean to sound dismissive of gabbing. But a lot of things have happened, and I have so many notes. So we're on a horse. Gamers love horses. You may have noticed that while we're on the horse, we can bop into... Okay, so in the 3D mode, there are no random encounters. This is a change that Dragon Quest made in, I believe, Dragon Quest 9, maybe 8, where instead of random encounters, you can see the enemies on the world map, and you have to actually come into contact with them to start the encounter. We are going to be avoiding as many of those as possible for the most part. We do need to take some in order to get to certain level benchmarks, but for the most part, we want to go fast. We want to avoid encounters. However, when you're on the horse, if you run into an enemy on the world map on the horse and the enemy is sufficiently low level, you'll just sort of bop it into the world or out of the world. You just hyper kill them. It's sort of like in Earthbound. You sneak up on much lower enemies, it'll just flash green, you don't have to do the fight. It's a very nice little quality of life thing. Another thing about the horse is just like we can run on foot, you can also run or I guess gallop on the horse. However, if you are on the horse and you are coming up to the edge of a zone where you have to get off the horse, Jared Connor wants to make sure that she stops running before getting to that little zone barrier. Otherwise, it triggers a very slow getting off the horse animation. So hopefully we don't see... Oh, did we just see it?
We just saw it coming into Heliodor city.
Well, hopefully we don't see it again. You just did that to demonstrate, obviously.
Yeah, that was
It's an example.
We also picked up a couple items on the way. A Seed of Life. This is another hallmark of the franchise. There are Seeds of Life, Seeds of Strength. These are similar to the tabs and Chrono Trigger. They are small, permanent stat upgrades. So we got a Seed of Life. We also got some gold. Or did we get gold or gold?
Gold, yeah.
We got some gold, so we have some money for later. We'll be picking up a lot of items, mostly just for the purpose of selling them. A lot of stuff has happened in the plot. We're in jail because we went to the King of Heliodor, and he's like, oh my god, you are the Luminary. But and this is really shaky, but because light is always associated with darkness, by being the Luminary, you must in fact also be the Darkspawn. We'll find out later.
Immaculate logic.
Well, it turns out later, spoilers, that he's possessed by the devil, so it's fine. Thank God he's possessed by the devil, honestly, because if that's just like a thing that a man did, I would have a hard time with it. He throws us in jail where we meet Eric, who is our first official party member. Eric helped us escape. It's weirdly easy. I don't know why, the guards didn't notice him digging that hole in the ground. On our way out, Jerica avoided guards with some very precise movement. We are now running away from this black dragon in what I call a Crash Bandicoot sequence. It's already over. If you hit any of the enemies along the way, it'll trigger an encounter that will... Oh, sorry, there's more. It'll trigger an encounter with the enemy you hit, but the dragon will also be a part of that encounter, which, one, we don't want encounters because it's slow, and two, it'll super kill us. So we don't want to get into any encounters here. You may notice there are some metal slimes down here, and I think it's particularly cruel that we have to skip the metal slimes. Metal slimes, of course, have been in the franchise since the very first game. They have maximum defense, but if you can kill them, you get a huge amount of experience, but that's not going to happen for us.
Unfortunately.
But we have escaped the dragon, thankfully. We get the title screen. In theory, we're obviously skipping it.
Yeah.
But imagine in your minds a beautiful cinematic masterpiece.
Ooh. Yeah.
Oh, and actually, speaking of the beautiful cinematics, I did realize, I guess Jericandra only invites me to do commentary for games where you get mistakenly thrown in jail early on and the characters are designed by Akira Toriyama.
Yes. Well, we like to joke that that's like a requirement of an RPG for the most part. Escape from jail.
Yeah.
It seems like there is a fairly broad wellspring of these are the RPG things that happen to you. Lucky RPG character.
Exactly.
Clearly, the RPG franchise wants to abolish the carceral state. I get it. So we are now on our way back to Heliodor, in fact, because Eric has agreed to join you. However, Eric's a thief. So he was rightfully accused, I guess. But he stole a red orb. He wants it back. So that's why you're back in the city, having just escaped from the city. Jericandra grabbed some buzzberries on the way, which we're going to need to give to a child later so that we can borrow a dog to scare a guard to get past a checkpoint. You played an RPG. We're doing some shopping here. Another hallmark of the Dragon Quest series is that each individual party member has their own inventory. And if you are using items in battle, each character can only use items in their own inventory. So when Jerica's buying, for example, the medicinal herbs that she just bought, just making sure to distribute them between Hero, the Luminary, and Eric in a precise way. It's a real, if you've never played a game with that mechanic, that can be a real swerve if you're used to just like a Final Fantasy communal item pool. But once you get used to it, it becomes like an additional level of strategy, which I think is pretty cool.
Yeah, as someone who is notoriously bad at just inventory management and understanding, and I am a chronic consumable hoarder generally in video games, I feel like the analysis paralysis of having to assign items to party members might kill me.
I mean, to be clear, when I said it's very cool, I didn't mean I'm good at it. I love Dragon Quest games. I have not finished 11, but I have played most of the other ones. I love them. I would not say I'm good at them.
And that's important.
That's just the true heart of a gamer, is being able to say, I love this game. I'm terrible at it.
Well, and this kind of thing is also like when speedruns are nice, because, the speedrun notes tell you what to do. So.
It's true.
That's very true, yeah.
I love having route notes to beat back the analysis paralysis.
Exactly.
Like, oh, just reading the guide explains the guide.
Yep.
How did you come by Dragon Quest specifically in your library of RPG runs? What drew you to this game? Because I know you've been running Sword of Light off and on for a while now.
Yeah, so 2020, I got back into video games because of the pandemic, and I wasn't speedrunning at all until 2023. But I played this game casually, and it was like, I spent like 100 plus hours on it. It was just a really awesome game. And so when I fell into speedrunning because of Chrono Trigger, this was, I think Chrono Cross was the second game I jumped into, and then this was the clear choice to try next because I loved it so much casually. So
Very good tightrope walking, by the way.
Oh, thanks.
So we just met Dirk. Dirk was Eric's partner in crime, who Eric thought had betrayed him, but in fact, Dirk is a great guy, and he's great. He sold the orb, bad, but he used the money to build an empire of mercantilism, ambiguously moral or immoral, but he used his profits to bribe the prison guards to let Eric escape. Good. So in the grand scheme of things, I guess it's kind of a split bag. Yeah, we'll call it a wash.
Yeah, exactly.
We have just grabbed a Seed of Strength on one of those small permanent upgrades. Also, on the way to those rooftops, we grabbed some fishnet stockings, which are worth a whopping 400 gold because we will be selling them. Unfortunately, this route does not ever include wearing fishnet stockings.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Let's pour one out for the fishnets. Very heartbreaking.
Are there speedrun categories that do require?
Oh my god, is there fishnet percents?
No,
I'm so afraid to ask.
Unfortunately, there's not.
Not yet.
They're too valuable. We need the gold.
Oh gosh.
That's I can get behind this economy.
Life is full of impossible choices. So we have now left Heliodor. We sort of now have two objectives. When we went to go meet the king of Heliodor and he turned on us, he also sent one of his loyal knights to our village, which is a real bad sign. So we're heading back to our town to see if everything's okay. Spoiler alert, everything is super not okay. Although it's not quite as bad as it looks. I mean, when we won't see the cutscene, but if you see it, it really seems like they just killed everyone. They didn't. They didn't.
Aww.
Well, Gemma's got to survive so that you can marry her or not later in the game.
Yes.
So we are heading back to our village. Eric is coming with to help, but also because the red orb is at the King's Barrow, which is sort of in the same direction. As we were running through the Mangle Grove, we did get rain. This game has variable weather. Rain is actually not what we wanted to see here, ideally, because when it's raining, in addition to all of the regular enemy mobs, there will also be a bunch of green slimes that are added to the map, which we did see earlier. We've got a campsite here. Campsites are super important. We'll talk more about campsites later. First, let's talk about the forge real quick. We are going to be finding pieces of ore periodically so that we can make equipment. If you play this game casually, as you can see briefly here, there's a whole mini game. You want to smash the thing so it lands in the green spot. And if you do that, then you get like a +3 bronze sword instead of just a bronze sword. That's the last time in this run you're going to see Jarek Andre do that mini game. We will be using the forge much later, but when we do that, we don't actually care about the +3, and it's much faster to just quote-unquote fail the forging minigame. You still get the armor, you just don't get the bonuses, but that is fine for us. Other things to say about campsites. Campsites are much like churches in older Dragon Quests and some other games of similar ilk. That is where you can save the game, you can resurrect deceased party members, you can also manage your skills. This game has a skill, I don't know, it's not exactly a tree, but you just saw it. There's it's called the character builder. And we will talk more about that later, and you're gonna see some RPG character building acrobatics to do some cool stuff later. But so for now, put that in the back of your head. We also use those seeds of strength on the hero and Eric. Set Eric to offensive, change the hero from offensive to defensive. So again, he will now auto-equip armor and gear to give him the best defense. And Eric also learned a skill, Flame Slash. That is one of the sort of skill branches. It's not a tree, it's like a Settlers of Catan map. I don't know what to call it.
The
A hex grid?
Hex grid, I guess. Yeah, the skill grid. Doesn't have the same ring to it, does it?
No, we're so used to trees. Gamers like the consistency of terms.
Gamers love horses. Gamers love trees.
Horses, trees,
portals.
Sound off in the Twitch chat.
Yeah, what do gamers
you
love?
As a gamer, what do gamers love most? I also have to say that, like, just as someone who's basically sole visceral understanding of the Dragon Quest franchise is through Heroes Inclusion in Smash, hearing like Flame Slash and like having the brain think of like, oh yeah, I know that. It's very
You're doing the Leonardo DiCaprio pointing a television meme.
Exactly the very same.
So we are now fighting, we've just finished fighting the Tricky Devil. Not really a boss, but a mandatory story encounter. There's
you could call him a boss. It's just,
he's
the
a
first
boss,
real boss.
I guess.
But he's pretty weak.
There's the trope of like, as you get later in the game, you'll see an enemy you fought as a boss, you'll encounter as a regular enemy. That happens with the Tricky Devil in this game so fast.
Yeah, it's true.
Like, they really do not respect him by like waiting till Act 3. You'll see him again. But yeah, there's a woodcutter. He got turned into a dog. This game has a lot of like mandatory side quests, which in my brain feels a little bit like an oxymoron.
Right.
Yes.
But that is how they feel. So we are now back in our town, which I don't know that it's ever. I really like. I watched the cutscenes. I don't know if it ever explains it. But we are now back in time. Which means
it does explain it.
Does it?
It explains it as like when you come out of it that it's like a vision from the tree.
Oh, I mean, that's
gamers love those.
They do. That's unsatisfying to me.
Interactive vision.
Yeah, there's a lot of look. Dragon Quest is great. It's maybe not the most sophisticated plot lines in the world. It's mostly there's a lot of like, how did they know how to go there? The tree told them.
Yeah.
There's like,
it can't all be grim dark epics co-written by George R.R. Martin.
Okay.
Sometimes the tree just tells you to go places, and I'm defending that, to be clear.
Don't trees tell people to go places in Game of Thrones?
Dude,
checkmate. I don't remember.
I've never engaged with Game of Thrones.
Potential checkmate. Gamers love ominous visions. We really do.
Oh yes, chat sounding off on the things gamers love. I do appreciate quick save and quick load buttons.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Cats is my vote personally. As a gamer with a stupid furball son, gamers love cats.
Gamers love cats. So we are now leaving our village back on the road to Kingsbarrow. We're going to pick up a sleeping hibiscus. I was looking at what gamers love, so I missed if it's already happened. I apologize. But there's an item, the sleeping hibiscus, which we're going to use to hopefully put a boss to sleep a little later.
Yeah, we'll get that on the way. And yeah, once we get into the King Sparrow.
More lore, you talk to your grandfather in the past, which creates a very interesting little thing where, you know, the hero is one of those really archetypal silent protagonists. But when you go back in time and see yourself as a child you does speak, which I find to be wild. Mm-hmm. It's very jarring.
It is very weird.
Okay, we're back on our horse, heading through the Emerald Coast on the way to Kingsbarrow. And I believe this is where we're going to try and do a little bit of leveling along the way.
Yeah, inside the Kingsbarrow.
Yes, on our way, we dig up some letters from our mother, not our adopted mother, our birth mother, who has... Oh man, I studied so much lore yesterday and now it's all falling out of my brain. I remember what the story is. I just don't remember like what we learn at what point. But I believe... Go ahead.
Basically she was the queen of Dundrasil, and that kingdom fell the night the hero was born.
Yes, it fell. It was beset upon by the forces of evil, and we, as a baby, were smuggled out. And we will find out more about that later. I never know like how much to give away when doing commentary for these RPGs.
I know, right?
Like I wanted like the drama, but we're not going to see any of the story. So you can, and sometimes like he's a prince. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, exactly.
Something to talk about that we're going to see a few times over the course of the run. Another, forgive me for being a broken record, another hallmark of the Dragon Quest series is...
It's a long-running series. It's got a lot of hallmarks.
It has so many hallmarks. Like your mother-in-law's television around the holiday season, it's just all hallmarks all the time. Did that joke work? I hope so.
That's the most "is this anything" joke I've heard so far today. And it's, yes,
Quack,
it is anything.
you laughed, so I'm good. A hallmark of the series is you can set tactics for different characters, much like you can do in, say, Yakuza Like a Dragon 7, which takes heavy inspiration from Dragon Quest. You can control all of your... See, the Tricky Devil immediately is a regular enemy. You can choose to control all of your party members' actions, not the AI companions, but your actual party members. Or you can set specific tactics. So the tactics, for example, Show No Mercy, will just have everyone in your party, or whoever you set to Show No Mercy, should just do as much damage as possible without holding back. And because the auto attacks are always going to be faster than human inputs, and because we really just want to go ham on these mobs to get some experience, we are now using Show No Mercy. So we'll be switching that around a few times during the run. And our goal is to get Hero to level 6. We're also going to be grabbing a few items as we go through the Kingsbarrow, including a strength ring for Eric, which I believe is going to keep on for the rest, at least of this category. A seed of defense we'll grab. We'll also grab magic water, which restores our MP, which will be very important. There's the strength ring. Sorry, I was looking at the... I have the stream up and like the no delay feed.
Oh, yeah.
And I need to stop that. But I want to be able to see chat and find out what gamers love.
Or you could pop out chat.
You can do that, can't you? That's a thing that as a Twitch streamer I should know how to do, right? And I definitely know how to do it. Pop out chat, of course. Of course I know how to pop out chat.
Here at Make Your Own Victory, we're an educational stream too.
Gamers love learning.
Gamers love learning. This is true. But Kara, you mentioned in this category, and so question for the two of you. Obviously, Sword of Light is the first chapter of Dragon Quest XI. What are sort of the concessions in the run to not having to do full game? Like, is it just we're literally playing the any % speedrun up to the end of the first chapter? Or are there different things to consider since we don't have to prep for the end game of what would be an any % run?
It's mostly the same as if we were doing any %, except we do skip like a couple last minute items, and we don't do a grind. We would have otherwise had to do a grind. Actually, did I get Eric's?
Yeah, I believe
I didn't.
From my incredible study session on this category that the main changes are we just don't need to prep for the rest of the game, so it saves a little bit of time there. But it is mostly the same as the 80% run. Also, I do want to shout out, there's a very cool mechanic in this game that I will see, I think, just twice. I wish we saw more of it. There are certain enemies in this game that you can ride after you defeat them. They're mountable enemies. And so we have these funny little egg fellas here, the exoskeleton. And we wanted to defeat one of them that has sparkles around it so we can ride it. Which you'll blink and you'll miss the ride, but it's adorable and I love it. We also just saw the hero get pepped up. This is, I don't know if it's a hallmark of the series. They added it only in the last couple.
Somewhere.
They added it, so there's tension, I believe, in 8, and they added pep in 9.
Okay.
So it's relatively new. It is a powered up state that your characters can enter, typically after either receiving or dealing a certain amount of damage. And when you are pepped up, the two things that happen: one, it raises some of your stats, different stats for different characters. And it will also give you access to special pet powers. And we'll see a lot of that, especially during the arena fights. Unfortunately, we'll mostly be seeing them from our opponents, but you'll see a lot of pet powers later. We are now fighting the Griffins, who are also trying to steal the red orb. The hero for now is sort of on healing duty. When health is good, he's going to be using Frizz, which is the fire spell. The spell names in Dragon Quest are wonderful. And then when health gets low, he'll be healing. Right there, that was a dual pep power. So when one or both of your characters are pepped up, you can use certain. It's very much like Chrono Trigger with double techs or triple techs. Eric and the hero just used a pep power called the Real Decoy, which is, I guess, sort of a pun, that it deals a good amount of damage.
Your joke was better.
Thank you, Quack. I mean, low bar, but thank you. I'm not a fan of puns. What can I say? And that is the Griffins fight. Nice. Let's see. Okay, explain pep. That was like a big thing I had to do, was explain pep. Check. Pep done. Yes. Eric learned Flame Slash. We've equipped a couple things to improve the hero's defense. There's actually like remarkably little, in large part I assume because of the auto-equip mechanic, there's blissfully little menuing and equipment switching in this run, which is really nice. Yeah. It is a little bit offset by the additional skill hex shuffling, which is complicated in its own way, but I think it's very cool, so I'm biased, I guess. Okay, so we've also we've got a few Chimera wings at this point, which will allow us to fast travel. That's one of the other big purposes of the campsite checkpoints, much like Sites of Grace or bonfires in your Souls games and whatnot. Once you activate them, you can fast travel to them later. Later on, we'll get a spell that lets us do it, but right now it's consumable based. So a couple times, Jarek is going to stop at a campsite just for a moment, essentially just to activate it to light the bonfire, so that she can then fast travel to it again later. We skipped a bunch of cutscenes. Hendrik, one of the King of Heliodor's noble knights, who has been hunting us ever since we escaped from jail, has successfully hunted us down, but we escape again. We have used the keystone that our grandfather gave us to escape to another continent. When you play this game, there's a lot of what's the cultural reference point I'm looking for? I don't know. There's a lot of like, ooh, I almost caught those rascally heroes.
It's true.
And it's mostly between Hendrik and the other knight of Heliodor, Jasper. Although as the story goes on, we will see a very significant divergence between those two knights and their morals. Hendrik has a really nice, like, I'm supposed to catch you, but you did a good thing here, and I guess okay, I'm giving you a head start. And then Jasper just wants to absolutely wear your skin.
Oh.
He's a bad guy. He's also possessed by the devil or whatever. There's a lot of like get out of jail free cards.
Yeah, he's actually not possessed, but he's doing the bidding, knowing.
Isn't he influenced by the devil?
Oh yeah, he's doing his bidding. But he's not like
Yeah, it just sounds like just a professional relationship.
I guess.
Yeah. Possessed by the Devil is definitely on my like RPG bingo cards.
card.
I will also say that magically useful item from your grandpa that comes in a cutscene. Extremely on my RPG bingo card. Yeah, we can build a full bingo card together.
I believe it.
You, me, and Twitch chat.
Let's do it. So we are now in Hato, where there's a bunch of moving pieces, mostly involving missing family members. There is a child asterisk named Veronica who is looking for her sister. There is also a child looking for her father. We find that there's a moment of confusion where we think that the kid is the sister, but then Veronica's like, no, you idiots. Veronica's Veronica's spicy.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, child asterisk?
Well, look, it's one of these things. I was like...
That's also on the bingo card.
I'm like, it really is. I'm like, are we going to get into this? It's one of these things where like... She's in the body of a child, but she's not 10,000 years old. It's not a Fire Emblem, but she is.
Okay, so we've at least crossed that threshold.
Yeah, and there's like whole like her magic was stolen, which they tried to steal more of her magic, but she didn't have any more magic to steal, so they stole her age. It's real hand wavy. So we will later get her magic back, but not her age, and we're not gonna get into it.
Yeah, that's fair.
We're just not gonna. This is not the show for it.
No, we're here to not beat video games.
Exactly. So what we do want to do is we want to go to the Cryptic Crypt to help Veronica find her sister, Serena. At this point, Veronica is an AI companion. Later on, she will join the party. Chat is suggesting that the child asterisk might be another hallmark. I don't want it. I mean, it might be, but I really don't want it to be.
Yeah, no, it's on the bingo card, but it shouldn't be.
It shouldn't be. So there's a lot of trapdoors in the Cryptic Crypt. Fortunately, we know where they are, so Jared kind of just gonna run around them. In here, I don't believe we're picking up the leaf, correct?
Actually, no, I did. Because the marathon run, I was like, I'll jump in and get the leaf.
So because this game wants you to revive party members at save points, it's actually very difficult to revive party members elsewise. There are, your Phoenix Downs, your what have yous. In this game, they're Leafs of the World tree, but there's very few of them. So it is a little slow to grab it, but yes, for marathon safety, we're grabbing it. Here we're getting another mount, which is the Bone Rider. I love this little boy. I love him so much. I wish you could ride him for the whole game. He's just the best. I just encourage everyone. Like, if you're watching, it's on in the background, you're like, oh, I'll listen to something in the back. Like, no. You're going to want to, it's maybe only 20 seconds, but you're going to want to watch this little fella.
Full focus.
Gamers lock in. Here we go. I love him so much. I'm sorry, I'm back.
Gamers love skittering little guys.
I'm back. I went to another place for a minute. We just picked up some robber gloves, which we are going to give to Eric in a bit. Robber gloves are a piece of equipment that slightly raises your deafness, which is essentially the luck stat. We're also making sure that the Luminary gets to level 8. We are picking up a silver platter, which I was very confused by. I'm like, wait, are we going to sell that later? No, it's a shield. It has the item description is like, it's a very nice piece of discarded, but it could work good as a shield, which, sure. We need to find the password to get into the inner sanctum, which we do by touching part of the world tree. Again, a tree told me to do it.
Sometimes you just gotta.
Sometimes you gotta touch a tree. They all say touch grass, but it doesn't give you enough of the vision. You're gonna have to touch a tree. We do find out, I just think this is very cute. You see one of these shadow creatures using the password, and that password is Umbra Kadambra, which that actually is a very good pun because it's doing two things, like Umbra, like shadow, and also they're dumb. It's really good. Never let it be said that I hate all puns. I like the good ones. There's just very few of them.
Noted.
So we're now fighting Jarvis along with, Jarvis is holding the jar that has Veronica's magic in it, along with some of these shadows. Eric's is spamming Flame Slash as much as possible. Hero is similar, just like last time, mostly on healing duty, and firing off some Sizz spells where he can. Serena, we have found Veronica's sister, so Serena and Veronica are now both AI companions. They will heal sometimes, but if you ever played Kingdom Hearts and waited for Donald to heal you, you know that relying on AI companions to heal you at the proper moment is sketchy at best. Jarvis has a breath attack that can take out the hero really easily if we don't keep his HP pretty high. We're also hoping for peps if we can get them. I'm looking there we go. Wonderful. I believe when the hero peps up, it raises his strength and defense. And like when Eric gets pepped, it raises his deafness. When Serena gets pepped, it boosts, her magic and magic defense. So they're all sort of like catered to the specific characters, which I think is pretty cool. This fight can be, I think, a little hairy at the beginning with the shadows in addition to Jarvis. It looks like we've taken out one of the three shadows so far. Using medicinal herbs to keep our HP up. Because Jarrett Connor, knows the route and knows the game. She's got very specific, like, HP numbers where, like, okay, if the hero in this fight drops below, 23 health, heal him, because that puts him into the can get killed by one more hit range. So there's really, like, a lot of stuff that she's paying attention to right now, which is, I think, very impressive.
Yeah, this fight is actually a run killer if we're not careful. Oh man, and there's the hero.
That's the big breath attack.
The hero with 1 health.
That's all you need.
It's fine.
That's the only hit point you need. There are certain triggers to try and manipulate AI companions into doing certain things. I don't know if there are any in this fight, but later on we'll have an AI companion who we can... we'll talk about it when we get there, but we can sort of manipulate him by performing certain actions on our part, which will convince him to heal us. It's an interesting sort of like under the hood mechanic experience. Did that make sense? Do those words end up being a sentence?
Oh yeah,
no, you got
great.
Ooh, okay. Honestly, it's touch and go sometimes. And that is Jarvis. Run, not killed.
Nice.
I love it when the run survives.
We love it. So now that Jarvis is down, the jar is able to be opened. Veronica gets her magic back. She's still in the body of a child. We're not going to talk about it. And now Veronica and Serena join the party full time. They are from a place called Arborea, which I don't think we ever see in this category.
Right.
But they have been raised to be sworn protectors of the Luminary. So we're the Luminary, they're sworn protectors, they're in the party. It's great. So now we have 2 more party members, pretty good magic users. Great to have them. We will find out more later about why these 2 girls who are twins You wouldn't know it, but they're twins. Why they are bound to us destiny-wise. But we'll talk about that later when we skip a cutscene with a huge amount of information in it, and I'll try to explain all of it really fast.
How much longer would the sort of light run get if you watched all the cutscenes?
You've done this.
So not just, well, actually, no, I guess I have done just sort of light, but it's, so for any percent, it is like a 4-ish hour run. But if you watch all the cutscenes for any percent, actually, no, that's not true. I guess if you watch, it's a 3 true ending. If you watch all the cutscenes for true ending, it's 23 hours. It's a 23-hour speed run.
Which,
I'm sorry, from 4 to 23?
Well, technically from 5, because if we're counting the third act, which is true ending category, then yeah, it's like 5 to 23.
Which you just did last fall. We were just talking about this.
It was an incentive to do the full cutscene run, and so I did the thing.
Truly wild.
Absurd.
It's not even a category, but it's just for fun.
I mean, yeah, one would hope that a speedrun category featuring 5 hours of gameplay and 18 hours of cutscene wouldn't be the most popular. Like, I know speedrunners are like gluttons for punishment. Like, that is very much a known thing, but like, there is taking it too far, gamers.
They're nice cutscenes though.
Yeah, it's worth it to do. I think I want to do it about once a year. So I have added like a redeem to my channel points for a lot of points to do it. And I haven't put it up yet because I don't want to do it again so soon. But sometime this year, I'm going to do it again.
All right.
Braver than I.
Yeah, 100%. No, and people have been popping off in the chat about the story and the casual experience of this game generally. So it seems like there is some value to the cutscenes, but maybe not to speedrunners
they're good
all the
cutscenes.
time.
So we are now in Tickington, which is a mandatory little aside. It's a mandatory side quest, which shows off the 2D version of the game, which if Jericho was running the full game, we would see again for an XP grind later, but that's the last time you're going to see it in this category. So long, Tickington and Tockle, so long 2D mode. It's very cute.
It is. It's very pretty.
It happened a little earlier, but we do now have access to Zoom, so we can use just magic to fast travel. Jericho also used the skill hex map to do essentially to rewind spells. You can learn skills, but you can also rectify skills. Wow. Kara, the word is skills. You can rectify skills, which essentially unlearns them and gives you those skill points back. The reason that she did it there is because we are going to be switching Eric from swords to knives. So we want those skill points back from swords so we can put them into knives. Later on, there'll be a lot more rectifying. It's going to be really exciting. I hope you're hype about it. I hope I've teased it. It's going to be, I don't know. It's not, we were talking about it before the run. It's not a glitch, but it feels like it should be. Like, it's going to be great.
That's my favorite tech in speed games. It's like, now we can argue the semantics, but what I know is it's cool.
Yeah, it's a manipulation. They probably didn't intend for it.
Probably not. So we are now in Gallopolis, and our next sort of like big MacGuffin that we're hunting down is the Rainbow, which is a branch of the world tree. This is another hallmark of the series. Yggdrasil, the world tree, which sort of is the home, the receptacle, the reservoir of all, goodness and magic and life in this world. But even though that's what we're looking for, we still have time to steal $1,500 from behind the Sultan's throne. There's always time for larceny, gamers. As well as some more
in
fishnet
RPGs.
Yes, legally. I am speaking only.
There's always time for larceny in RPGs and fishnet stockings.
Yes, exactly. So the Prince of Gallopolis, Prince Ferris, says that he can help us get the Rainbow because that is the great treasure of Gallopolis. He says he'll help you get it But we have to do him a favor first. There is a big horse riding competition that his father is very dead set on him competing in and winning, but he is a terrible horse rider and a coward, and he's scum. I'll say it. He scum. But he gets a redemption arc. There's a lot of redemption arcs.
Yeah.
That's
not
on
in
the
this
bingo
run.
card.
Yeah. So he has asked us to ride in his stead, which we have agreed to do. Spoiler, this will not get us the rainbow. This game has the story has so many MacGuffin bait and switches. You're like, here's what you gotta do to get the orb. JK, the orb's over there. We're gonna nope, it's not there either. It just keeps outrunning you. Which I think is infuriating and delightful. Picked up some more gear, including a feather hat and an iron sword. Right now, Jericon is doing a bunch of item menuing. We're selling equipment that either we don't need anymore or things like the fishnet stockings that we just picked up for cash. We're getting Eric a poison moth knife. We're going to really hope to see a lot of poison procs from Eric later in the run. And then we rest before heading off to the horse race, which is a fun little mini game. That I think does this mechanic ever recur later in the game, or is this the one time that you horse race?
I don't think there might be a mini game that you can play or something. I don't remember. It's been so long since I played casually.
I'm playing Knights of the Old Republic, and it felt very swoop bike to me. If that's a reference point that means anything to anyone. All right,
Was not expecting the cross-pollination with Kodor here. That one got me.
I did hear. I heard you just like the tiniest little like in the back. I was like, is she okay?
No, we're good. We're chill. I like video games the normal amount.
For sure. Very exciting. We get to drift in the horse racing. Gamers love drifting. I have to stop.
Gamers love drifting.
I have to let that joke die. We also, technically we saw him earlier in a cutscene, but Sylvando is here. We all love Sylvando, not just gamers.
Yay.
Everyone loves Sylvando. Sylvando is there he goes with his peacock horse. I love him. He's my husband and I love him. He was a circus performer, but also shows up as your main competition in this horse race. However, we don't really need to worry about Sylvando too much. We're going to be catching these little green boosts. We're going to be trying to avoid pumpkins, obviously. Drifting around corners to maintain our speed and to pick up a little extra speed. And I believe we'll see what time we get. I believe the average for Jerica is 107, and the fastest possible is 105. So we'll see what we get today. Gamers love KOTOR references. So true, chat. So true.
This is also tracks for me at least.
So we are now on the final lap. You can see we're actually coming up on lapping one of these other racers. They're sort of like the yellow buggies in F-Zero. They're just sort of there.
Oh man, I hit the wall a couple times. Don't look.
Hey, sub 109, sub 109.
Yeah.
And that's the last we'll see of horse racing. However, there's going to be plenty more horse riding. Don't you fret.
Oh, yeah.
I know someone out there was fretting, and I'm going to tell you right now.
I mean, surely there's an overlap between RPG fans and horse girls. Like that seems logical.
I feel like horse girls they're like pollen. They're just everywhere. I guess I could have picked a more complimentary analogy.
Yeah,
But I
hang on a second.
I just needed to think very quickly, what's a thing that just sort of like permeates the atmosphere? And I went to pollen. I need to calm down. I'm having too much fun. So
Make your own victory stands with horse girls.
I'm pro horse girl. I'm pro horse girl. I have walked among you, but I am not one of you. So, we did what the prince asked. We should get the rainbow right now, right? No, of course not. because now the Sultan is so proud of his son for winning the horse race, quote unquote, that he wants his son to now go out into the desert and slay the Slayer of the Ruins. The son must become a slayer. The prince, of course, being a coward and scum, is terrified and asks us to do it instead. Which we do because we need that rainbow. This also means that Sylvando is going to join us as an AI companion. Later, will join our party full time because Sylvando is like, this kid's never going to learn if people like you just keep doing all the work for him. And our response is essentially, you're probably right, but we're going to do it anyway. And off we go. In the desert, in a moment, there's going to be a little more level grinding to get the hero and Eric to level 10. Again, we're going to be shifting tactics to Show No Mercy to make that go a little faster. And now we are heading into the desert in South Gallopolis. Moving towards our next main boss, the Slayer of Sands. Wow, I love to see the moments where the host of the show jumps into chat.
Listen, you don't have to call me out like
I feel like legally I do have to call you out. For one thing, I don't have any other commentary for the next 40 seconds, so I am going to call you out instead.
Well, I will say this, gamers don't love sand. And you curse this by bringing up KOTOR.
It's rough.
It's coarse.
It gets
it's
everywhere.
Rough, it's irritating, and it gets everywhere. I can't believe you invoked Star Wars in my Dragon Quest stream. Now I have to do this.
Yeah, look, it's the Reese's Peanut Butter Cup effect. It's two great tastes go great together. As we are leveling up, the hero has now learned Flame Slash. We've taken those skill points we rectified from Eric's sword skills into knives to give a couple just sort of flat stat boosts, but also to learn Cobra Strike, which has a chance of poisoning. Again, we really want Eric to be poisoning bosses as much as possible later on. We got a stat boost for Veronica's Magic, an attack boost for Serena, and also a skill Spear Prod. A cool thing about this game, and I don't know when I don't know if it's a hallmark. I don't know when this was introduced to the Dragon Quest series, but the enemies in this game are divided into families. So there's Cattle Prod, or I can't remember if it's actually called Cattle Prod. I think it might be. Does heavy damage to beast type enemies. Later on, we'll get an ability that's strong against undead. Abilities, so there's humanoid family, beast enemy, undead. The slime, I believe, is one. And then there's also a category that's just 3 question marks, or as I like to say, huh? Which I learned because later on, I believe we're going to use an undead focused attack on Jasper. And Jasper is, although we don't know it at the time, Jasper is being, is malevolently well, there's some dispute about whether he's enthralled or whether he's just a bad dude. But I was like, I looked up, I'm like, do we do that because Jasper is technically undead here? But Jasper is in the category.
And Kara, now be honest, you were going to say malevolently inclined, were you not?
I could neither confirm nor deny. Look, the Slayer of Sands. What a perfect distraction.
I just have to, for the record, is she, malevolently inclined?
Oh my God.
Anyway, the Slayer of Sands.
Anyway, here's Wonderwall. Everyone's back to follow orders, so we're in control of everyone. Eric is going to mostly be using Cobra Strikes to try to poison the Slayer of Sands, which it feels like this enemy shouldn't be poisonable, but it totally is. this enemy can dazzle us, which you can see here with the stars going around the head and whatnot. It's essentially like blindness in Final Fantasy. It lowers your physical accuracy a lot. So when we are dazzled, we want to switch to magic attacks because those will still hit. So Eric has a skill Rubble Rouser. Hero's got Sizz. So if those characters are dazzled, they will switch from their physical attacks to their magic. Because this is a beast type enemy, Serena is able to use prod to do more damage. She's also going to be healing and buffing. You can use buff. Well, not now because she's dead.
But not now because she's dead.
Theoretically, she'd be using buff, which raises defense slightly. Veronica, who is also dead, but if she were alive, she would also be on healing duty, but also doing damage to Sizz and using sap. Sap is the opposite of buff, which lowers the enemy's defenses somewhat. So ideally, what we want here is to sap and poison. We've got the poison. I didn't catch if we successfully sapped.
Yeah, we did, but it's probably wearing off about now.
And yeah, Savando is jumping in occasionally. There is our pep power.
Oh crap, Eric's dead.
Okay, so if Veronica and Serena die, it's not the end of the world. Eric dying is rough. Fortunately, Jarek is a superstar and clutches out the fight, and we're good. We're good.
We had a lot of dots. We had a lot of dots going on him, so.
Incredible.
So,
Never any doubt.
on this run, really, you don't want Eric to die in general because we want him. He doesn't get dual wield until 43, or at least for how our skills are set up, and we only get that at the after like the second to last fight of any % run. And so if you're doing any %, you don't want Eric to die at all because you just want him to get all his XP. But on this run, since we're only doing Act 1, it's not as big deal. It's a bit more of a big deal to have the hero live because because how well our holy water works to avoid encounters on the sea coming up depends on how high a level the hero is. So.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this is the classic RPG mechanic that if a character is dead at the end of a fight, they don't get the experience from that fight, which is a bummer. Back to Gallopolis. The Slayer of Sands. I did my vocal warm-ups today. The Slayer of Sands, not dead, in fact. And there's the little redemption moment asterisk where the prince decides to face his fears and challenge the Slayer of Sands. But he would have totally died if Savando hadn't jumped in and saved him. But I guess the idea is like, well, he worked through his cowardice. So I guess hopefully... Ideally, if you're going to learn how to fight good and not be a coward, I think learning to get over the cowardice first is the wrong order to do it. Because then you're just going to throw yourself into fights with Slayers of Sands where you'll die. So we wish Prince Ferris the best of luck. We'll never see him again.
Oh, well.
Okay, so now, Jericondra is doing what she calls skill swizzling. It's incredible. I shouldn't have been talking so much about Prince Ferris. I should have been talking about the skill swizzling. So there are secret bonus spaces on this skill map that give you bonus skill points. The skill map is also broken up into different sections. So if you get enough skills to get around to the right there, surprise, 10 extra skill points. Basically, when you rectify skills, they rewind unless you've gotten to another section of the map, which she did by getting down to the bottom section of the map, rectifying everything up to that point, but keeping that lower section of the map unlocked, allowing her to then unlock the bonus skill points and then rectify all of that again. So you undo everything that got you to the bonus space, but you still get to keep the extra skill points from the bonus space. So this is what we were talking about before. It's an exploit that allows you to get certain skills significantly sooner than you probably should be able to. The most important things we're getting here are Sylvando is learning Hustle Dance, which is a group heal. Because we're going to be low level in the run, he's not going to be able to cast it that many times per fight before running out of MP. But the other side of that is because we're going to be really low level, having a group heal is going to be even more essential than it would be just in any normal run. So that's huge. He also learns Fuddle Dance, which can confuse enemies, which is another thing we're going to be hoping to see a lot of. We want, Eric to poison. We want Veronica to sap. We want Sylvando to fuddle. Just stacking those debuffs is going to make our life much easier and safer. And there's a lot of other skills that got thrown in there too. There's Sobering Slap, which can cure characters of certain mental ailments, like not poison, but like confusion, things like that. So that'll be useful later. And the skill names in this game are great. You got Lashing of Love, you got Kiss Me Deadly, Hot Lick, Tap Dance. It's great stuff. Great stuff.
Closing that list with Tap Dance is magical.
Yeah, well, what can I say? I'm a professional.
And you can tap
I'm
dance.
classically trained. And yeah, also speaking of, because Serena did die in that fight, we had to do sort of an optional skill rectification on her to manage her skill points in a way that would have been a little more luxurious had she lived, but it's not the end of the world. We also now, courtesy of Sylvando, who's joined us full-time, we have the Horse Hailer, which means we can now summon our horse anyway. Torrent is ours. Can you tell I've been playing a lot of Elden Ring lately? On my mind.
Maybe just a little.
Just a little. So we are now heading to Gondolia, picking up some gold ore on the way. To speak a little bit more about the forging, which we'll see later, you can pick up materials from around the world to forge gear. However, if you don't have all of the materials necessary, the game will still let you forge it by just spending money equivalent to your missing ingredients. So in theory, with enough money, you can make anything, really. And isn't that a nice metaphor? But if we can pick up certain things, we do. So we picked up some gold ore there.
Yeah, and I think weirdly, I want to say the original version, like this is the definitive edition. I think the original version didn't have that option.
Oh, interesting. I can't remember which one I played, but also I only got like 3 hours into it, so probably doesn't matter. Was that good commentary? Is everyone glad I tossed that little tidbit in there?
You're not supposed to tell people, okay? You know everything
that
about
I'm a
this game.
fake gamer? They know. Everyone knows. It's part of the brand. So we have
Make your own victory stands with the fake gamers.
Yes. We've arrived in Venice.
Fake gamers.
We're here in Venice. I mean Gondolia. Where if we have the cutscenes, the children all have very charming Italian accents. And I'm sure they're very authentic and not insulting to Italians at all. I'm positive of this. We are trying to find the rainbow. Oh, right, because we did the whole Slayer of Sands thing, and they still don't have the rainbow because the Sultan sold it. People are selling ancient, like, infinitely powerful artifacts so often in this game. He sold it to a merchant. The merchant has presumably gone off to the sea. Sylvando, however, has a boat in Gondolia. That's why we're going to Gondolia. But we can't get onto the docks because the docks are closed for a muscle man competition. We have to...
I mean, sure.
It's so... when you're trying... I can finish the sentence. This game... Because you look up like plot synopses online, right? And you'll find like the really detailed ones, and then you'll find like the ones that sort of just go through the major beats. The differences in length and complexity between those two types of synopses for this game is insane. Because really, like the basic gist is we need to get the rainbow, so we need to go across the sea. But meanwhile, I haven't even gotten to the child who's magically lost his voice.
Yeah.
Which is like a pretty major part of this.
Yeah, that's the whole reason we're going in here.
Yes, we are looking for magic water to cure the magically removed voice of a child. The Doge, the sort of head honcho of this city, is mad at us because he thinks that we are the Darkspawn. People keep thinking we're the Darkspawn. So when we go and say like, hey, can we get to our boat? There's this muscle man competition. Can you make something happen? He doesn't even want to hear any of that. So we're now going to find this magic water to heal a child. I think, do we know at this point that the child is the Doge's son?
I don't think we do.
I don't think we do either. We also, I'm just going to say that, no, I'll save the lore for later. We're fighting the Corolossuses, the Corolossi. So, like I said before, we really want to stack buffs as much as possible here. We would like Eric to poison them and use... we got the Sleeping Hibiscus did put the left Corolossus to sleep, which is fantastic. So we got sleep. We also want to be trying to poison. Hero just pepped up, which is fantastic. Veronica will be sapping. Hero's on damage unless he's pepped, and then pep powers come in. You can only have 4 people in battle, but you can switch people during battle. So if anyone dies, we can swap Serena in. Veronica, when she's not sapping, will be sizzing. Sylvando has successfully confused the Corolossus on the right. So this is, in terms of debuffs, going pretty well.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah, that's already 1 Corolossus down. That's fantastic.
Nice.
And the other one is snoozing. And a very deep sleeper. I always really appreciate the games where when you put an enemy to sleep, they don't wake up when you hit them. Because this allows us to get like a real solid volley in.
Yeah, that gets super annoying super fast when you like auto wake sleeping enemies.
So there's a question in chat, is 2D mode any faster? And Jarek can set me straight if I'm wrong on this. I believe that overall it isn't, except for the XP grind that you would be doing in the full game category. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's faster in the way that we can set the manual mode so the battles can be faster, but you get random encounters.
Right.
And so we want to avoid
that'll
random
do it.
encounters. So.
Real quick while we are here, since the Corolossi are down, just production quack hopping in. As this is a longer run on our show, we do need to take a break here because 2025 is the year that we take care of our hands, gamers. So we're going to pause the timer. Jericho, if you can pause the game.
All right.
And we are going to take a quick break. We will be back in just about 5 minutes, so please stretch your hands, get some water, pet a small animal near you if that is an option, and we will be back so soon with more Dragon Quest. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Frame Fatales episode of Make Your Own Victory. I have been hydrated, I have stretched, my bingo card has been further developed, so we're going to go right back to the action with some more Dragon Quest XI with Jarekandra and Kara.
All right, I'll start the timer on go again. So 3, 2, 1, go. And we're heading back into Gondolia.
Yeah, we're back at it. We learned a few extra skills after that Corolossus fight, including the aforementioned undead focus attack, which is a Serena skill, a spear skill called Deliverance, which then that skill unlocks a pep power called Blight of the Living Dead. There's so many good skill names in this game.
That's good. Yeah, that's really good.
I also just want to call out in Jerica's notes. It says grab story water. I think it's like Blessed Dew or something in the game.
Yeah, it's because so after that Corolossus fight, if you you end there, and if you leave right away, you still didn't finish the quest, and so you can potentially screw yourself that way.
We also just died very quickly. Jasper has caught up to us. We want to lose that fight as quickly as possible, so we just turbo our way through it. Eric has now been taken captive, while the rest of our party has gone off to heal the boy. There's also an implication that a lot of our party members just want to go shopping and seeing the sights in this town, which I don't blame them for. But it does mean that we get split up, which allows Jasper to get the drop on us. So we now have to go capture Eric, which, much like escaping from the jail, we are going to be following a very specific path to avoid guard encounters so that we can get back around and into another showdown with Jasper. We do get some time on a gondola in Gondolia. The name of the city is not ill assigned. Sorry, I blacked out in the middle of that sentence. Oh my God. We grab a Seed of Strength, another one of those permanent upgrades. Love those. Love to smash barrels. I hate to say it. Gang, I hate to say it, but gamers do love to smash.
Gamers love to smash barrels.
I had to say it.
Been that way since the 80s.
I'm trying so hard not to kill that joke, but gamers do legitimately love that's just true. So, this time we actually do need to fight Jasper for realsies. A lot of the strats here are going to be pretty familiar if you've been keeping a keen eye on previous fights. Sylvando is going to be healing with Hustle Dance while also trying to use Oomph, which is a slight attack buff on the hero. And then in between that, doing some damage with Hot Lick. Heroes using Cutting Edge, which is just that big old down slash attack, which you've seen a bunch. Serena is going to be buffing people, boosting their defense. Veronica is going to be on healing. Serena and Veronica are both on healing, and Veronica is also going to be trying to sap. So again, it's the sort of the minor variables move around, but the strats are pretty consistent. Stack debuffs on your enemies, stack buffs on yourself, especially attack on the hero. And then magic users, when not actively buffing or debuffing, are healing or attacking with magic as suits their individual skills. And just try to stay alive. Again, Jerica's keeping an eye on the health levels for our characters, knowing that in this, in each specific fight at each specific level, there are certain HP numbers that we don't ever want to drop below for more than a moment, because we know how much attack Jasper can do. And
understanding that there is probably some overlap, but a lot of nuance between the various RPGs that you're on in terms of combat management, because you've been juggling this and 10-2 and Chrono Trigger for a while. Which would you say has the hardest, just combat management of the games that you run, Jerica?
10-2 is probably pretty tough because it's ATB. And a lot of this other stuff is very fully turn-based, I think. So, but definitely for combat management, when it's fully turn-based, you have a little more time to think.
That is fair.
Have we seen Blight of the Living Dead in this fight yet?
We're not.
No, Serena hasn't pepped up, and Savannah died, so we couldn't use the heroes, unfortunately.
That's a shame. Yeah, the pep mechanic it's a finicky one.
Easy peasy.
But Jasper's down anyway, which is great.
But yeah, I think the ATV mechanic definitely makes combat a little more tough in both Chrono Trigger and 10-2 versus like 10 and Dragon Quest. It's all fully turn-based.
I have a fun Dragon Quest trivia point here. I don't know why I'm so sheepish about it, but I was really excited to share it. And now in the moment, I'm becoming uncharacteristically shy. We missed the cutscene, but this is Sylvando's boat, which is helmed by Dave, a wonderful pirate with a pink bull mask. We love Dave. We love him. Fun fact, in the Japanese version, the voice actor for Dave is the same as the voice actor for Yangus in Dragon Quest VIII. Both characters having pretty similar archetypes of being, former criminals who are inspired by a loyal companion to adopt the straight and narrow. And Yangus is one of my favorite Dragon Quest characters, so I thought that was really delightful.
Oh, cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I love Yangus. Also, as long as I'm dropping trivia, during the break, I was like, did I miss anything in the notes? And when we were briefly in Tickington, a cool thing in Tickington is there is a room called the Echo Chamber with 10 altars. Each of the altars is named after one of the first 10 Dragon Quest games. And I believe, Jarkander, correct me if I'm wrong, there is a run category where you do quests in each of them, ending with a giant super boss.
That is correct. Yeah, the Time Worm % run, which I've done. I've got a sub 10 in, but I think world records. I wonder if it's sub 9. I forget. But yeah, it's several hours. But yeah, you go through and you unlock all the quests, and you get to visit like in 2D mode a bunch of Dragon Quest 1 through 10 eras and zones and do a bunch of quests for them. It's kind of a fun run.
Yeah, it's a cool tribute homage sequence. So now that we have jumped on our boat, we are off to Dundersill, the fallen kingdom of our forebears. But before we can do that, we are... Oh no, yes, sorry. I was looking at my trivia notes. Have we gone to Dundersill yet?
No, we did Octagonia to get the zoom point, and then now we're heading to Dundersill.
Got it. Thank you. I have so many notes. I'm doing great.
You're doing great.
Yes, we are now on the continent of Svardrust. Had to deal with some encounters on the water. Ideally, holy water would keep those at bay. Holy water is like a repel in Pokemon, but it is level based, I believe. The higher level you are, the more effective, the higher level enemies you can repel with holy water. And so for too low level, even using a holy water will not save us from those random encounters on the water. Grab this campsite. As I was watching some earlier runs of this category from Jared Honda earlier, she noted that we stop in Dundersill here, some platforming, as we know, it's perfect platforming in this game.
Love RPG platforming.
Love it. The only thing better could be FromSoft platforming, in my opinion. That tightrope section did give me Anor Londo girder flashbacks. Rafters, not girders. As I was saying it, it felt wrong. But so we go to Dundersill briefly to pick up some items, even though we are going to have to return to Dundersill later for story reasons. But just routing wise, we want these items now. Those items include another Seed of Life, a Dragon Scale, which is an accessory which will slightly boost defense. And then most importantly, we're getting a recipe book. For the forging in this game, you start out only really knowing how to make a few things, and a recipe book can teach you the recipe for new gear. This recipe is for the Dundersill armor, which is great, and we want it as soon as possible. So we are, in just a moment, going to forge that with our mini forge at the campsite. And as we talked about at the very beginning of this run, it's going to say that we failed. What that actually means is just we don't get the bonuses. It's not going to be a Dundersill Helm +3, but that's fine. And since we want to go fast, it's much faster to not do the minigame. And yes, we'll be back to Dundersill later. For a big giant lore drops. Yep, here is the forge. We're making the Dundersill armor. Again, we don't have all of the components we need, but we can use money. This is part of why we want to pick up money along the way to make up the difference in our missing components with cash. Which someone in chat actually pointed out, was not aware of this, that the mechanic where you use money for missing ingredients only works for ingredients that you could otherwise pick up in a store. So it's a quality of life time save. For rare ingredients, you do still have to go to find them, which makes a lot of sense. So I've lost track of who said that. Whoever said that, thank you. That is very good information.
The look of dejection on the failure screen there.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so brutal. And like the puff of smoke, which implies that like you've destroyed your ingredients with your terrible blacksmithing.
Yeah.
It's devastating. But then it gives you the armor.
Yeah, on the timer run, we have to do some actual stuff, and you have to get like +3s on some of the stuff. And if you fail, like you're just reworking the items, so you get the item back, but you lost all the ingredients to like upgrade it.
Yeah, the full forging minigame comes with, there's like the basic hammer bash, but then there's a bunch of different flourishes you can learn, which essentially will do a variety. It gets like pretty intricate.
Yeah.
So we are now back in Octagonia, and in case you thought that this might be an accidental reference, they specifically call this an MMA tournament, which I think is funny.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, it's just right up there. Once again, we are still trying to acquire the Rainbow. The Rainbow is the grand prize in an arena fighting competition. Can't have an Akira Toriyama story without a full tournament subplot. So we need to enter this competition in order to win the grand prize. This is going to essentially consist of a series of matches between your opponents, and then on the other side, on your side, the hero and our AI companion, Vince. Vince is the reigning champion. Everyone loves Vince. He's a great guy. He's never done anything wrong. We love Vince. Doing some equipment swapping here, putting on that Dundersill armor and the dragon scale, switching the strength ring from Eric over to the hero, using Seed of Life on hero, and making sure that all of our HP, MP, and whatnot are topped up. Going into our first arena fight with the Abominable Showman and the Underdigger.
That's a good bit.
It's good. It's good. We love it. So this fight can kind of go all over the place. The Abominable Showman can summon duplicates of himself. Vince, being an AI companion, will sort of attack randomly, so he can attack duplicates. But if you have like a lot of other RPGs, if you select an enemy to attack, when your next turn comes up, your cursor will automatically default to the enemy you attacked previously.
Oh, baby.
So if you are targeting the correct Abominable Showman, even after he summons duplicates, you'll still be able to attack the right one. As we talked about before, you can manipulate Vince's AI actions a bit. If the hero is low HP and also defends on his turn, Vince is more likely to heal him. And it looks like we skipped Bums Away, am I right?
Yeah, that's why I said oh baby.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Yeah, so the enemies also have pet powers. and they can be really scary. So that fight has a pep power called Bums Away, but as long as you take out one of them before they pep up, you don't see it. Not only does it a lot of damage, it's super slow. The animation's really long. If you've played, if you've summoned your like Call of Pals in Yakuza 7, they're sort of like that. They're really cinematic, which is great unless you're speedrunning.
Yeah.
We're going to all the references today. I love it.
Quack, I love video games, and I've played at least four of them.
You know what? Gamers love video games.
Gamers love video games.
Now this is controversial, actually.
Yeah, no. Well, gamers
Sound
also
off
hate
in the
video
chat.
games. You can hate
Do
them.
gamers truly love video games? Science is waiting to reach consensus on this answer.
I don't know. You read certain subreddits, and it really seems like gamers hate video games. Which is why you shouldn't read any subreddits to be safe.
Don't read comments.
One of these days, I'll stop reading comments. I tell everyone else don't do it, and then I guess I just don't care about my own well-being. Sorry. Let's keep it light. Keep it light, Kara. Plot-wise, Eric has lost his bout in the tournament, so he's out. We grab a couple items, including the Star of Clarity for Sylvando, which in theory protects against confusion, although I believe Jared Condra is skeptical of its actual efficacy.
Yes.
And we are in our next fight against Cinderella and Wambolina, which are fantastic names. Jerica's notes start out with Strat. These ladies are no joke.
Handle me.
And I love that. So enemies in this game also have MP pools, just like you do. So they can also run out of MP. Which is great for us. So what we want to see as much as possible is to focus attacks on Cinderella, because then she will focus her magic using on healing instead of attacking. And when she runs out of mana, she'll switch to physical attacks, and her physical attacks are way less scary. I've been looking back and forth. Do we see Smokin' Hot? I'm actually not sure I can say the name of this pet power on this channel.
Do we see the pet power?
I wrote it down.
We did
saw
not
it.
skip it, if that's what you were thinking.
Smokin' Hot Slash is the name of it. I wrote it in my
That's
notes, and I never actually said it out loud before now. We're not gonna. We'll move on. We're not gonna talk about it. So far, it's going pretty good. We're down to Wambolina, who is primarily physical. But basically, once these fights get to the 2-on-1 phase, they're much less scary. And that is our first of this little gauntlet section. Up next, we are going to be fighting our next opponents, Golden Boy and what is he called? So it's Sylvando, but we're in the Clark Kent universe where if you put on the smallest of masks, no one knows who you are. But he has some very good fake names. It's Golden Boy and like Silva Streak, or it's not that, but something like that. Golden Boy's got a boomerang, which a hallmark of the series.
Hallmark of the series.
I mean, the boomerang, like, in a lot of Dragon Quest games, if you get an early boomerang, you are flying through that game. But we don't want to fight people with boomerangs because they can do a lot of AoE damage very quickly. Sylvando, of course, has access to much the same skill set he does when he's in our party, which means he can oomph, aka boost the attack power of him and Golden Boy, which means that his physical damage can get really scary really fast. Their pet power is called Precious Metal, but it's METTLE. That one's not as great, but it's also less controversial, so we take what we can get. Golden Boy's down, doing great.
While we clean up, I do want to circle back to chat from a little bit earlier with the absolute most real answer to the question of do gamers love video games, which is I hate this game. User has 1,000 plus hours in the game in question.
Oh yeah. Well, that's like
The speedrun. That's the speedrun way of life.
that's yeah. I was gonna say that's more than gamers. That's speedrunner life. Right?
Yeah, I've never talked more trash than on games I've played for 800 hours. Yeah, absolutely.
Shall we?
We are now into our third fight of these 3 in a row against Rab and Jade, who we've seen in previous cutscenes. They took out Eric earlier. Rab is going to be using a lot of magic, both attack damage, attack magic like Crackle and Zam, but also snooze, which would be terrible. We don't want to go to sleep. Gamers hate sleeping. It's so just
True.
I keep wanting, but they just keep happening.
Oh crap. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so that's all right.
I was too quick on my trying to heal myself, and I hit the magic water instead.
Yes, thank you, chat. Sterling Silva. That is Silvando's alias. I knew it was something good. Since we're retrying this fight, I will drop a little lore. Before each fight, Vince has been taking a swig of something, a little bottle that he keeps with him, and he's like, oh, it's just a little tradition, I take a little drink of this before each fight, which no one seems to be suspicious of at all, which I think is really weird in a world that canonically has magical potions.
It's true.
Seems strange to me. So keep that in mind. Once again, okay, yeah, here is Black Boot, which is their pet power, which, yeah, is very scary. This is the last real fight of the tournament. There's technically one later, but this is what it's all been building up to in terms of difficulty. One thing that gives us a little bit of an edge is they do have this incredibly powerful attack. However, it does require both of them to be pepped up, which means that it's possible at least to get a little bit of lead time on when they're about, because pretty much as soon as they're both pepped up, they'll use it immediately. So if one of them's pepped, you know to sort of be ready, and if the other one peps up, you can defend.
Oh my gosh.
Oof.
Unlucky break. Is that so? The AI manip you mentioned defending on low health sort of baits Vince into healing you. How out of the realm of possibility is a string of bad beats like that where he chooses to just be elsewhere or focused on attacking?
It's a pretty high percentage that he does not heal.
So we're still well outside of the realm of that's never happened before. I have the tally markers over here.
Happens all the time.
This has happened before.
I'm making some.
All right.
I'm also making some not great choices. If Vince is asleep, you need to heal. And
I was about
he
to
was
say,
off
Vince
screen
can
and I
also
wasn't
be
paying
asleep.
attention there. So here I need to heal.
Yeah, the sort of the 360 camera angle of these fights can mean that sometimes your allies are literally off camera, which can make it more difficult to keep track of status ailments and things like that. Obviously, you do have in the bottom right the little readout of HP and MP, but you lose a lot of visual cues depending on where the camera is. So we're trying to keep our
Jade is
HP
going
high.
ham on me.
Yeah, Jade's going for it. And of course, as in any fight like this, even if you are healing, the more time you're spending healing yourself is less time you're spending dealing damage, which means that even if you do, win the fight, it is slow.
Defend is really good in these fights, but if you're low health, you're still taking a chance, but it will block a lot of the damage.
Yeah, even for like a pet power like Black Boot, the damage reduction is really good.
Yeah.
But again, more turns you're defending, fewer turns you're attacking. So far, this is going significantly
Okay, good.
better. Vince with the heal.
I was almost worried if Jade would have hit me, I would have died again.
I was in the middle saying like, this is going a lot better, and then I saw the HP drop. But Rav is down, so we're safe
So
from
no more
black
pet power.
food. Yeah.
Yeah, and these can like do a second pep on you because they take so long to kill.
Okay, and we
right.
are clear.
Beating the bad luck, beating the commentator's curse of ruin. GG.
All right.
Hey, I'm just saying, you can never be too careful.
No, when you're
true.
right, you're right. So we have won the tournaments. However, Rab has now come to let us know that Jade has been kidnapped by our buddy Vince. Turns out that the guy using performance-enhancing drugs might not have been fully on the up and up.
Wait, you mean that like full 30 seconds of talking about how Vince was a great guy and absolutely everyone loves Vince, and to not look into it any further was a lie?
Did I tip my hands?
I can't believe you would get up on the mic and just lie like this.
I've talked at times about how I am sometimes frustrated by how much speedrunners lie. That like we all love a bit of sarcasm, but if you don't know the game, they're like, this boss is really hard. I'm like, oh, I guess this boss is really hard, but they're being sarcastic and they kill it in one hit and I feel betrayed. And I was like, when I get into the community, I'm gonna be honest. But man,
Chat, if you have ever felt personally victimized by a speedrunner saying that an easy boss was hard, or saying that a purposeful death was accidental, you may be entitled to compensation by someone else, because it won't be coming from me. I eat that up.
gang, it's different when the lights in this studio are so hot. You just don't know how it is until it's you. So we are now going into this spooky spider cave where Vince has taken Jade. And in here is a pretty scary boss fight with the Aractagon, which I find to be a very interesting name because it seems to imply that there's a direct connection between the Aractagon and the Octagon, when I don't know why that would be. But that is not something we'll be covering in this commentary. I'm just here to ask questions, you guys.
What do you think? Let us know.
That's right. This is left as an exercise to the reader. Yes, so the reason... This is, I think, one of the shakiest redemption arcs in the game. So Vince has been kidnapping all of the fighters. We've skipped, obviously, the cutscenes, but fighters have been going missing this whole time. Vince has been kidnapping all of them to take them to the spider. The spider has been sapping them of their vital essence, their force of will, their strength juice. And that is what Vince has been drinking in the fights to allow him to win. And we find out that this is because he needed the money, which is reprehensible on a bunch of levels. But he's like, well, the orphanage was going to close. I had to win the fights to get the prize money to save the orphanage, which is, I don't know. I don't know if you can bring up saving the orphans this late in the arc and win me over. I don't know, but here we are in the Aractagon fight, which, in the casual playthrough, the game assumes you're going to be on a significantly higher level at this point. So for us, this is quite scary. However, the strats, again, will be pretty familiar to anyone who's been paying attention. There will be a test at the end. Sylvando is Sylvando is buffing, healing, both using Hustle Dance to heal HP and also using Sobering Slap to cure party members of confusion, because the Aractagon can use Befuddle, which is, if you know the Dragon Quest spell naming conventions, there's usually, there'll be Sizz, Sizzle, and Kasizzle, I think is the full, which is, your Fire, Fyra, Fyraga. So Befuddle is a confusion attack that hits everybody. He can also web up party members, which will essentially paralyze them for a time. The webbing, I believe we just have to wait out, but Sobering Slap can snap people out of confusion. Sylvando also using magic water to keep people's MP high. Hero is just, Hero is absolutely like big sword himbo. If you're curious what the hero is doing in a fight, it's big sword go bonk. And pet powers.
Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Oh, I love big sword go bonk. This is not a call out post. Serena, as usual, is focusing on defense buffing and healing. Although there's, I haven't noticed if we've seen any of it yet, but there is a fair amount of potential for character musical chairs, because we want Serena into, I believe, we want Veronica in the fight to sap, to lower the Euractagon's defense. Once that's happened, we can take Veronica back out and put Serena back in for buffs and healing. Similarly, we want Eric there to poison using Cobra Strike, but we can also swap him out for Serena or Veronica once poison has procced. So there's a lot of moving pieces. I know I said like, oh, the strats are, familiar. And that's true on sort of like a base level, but in terms of complexity and also the stakes, there's just very little margin for error in this fight. Rab is also there as an AI companion. Jade isn't, because I believe she's cutting down the other heroes. Trust us, you can't see it, but she's totally doing it. Rab will occasionally heal or potentially even resurrect a single party member, and can sometimes cure poison or do damage directly to the Euractagon. Oh my gosh. There's a lot happening in this fight.
Yeah, that seems like a pretty high utility companion. Like, for all the ragging that has been done on AI and needing to be babysat and manipped and all that, like occasional res, I'd take that.
Rab means business.
Now I'm angry.
Rab is sort of your your Strago or your Sylvan. What's the guy in Final Fantasy IV? He's your like elder mage character that shows up and usually has some pretty powerful spells. Yeah, so you saw right there, the Euractagon has a lot of AoE attacks, both in terms of status and direct damage. We want to see those status effects missing as much as possible, which we did just get there, which is very nice. Keeping Sylvando's MP high so he can keep focusing on Hustle Dance, which you might recall we got at a fairly low level by doing the Skill Swizzle. I don't know, like under the hood, if this is one of these games where status effects are less likely to proc after repeated attempts. It does look like they're hitting us often. And that's Euractagon. That is
Nicely done.
Thanks. Yeah, that was a little messy.
But
that's
you made it
often a run
through.
killer. Like, it's easy to just die and redo that fight. So,
I mean, the good news is that is the final, like, real boss difficulty wall of this category. So there's still more to do. Still a couple things that are a little scary, but in terms of boss fights, we're pretty much in the clear here. We do, as I said, have one more fight in the tournament. We do fight Vince. Vince has sworn off the sauce. He's roid free and wants to redeem himself. He's made his big apology to the crowd. The crowd's like, "We still love you, Vince." And I don't know if they should. Like, I think he confesses to some. I don't know if he confesses to the kid. I don't know. But the point is, they love him. What are you gonna do? It's hard to cancel people if they're that famous.
yeah.
But he has a show of good faith. He's like, you know what? The tournament should have one winner instead of two. I'm going to fight my former partner, but he's juiceless, so you easily defeat him. So you win the Rainbow, right? Nope, not at all. Rab and Jade have stolen not only the Rainbow, but also the runner-up prize. Well, I guess they didn't steal that because they were the runner-up, but the runner-up prize is a yellow orb. They've taken both of those, and they've gone to Dundersill, and they've left word that the hero should follow them. So we are now back to Dundersill, where we are going to get big old lore dumps, and as promised, I'm going to try to explain the essentials at least. So we find out that we knew the hero was the reincarnation of the Luminary. The Luminary was a great hero in the Age of Heroes, which makes sense. That's where you find a heroes in the Age of Heroes, who fought against great evil with his companions. One of his companions was a powerful mage named, and this is true, Serenica. And so Serena and Veronica are the twin
Oh, it's the Twilight naming convention.
I mean, it's just
staple the names together.
Smash them together. So that is, not only are they, raised in Arborea to be protectors, but they are in fact reincarnations of the Luminary's previous companions. I believe this is also where we finally touch the rainbow and we get a vision of how to access the world tree. We have to gather 6 orbs. We already have 2. We need to gather 4 more, except no, we don't. If you've been watching this and you've been thinking, wow, I love these speedruns. I love, the tech and the strategy, but I'll be honest, I love a glitch and I'm a little let down that we haven't had any glitches. Folks, do I have great news for you? Because it's the only glitch we're going to see in this category, but it is, in my personal opinion, a doozy. We are going to be using our horse and some map manipulation to jump out of bounds. Oh, technically we're running away from Hendrik again. Oh, you rascally heroes.
I swear to Yggdrasil, Kara, if the word tilt comes out of your mouth, Skyrim was last show. Be very careful with the glitches you are doing with that horse.
I can neither confirm nor deny, Quack. And I'd like to remind you that you've had me on for 95% of this run. It would be foolish to kick me off now. You'd just be making a scene and embarrassing everyone, especially yourself.
Proceed with caution.
I always do. I don't. Why would I lie like that? Speedrunners are liars.
She doesn't know the meaning of the word.
I really don't. I think this is the scene where Hendrik is like, okay, I'll give you a head start. But honestly, they kind of blur together. Is this an okay time for me to pull back the curtain and say I learned this run yesterday?
Yeah, you're not supposed to tell them that.
No, I love a fourth wall. I love a kayfabe drop. And we're all the way. What is happening in commentary right now? What's happening is I learned this run yesterday, and I think I've been doing all right. So,
I've been having a great time.
I'm having a great time. In the full version of this game, the casual playthrough, I guess in the speedrun too, you unlock the gate to the sea, which is, again, sort of very reminiscent of Final Fantasy 1. You get a boat and you can explore a little bit, but then you get access to the larger sea and the world really opens up. And at that point, you could travel to a number of different regions to find the remaining 4 orbs. But we're not going to do that, which unfortunately means that we're not going to see the Snibelheim story, which means that we don't get the amazing lesbian representation that we would get if we were going to stay in Snibelheim. But play Dragon Quest XI. Chat is calling me a fraud. Chat is, as they always are, exactly correct. A fraud and proud of it. We're also missing out on a whole mermaid plot. We're missing out on a haunted painting. You should play the game. It's good, I hear.
I have made no surprise generally on this show or this episode that I am not an acculturated RPG girly, but yeah, I mean lesbians, mermaids, haunted paintings. Yeah, sold. Tell me where to go.
Yeah, easy sell. All right, so we have unlocked the gate to the sea and we are off. We are going to have to deal with some random encounters here, but nothing too scary. I do like these flying slime babies. They're very cute. What else are we skipping? Let's see. Yeah, so there's an orb in Snivellheim. There's an orb in Mermaid Town. There's an orb associated with the painting. And then like the last orb is just like in a chest somewhere.
Yeah.
Like
Sword rest.
you need a magic key to get it, but you get the magic key as part of one of it really just feels like the sixth orb was an afterthought.
And there's one under the sea too.
Yeah, Mermaid Town, yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah, Mermaid Town.
You know Mermaid Town. Please. Chat, I should warn you, the lesbian plot and the mermaid plot are two different ones. So if you're looking for lesbian mermaids, I just don't want to get anyone's hopes up. I am upset too, but better to rip that Band-Aid off right now. The haunted painting does not include lesbians, but it does include a woman who wants to destroy lives in the name of creating great art, and I can relate.
Where are my theater kids in the chat? Make your own victory.
Exactly.
Firmly stands with the theater kids.
So that in theory is where we get the 6 orbs. 6 orbs and only 6. Of course, why would we ever need more than 6 orbs? Vince is a great guy, everyone. Oh, we also, I don't know if we've learned this yet, but the orbs are actually condensed dew from the world tree. This is why they are so important. And also, fun Dragon Quest trivia fact, at the end of the game, it is suggested that this world is in fact like a prequel to Dragon Quest III, which there are orbs in a few Dragon Quest games, but Dragon Quest III specifically has the same orbs. So this seems to be a bit of like a retcon might be too strong because it's not actually like closing a plot hole or anything, but it's sort of an homage / tie-in.
Yeah.
The lesbian urge to kill for art. God, it's relatable. Kill, die, whichever one is easier, for moment to
In
moment.
RPGs.
For legal purposes, in RPGs.
In RPGs. All right, glitch time.
All right, so we are on our horse. Jirkan is opening up the mini map and is spinning the mouse around. If you look at that mouse cursor, that green line is sort of the barrier of the zone that we're in. But by spinning the mouse, we're able to move our position cursor. Like our character isn't moving, but we are moving where the game thinks we are on the map. And Jarek is actually able to move that cursor pretty significantly past the line, which will allow us to go out of bounds. So let's see if we got it. So yes, we are now technically out of bounds. But this is a situation where, the devs put in collision for a lot of this, but there is still a way to step the wrong way and fall through the world. Sometimes you want to fall through certain things, very much like Seal Skip in Dark Souls 1, if you know that speedrun. And now we are doing some Skyrim. You can't stop me. It's happening. We're Skyrimming up the mountain. It's too late to kick me off the show.
No, the horse, it's tilted. What have I done?
You said that,
what have we done?
Literally, I was learning this running yesterday. I'm like, oh, we're Skyrimming.
Chat is, of course, popping off for both the spinny and the horse tilt. Good and correct.
Yeah, the notes do specifically say spin to win.
Good. Yes. That's important.
Spin to win, and then we do some mountain climbing, and then we're through.
Yeah. So again, it's the only glitch we see in this category, but it's a pretty good one. We have now made it to the world tree, essentially, or almost. We would need all 6 orbs to unlock the Rainbow Bridge. If we saw the cutscene, even though we have only 2 orbs, the cutscene would still show all 6. So legally, we have all 6 orbs. And, legally yes. For legal purposes, we've got all 6 orbs.
Yeah.
We can ignore all of these enemies. We don't need to level up anymore. We are in the home stretch here. There is one more encounter, but it is a scripted loss. So we don't have to be good at video games anymore. We can all relax.
Well, we have to avoid any encounters, but yeah.
Yes, we have to be good at running through video games. I mean, this is what
That's still a skill.
speedrunners love
Yeah.
games so much that they work for hundreds of hours to play as little of them as possible.
So
It's
true.
beautiful. Love to work hard to do less. I'll do a little lore drop now since we're not really going to see it. But what happens here, this is the end of Act 1. We are reaching the World Tree, and the World Tree opens up to us and reveals the Sword of Light, which is the sword used by the first luminary, aeons ago. And the hero is about to take the sword, about to seize his proverbial destiny, when he is struck from behind by a bolt of malicious sorcery by none other than Jasper. But it's fine because Hendrik and the king show up to be like, Jasper, what are you doing? And Hendrik's like, we can't allow this. And then Hendrik gets hit in the back with a bolt of malicious sorcery by the king of Heliopolis, who, big surprise, unless you heard me give this away multiple times over the last 2 hours, is possessed by the big bad of the game, Mordegon. And it's very Final Fantasy VI, like World of Ruin. This is, the classic. Well, I say classic. It's classic because I think of FF6, but I guess it doesn't happen really that often. But it's a story. It's one of those stories where halfway through the game, the villains win. And so were we to go on and see the rest of the run, the heroes would be, scattered far and wide. There'd be a bunch of individual vignettes and side stories before eventually reconverging and trying to rid the world of the evil that Mordegon has wreaked. And in part, and Mordegon even takes the Sword of Light and turns into the Sword of Shadows. And actually, it turns out that in the full game, there's actually like 5 swords called the Sword of Light. And if you think that didn't trip me up when I was learning this run at hyperspeed yesterday, you are out of your mind.
Also, I should mention that time is called after a couple cutscenes after this last fight when the save dialogue pops up.
So yeah, we do have this one last fight with Jasper, which we are going to lose as quickly as possible by defending, I believe. Yes.
Yep.
You can see that he's evil because he's glowing purple, and purple is obviously the color of evil.
Hey.
Look, you're the one who picked this game. We see Mordegon, who reveals that he has a 7th orb, an orb of darkness. I lied to you again. And that orb is purple as all get out. I don't know what to tell you. As I sit in my
All right, time's
entirely
coming up
purple
quick.
apartment.
And time.
GG, Jericandra. Incredible run. Thank you.
yes.
Thank you, Jerica and Kara, for coming in and supplying the RPG with the yapping it so richly deserves. I want to give you a chance to shout yourself out and what you've got going on beyond Fatales. And I also have some literally breaking news, which is that Jerica, alongside myself and I think 13 other Fatales, or 13 Fatales total, are also a part of the first wave of the Fatales Ambassador program. Woo! So in the 2 weeks leading up to Frost Fatales, which Jericandra is helping close down, with Final Fantasy X-2, there will be a ton of charity streams all around the internet, including at...
Yeah, find me on Twitch, Jericandra. Thanks so much for having us out. If you want to play Dragon Quest XI, if you want to learn the speedrun, come check out the Discord, come hang out. It's a really awesome community. We need more runners though, so yeah, come help us out with that. And Kara, do you have anything else anyone else to thank?
I am not an ambassador. I am, in fact, the reason I call out cowardly scum in games is because I am, in fact, a coward and scum myself. However, I will be running in Frost Fatales. I'm going to be running Neon Beats, which I'm very excited about. And you can come find me on Twitch at Oh Hey It's Kara. Twitch.tv/Oh Hey It's Kara. http:// Thank you so much for letting me do that. I love doing this so much. Thanks for having me. And thank you to Quack.
Yeah, thanks so much, Quack. Thanks, GDQ, for letting me do this, especially because it's a backup run, so we might not see it at Frost, but we might. So.
Yeah, but we can tune into Final Fantasy X-2 on Saturday the 15th. Thank you so much for coming on. We are going to take a quick break before moving to the whiplash continues, before moving to something a little bit more horrible when Astrid the Horror Girl takes the stage in a few minutes. But don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back. Oh, hello again. Welcome back to Make Your Own Victory, the show where we attempt to capture 100% of the joy of speedrunning with 0% of the completed video games. Friends, we are circling the halfway point of our Frame Fatales themed episode, but there are truly so many wonderful showcases on this Twitch channel coming up in the near future, beyond and besides. For instance, you can check out GDQ's International Transgender Day of Visibility celebration, a weekend hotfix showcase highlighting trans speedrunners on March 29th and 30th. You can use !trans visibility in the Twitch chat for more info. That's being organized by fellow hotfix showrunner Helix. I am also going to be hosting for that. We hope you will join. And if you are TGNC yourself, submissions are still open for that. They're open for a little bit less than a week longer. We'd love to see all of your fantastic speedruns to support the trans community. Returning to the Fatales, I mentioned at the start of this show that some of the speedruns we have today are of that beautiful bespoke persuasion where it's just like, hey, this is a speedrun category that I want to exist, and I heard this and was like, tell me more. And so I am unspoiled, uninformed, and so excited to check out Astrid the Horror Girl's run of Dark Messiah of Might and Magic, killing Leanna twice. Astrid, please tell me what's going on.
Hello, welcome. Well, you see, first of all, thank you very much for having me. I'm very excited to be here. And secondly, I made up this category for a couple reasons. The first reason is because the community around this game just keeps finding new tech like every other day, and it's just made me kind of throw my hands up in the air and go, okay, well, while y'all are just tearing this game apart in any percent, I'm just gonna be off on the sideline and figure out some other things in the game that I want to do. And second, this is my second favorite video game of all time, and it has one of my favorite NPCs of all time. And that NPC is very persuasive for me, and would really like it if this one particular other NPC named Leanna would just die. So I was like, of course, I'll do whatever you say because you're wonderful and I love you. So I figured, why not? Why not make a speedrun category about that? If you follow the steps correctly, you can actually kill this NPC twice in the game. So that is what I am intending to do. So that is why we are here. So if that sounds fun to you, I suppose we will begin in a moment. You ready, Quacksilver?
Absolutely.
All right. Then timer will start when I say resume game in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck, Astrid.
Thank you. We are starting on this level, which is chapter 1.2. This is after the tutorial and after the sort of introduction to the city of Stonehelm chapter, which is mostly cutscenes and such. Over there on my left, you can see her talking to some guards. That's Leanna. I'm not going to talk to her at all. I have no need to talk with her. I'm just gonna get through this gate, and because she's supposed to open the gate for you, but I'm like, why would I want to talk to her? Anyways, that's
Wow,
the end of that whole section.
We are starting off strong.
The manor is under attack. There are necromancers
So after a little bit of a cutscene where a whole bunch of story happens, and we talk about this guy named Eratir who might be the Dark Messiah that the game has mentioned. Yeah, I'm gonna kick this guy because he's in the way, and gonna hop out this window. Equip my daggers. The daggers are going to be extremely important. And I'm going to try to get through this gate here, right like that. Skipping a whole bunch of conflict. And we're just going to jump at this wall in such a way that we just kind of scale it. Oof. Okay. And skip basically 2 whole sections of the game by just coming down here. So we're right on our way. The main tech that you'll see in this game, and when any runner does this game, is what I'm doing right now with the daggers, which is the double dagger boost. With the double dagger boost, it's a kind of like frame perfect trick where you have to like jump, run, and use your special dagger attack all at the same time, multiple times, so that you can get a lunge forward. And if you're moving in a straight line, it moves approximately 11 times faster than your running speed. So it's good to be double dagger boosting when you can. The next trick here is gonna be a barrel warp, hopefully. If I don't get it in too long, I'll just do a safety strat. But basically, this is trying to climb on the barrel. Oh, I did it too well.
We love
climb on the
accidentally
barrel.
the geometry.
Yes. We're trying to climb on the barrel while we are picking it up. So I'm trying to do that right now. Pick it up while I'm climbing on top of it. And if you do that, the game doesn't know what to do, and it simply teleports you to a different set of coordinates that are identical to the ones that you're supposed to be at earlier. Because the game goes, oh wait, you can't be there. So I'm gonna put you where I think you should be, if not there, and that spot is closer to the end of the level, basically. But it's going to be stubborn, and that's okay. There is a safety strap for this. I'm going to try to go through this wall and hopefully not break the barrel. Just in a moment. There we go. And this will allow us to go just a little bit behind where that teleport would have taken us to. So this way is definitely slower, but like, as you saw, it's much easier to do than just kind of like doing the warp. I'm gonna grab that ring real quick. I'll explain why later.
Hey, did you hear what happened to Bennett? No.
Get past these guards.
Show some skill before I kill you.
Okay, my stamina is not looking great. Let me just get through this wall. There we go. And we're out of here.
Those dagger boosts are intense. Are you basically just like interrupting the attack animation with like movement? Is that what's sending you forward?
Yes, pretty much, but it's at like a very specific time. Also, I interrupted a spot where you're supposed to be locked to the floor, and it just does that to the screen for some reason. I don't know why. By the way, that's Leanna trying to talk to me. I don't want to talk to Leanna. I just want to go through this wall and leave. And
This might be my favorite speedrun category.
Just seeing Leanna and going like, yeah, I don't want to talk to you, pretty much is what this speedrun is. This is a pause launch. I am trying to pause the game while climbing. Basically, the game thinks about what my movement should be and just starts adding all of that movement together until it releases me. and I'm trying to bank off of that slightly tilted box to just launch up here.
If we don't stay low, those things will murder
And
us.
that skips a whole get on the boat, fight all the enemies on the boat, and all that stuff. So that's what we're doing. And now we are gonna skip an entire thing of like waiting for this door to open, but just going under and making the boat leave. And that while that skips the conversation with Leanna, it doesn't skip the time that the conversation would take. So we just have to look out this window for a while. But that is a summary of all the tech that you're going to see in the game. Now,
I feel nauseous. Wake me when it's over.
that voice is the demon that has possessed me and lives inside my head, Zana. She's great. I love her. And she has done nothing wrong, ever. And basically, Leanna, this woman that we are going to be killing,
This guy could use a breeze to clear the.
she basically doesn't like demons, is super like, I hate demons. Demons are bad. I don't like demons at all. And she doesn't know that you currently are possessed by a demon. So you have to make a choice at one point. Do you want to fall in love with the demon woman inside your head, or do you want to fall in love with Leanna? So to me, the choice is clear. Demon woman in my head is perfect, and I love her.
Of a much greater dance, my dear.
This is, and you see, I have this dream with Leanna dancing with the villain of this game. That is Aaron Tier.
Join us.
He is a necromancer. He has a spider tattooed on his forehead.
Neither.
And yeah,
Learn soon.
they're saying some weird cryptic stuff to me. I've been having weird visions this whole game so far. And in this dream itself, I end up killing Leanna.
Is that one of the two?
No.
We get a free third bonus kill.
Yes, that's my dream bonus kill. But there is a way to skip Leanna on this boat here. But instead, I think it's necessary for us to just talk about how Leanna just like dismisses the orcs that are here. She's just like, oh yeah, there's lots of orcs here, lots of goblins here. They hate us, and this is bad. By the way, it's justified that they hate us because we like colonized them and made them fight for us in a war that they didn't want to participate in. But you know, I'm the good person in this game.
Hopefully we can avoid them, though they're very protective of the temple. Come on, let's go.
Okay, we're gonna do another pause launch. Right on over here. And I'm trying to bank off of that wall up there and curve my flight around the tree that you see on the left to land where we need to be. Ugh. Okay. That wasn't
Unreal.
great, but it works. All right.
Between the attack launches and the like pause momentum shenanigans, I have this deep fear in the pit of my stomach that this is like combining tech from several of my favorite speed games that I already play, and I'm like, oh no, am I gonna pick up this game too?
Would it help if I told you this game is on the Source engine?
Oh, that's so dangerous.
This was, along with Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, one of the games that was first like lent out to other developers to use outside of Valve for Source engine stuff. There we go. Just gonna go through the floor here real quick. And this is old tech. Nobody uses this anymore, but I think it's neat. Oh, by the way, I'm having a conversation with Leanna right now. And also, in case you haven't noticed, yes, I did in fact take out all the lines from the main character of this game and voice act them myself and mod them in. Okay. Oh,
And
hit the wall.
that's incredible.
Thank you.
Oh, this might be the first. I don't know. Is that true? Is this gonna be the first episode of Make Your Own Victory where I've had to pick up 2 games because of it? Maybe. We're on our way.
orcs are behind me. What I'm gonna do is drop some food out of my inventory while it's paused, which of course, you know, makes the food float in the air.
Not very honest, is she?
Everyone knows that. So we're gonna take this barrel, and what that food is doing is holding up a space so that when I throw the barrel at the ground, if I'm sharing the space with it, the engine just kind of goes, huh, well, I was gonna put you directly ahead, but there's food there, so instead I'll just put you on the other side of the wall. That orc came up on me a little fast. I have an unfortunate thing right now, which is called the jump glitch. Sometimes when you're loading out of a game, it won't let you jump. There we go. So right now I'm gonna wait to hear me scream about Leanna dying behind me. Leanna! There we go. Perfect.
The spider statue.
Okay, I'm breaking these just as a safety strat to grab antidote, because there's things that'll poison you down here, and if we get the bad RNG, they'll be right where we need to go, and poison sucks. Basically, poison goes until it brings you down to 5 health, and fall damage is gnarly in this game, so having 5 health is extremely unfortunate.
Okay, wait. Fall damage, poison everywhere, absurd movement glitches. I'm not asking you to confirm or deny that this is a Souls game, but I am asking you, if I were to pick it up, can I tell people that it's my second Souls game?
You know, I often tell the Souls community, I'm just like, listen, this game has everything you want. It's ridiculously hard for no reason. The fall damage is absurd. And there's also some really neat NPCs who are doing vague things that you're not sure are moral or bad. Just kind of, yeah, that seems about right for the world that we're in, kind of thing. So basically it's a Souls game, but in first person.
You have my, and I hope several other people in the chat's full undivided attention.
Honestly, the hardest part about this game is getting it to not crash.
Yeah, so you talked a little bit setting up for the show about the rather delicate ecosystem that this game presents. And also that it's one of your favorite games of all time. How did you come by Dark Messiah of Might and Magic such that you are still playing it in 2025?
Can't you feel it calling to you?
This was a game that I played the demo on the Xbox 360 back in the day. And then the game came out, and I had a friend who was like, don't play it on the Xbox, play it on the PC. The PC version is better. And I was like, well, I don't have a gaming PC, so I just never got around to it. And then when I finally did and got a gaming PC, this is one of the first things I got, and it was incredible. It was so incredible. And yeah, just basically, actually the closest game that you can compare this to would be Dishonored. If you're a Dishonored fan, you'd probably like this. This is one of Arcane's first games, their second game I think they ever worked on. And is very much it's like kind of like the end of the first wave of immersive sims. Hold on, I'm dragging my daggers out of my inventory during that little flash, because my inventory was being wiped right there. And if I throw my daggers out, the daggers will just be what I pick up on the start of the next level, so that I still have those for speed tech on the next level. I'm showing this cutscene because, again, Leanna's dead. And also, there's Anna, my beautiful love. See, I would do anything for her. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Yeah.
My prince.
And also, we died in the last cutscene near the end of it, but Zana brought us back to life, and we are awakening from our death, and now we are even more demon than we were before.
Being killed and then revived will do that to you sometimes, I hear.
Yeah.
Even more closely, and some of my
Yeah,
tasks
indeed.
first to command.
We actually do get demon mode from this. Oh my gosh, that's only the second time I've seen that, when the orc tries to throw the body over the ledge and it just gets caught on the ledge and doesn't make it.
Let's show you.
This game is wonderful.
Being very, very sold. So that you said you played it for a while. What made you pick it up as a speed game? Because I know, much like all of our runners that have been on the show today, you run conservatively 45 different speed games. So I'm sure it wasn't like a terribly difficult decision. But what got you into the speed run?
So I wanted to run this game for basically since I got into speedrunning, and then I looked at the world record and I was like, I don't even know what's happening in this game. I don't even know what's happening in this run. So that, as a very early runner, it was very intimidating. And as I got more into speedrunning and took up harder and harder runs, I went, you know what? I'm gonna try to learn the Dark Messiah speedrun, even if I don't do very good at it, even if I start struggling and have a hard time. I think it's good to challenge myself on things that are outside my comfort zone for runs. So I wanted to do that, and what better game to do it with than a game that I love so much.
A Cyclops in captivity.
Yeah, I mean, that is the
Impressed.
classic speedrunning advice to any burgeoning speedrunners in the Twitch chat. You pick a game you love enough to play over and over again and just go a little faster, and then some other stuff happens, and then you're performing it at marathons, and your life is fundamentally different, and all of your friends also have 3,000 hours in the same video game or whatever. Maybe I'm forecasting a little too hard. You can just do the first part.
No, that's exactly how my life went.
Yeah, basically. I feel like that's a fairly common Fatale's through line.
Yeah, pretty much. So this pause launch is actually pretty simple, but it's been messing me up on practices, so I'm hoping that it goes well. The nature of this one is just very precise. Oh no!
Oh.
It's just very, very precise. And I used to have this one down perfectly, but my practice today, it's just been a little bit off. Oh, that was a bit too much.
So it's a question of how long you stay paused that is your cue you're looking for?
It sure is. Please, no. And there's that very sweet spot on this one, just because it's too much, you hit the ceiling, too little, you just don't make it. And trying to find the great in-between can be difficult, but there it is. Excellent. Nice. And that basically just skips the entire level. We're going to do... Oh, got caught on the load.
That tiny half yell for presumably a fall damage cue. Incredible.
I'm glad you appreciate the tiny half yell.
Much like with the core movement tech, between the yell and the dagger launch, and this is going to be a wildly out there reference and also extremely in character for me, but I'm getting some Another Crab's Treasure vibes from this game in a way that is making me want to pick it up.
Oh, put me there. Okay. This one can be a little tricky because you want the book to be floating at this certain specific spot so that when you grab it, you want to climb on it and grab it at the same time, and if you do, it'll throw you back through the wall. It just throws you back in general, but while you are in that momentum, you do not have collision, so it puts you right back through that wall. This is the costliest trick in the game. Not necessarily the hardest, but the costliest, because it's just the sheer amount of time that you lose if you mess it up is terrible. So I'm going to give it 3 tries if I don't get it immediately. And if not, I have a safety save immediately after, because otherwise we'll just be here a long time.
Sure.
The idea here is to...
Energy.
Yes, thank you. I want to bounce off of that on this pause launch to launch me up here. Perfect. Okay.
Nice.
Oh, that trick stresses me out. Gonna pick up all those because I will need them for a specific fight that is avoided in every category except this one that I made up. So just need to grab as many healing supplies as I can for it, because it is not an easy fight. So because this game, it rewards you on objectives complete and not just like killing enemies to give you skill points, we now have enough skill points to level things up the way that I would like them to be. We have everything. So we unlocked this ability called Sanctuary, which just negates all damage for about 15 seconds, including fall damage. So now that we have this, the game is significantly easier now for the speedrun, because you can just be like, I can just fall down there. Hooray. We're gonna come over here and let this barrel go by. And there's one more little section here. What's funny is that the way that this game calculates momentum is if you dagger boost down that little hole, you just die. Because it's like, you're going too fast, you hit the ground and die, sorry.
Wow. Brutal.
Yeah, it is so mean. Okay, so once again, we are at this point where it's like, hey, this is supposed to be a puzzle, by the way, where you figure out how to get down without dying. But again, we can just fall and not have to worry about like maneuvering our way down the cliffs to make it to the bottom. We can just turn on Sanctuary and hit the bottom and we'll be fine. So that one's less speed tech and more just like, that's how the game works.
Hey, sometimes that counts for speed tech. We love it when the game just hands you one.
Absolutely.
So you mentioned that this fight is only found in the extremely prestigious Killing Leanna Twice speedrun. How different would you say this category is from any % on the whole, to sort of establish the bounds of what we're up to today?
Fun fact, any %, this next section that we're about to go to, you literally just pick up a barrel, go through a fence, and the entire chapter is over. All the levels, all the sections, all the characters and NPCs, you skip all of it. You can just do that in any % by grabbing a barrel just to my right and turning around behind a gate, and you're gone, and that's it. So it saves a lot of time. Real quick, I'm gonna just reach through this wall here and grab that lever for later. Basically, that lever is how we get back, but the elevator is called up to the top. So I'm just sending it down so that it's waiting for me when I'm done with everything. But yeah, now I'm just going to be double dagger boosting my way through the city of necromancers. And I just want to point out something. So Leanna is currently being held prisoner by the necromancers. Some thief, me, breaks in, flying everywhere, using these superpowers, not killing everyone, not messing anything up, flies in, kills their prisoner, and then leaves. That's all that happens. This is the perfect speedrun category, actually. I'm a very simple duck. I see incredibly silly speedrun categories.
Magical key.
and Fatal's mentioned, and I'm like,
Yes.
sign me up.
Excellent. I'm very simple about this as well. I see silliness in speedrun, and I just get very excited. Okay. Doing some safety heals.
As your literal name on this here internet might imply, you make a good amount of silliness out of some games that are normally very outside of my comfort zone, certainly. But because the horror game in particular that you're running for Frost it's Amnesia, right?
Yes.
It's Amnesia the Bunker. Like, are you generally a, like, I will give every horror game a shot sort of person, or are there like franchises like Amnesia that tend to be your home base? Like, what are the bounds of the horror girl?
So I am attracted to running horror games mostly because as a casual gamer, I'm a horror game fan. And every once in a while I come across a horror game that I'm just like, this movement seems ridiculous. Let me see if I can go fast in it. So I'm very motivated to speedrun games that are horror games and have ridiculous movement stuff in them. Because if it's a horror game, I've probably played it. And if it's a horror game with really silly speedrun stuff, I've probably played it and I've thought, I wonder. I wonder. So for me, it's as simple as like, I just play a lot of horror games, and if one has silly movement, I'm willing to try.
That is awesome. I love, even though I am not a horror girly because I have a weak constitution, I do love genre loyalists. We saw one earlier today with Jarakandra and RPGs. And just like being able to really pick apart the intricacies of many, many similar but distinct games is very, very cool.
No, I agree. I know lots of folks who, of course, in my circles, we run across each other in Resident Evil, Silent Hill, and there's kind of a trick you can find in between those kinds of games where the logic just kind of overlaps in the genre. And there's some of those that I'm like, yeah, I'd love to give that a try, but some of them I'm not super interested in because I'm like, I don't know, I can't do silly, weird dagger attack speed things in it. All right, so this is Giant Spider Boss, just so everyone knows if you don't want to see Giant Spider. Oops. I forgot to do a really important thing, and I'm going to hide over here while I remember to do the really important thing. There we go. Oh, and while I was doing important thing, I got poisoned, which is why I picked the poison up. All right. Bam. Okay. We are going to try to kill the spider boss very, very quickly. Faster than the game wants us to, because, of course. Spider's being very, very rude. As you can see, this is basically just a FromSoft fight.
I'm Dark Messiah gaining more and more Souls-like clout by the minute.
That is poison again. Gotcha. Okay. He's being a little bit stubborn right now. There is a fast kill on him, but I kind of missed it. Oh, he's dying. Cool.
Nice. Okay. Good spidering. Is that the end of the arachnids on screen?
I'll have to run past a few, but it will be. We're coming up near the end of it.
Cool.
This is Leanna. She was put in the spider pit.
Thank you.
I'm saving her so that she gets out. And now I can kill her.
The game doesn't let you kill her until after she's been freed from the spider pit?
Yep.
That's so funny. and also brutal. All right,
Yes.
so that is officially one of our 2 Leanna kills.
Yes, that is
Okay.
the first of 2 Leanna kills.
We don't count the dream. We don't count the being abandoned in a fight we skip. We're 1 of 2.
Yes. And spiders are gone.
Get the skull and fulfill your destiny.
I want to point out something. Now, Quacksilver, I want to hope that you'd be on my side, so hear me out.
Oh, okay.
The thing is, my demon girlfriend, this is what she wants from me. She's just like, listen, you are half demon, half human. You are, as the prophecies foretell, you are supposed to free us all from the prison from which we've long been shackled, so that we can come out of Sheog, which is hell, essentially, and be thriving. And also, I'm in love with you. Really cool. Leanna, her whole thing is like, I sure hope we find whoever that Dark Messiah is who's supposed to free all the demons, and then we stop them. Because I hate demons and we can never let them come back. And if you do save Leanna there, and she does not die on the way out, you don't kill her or anything. Oh, game crashed. My bad.
All right. Of course, it fated to happen. We will take a sec to quickly address the tech. Oh, what a beautiful video!
What a beautiful
game.
video
Thank
game.
you for bearing with us. Thank you for bearing with us, Twitch chat.
Come here. Okay, we're good.
All right. You've warned us this might happen.
Yes.
The moral choice I suspect you were about to offer me was simply too powerful for Dark Messiah of Might and Magic to handle.
Yes. Listen, basically, you get a choice when you save Leanna because you've been saved by a demon. Your life has been saved. You know, she can now suddenly sense that you are more demonic, and because of that, hold on, the door is being weird. Okay. Up. Oh, that's weird. That was weird. Okay. Okay. Oh.
All right. While we address some tech things super fast, I will give the preemptive. Astrid is also going to be running Amnesia the Bunker every percent, which I am curious about. Once we get back into things, I have some perhaps some questions there. But Amnesia the Bunker every percent is going to be on the Tuesday, the 11th, for Frost Fatales.
Yes, indeed. We are good. All right. Oh. I am good to continue, and we are good to continue.
All right. I believe you can count us in.
In that case, let's do 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right. Good luck, part 2. We did it. I someone in chat earlier said this is the true Dark Messiah of Might and Magic experience.
Yes. That is accurate. Okay. I will attempt this one more time. Leanna finds out that you're half demon. She asks you to exorcise that part of you out of your body so that you can be together. And if you don't, she literally tries to kill you. So I'm just saying the demon is the less toxic relationship. That's all I'm saying.
I think this makes sense.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Because I think that if she was worth it, she wouldn't ask me to change, you know? That's what I'm saying. So, Zana, clearly, demon girlfriend. Leanna, how dare you? How rude. Oh, okay. So, I'm going to jump in the air, pull out a mushroom, have it float in the air. And now I'm going to use that mushroom to pause launch over this. Isn't that exciting?
Wow. This feels like a good level of like quote unquote glitchiness that I can get behind. It's like, yeah, we've got sometimes your momentum just does that where that is kind of whatever the speedrunner wants it to. And sometimes the walls aren't real. But really, what's a fake wall between friends?
Exactly. No, exactly. Okay. Getting my mushroom back. We are on an auto scroller right now, so I can just take my time. Waiting for Percy to open the door for me. So right now, Percy's explaining that it's like, yeah, I can take you to the aqueducts that will lead you to the Necromancer City. We're not actually going to go to the Necromancer City because in front of the door to the Necromancer City is going to be Leanna.
I have a sneaking suspicion what we might be doing there.
Yes, exactly. All right, so there's several routes that you can take here, but I'm going to take the route that is reach through this wall, grab the key to open this door, and just start an auto scroller that has Percy going to a certain spot. So while I'm doing that, I might as well just grab a few supplies. I don't need very many. Yeah, and now we just wait. I cannot stress to y'all how much I love Zana, my demon wife. She's great. And all she has ever wanted for me is what's best for me. And if what's best for me is to be seated at the throne of God with my demonic heritage, that sounds good, you know? Why not? I stab him so that he goes down the ladder faster.
It's the most speedrunner brain of all time. Yeah, Chad asking a question that's sort of been floating around my mind. How does Leanna come back? Does she just do that? Because she's anti-demon.
Oh, you'll see.
Okay.
Oh, you'll see.
I understand that like necromancy is a thing in this world that we are actively on our way to engage with, except for the category.
Oh. I was a little bit left on the jump. Okay. There we go. But yeah, you will see how Leanna comes back. It is fun.
Can't wait. While you travel, what is every percent to shift gears briefly to talk about your Fatales run coming up in a little bit? 2 weeks. What is
yes.
every percent in Amnesia?
Every percent is basically every speedrun on the speedrun leaderboards, all back to back right next to each other. So it is completing the game in any percent in bounds, any percent no major glitches, and any percent glitchless. So it's beating the game 4 times in a row, 4 different ways, as fast as we possibly can, in under 45 minutes, hopefully.
That rules. I was like, surely this isn't just a weird way of saying hundo. Chat is now, of course, predicting why Leanna is the way she is. I do like the evil twin theory. Doesn't feel very Souls-like coded as the rest of this game has been, but could be.
There we go. Oh yeah, Percy's mad at us because we won't talk to him right now. So you'll hear him in the background popping off about me not helping him. But I don't need him anymore because I have speedrun strats on my side. All right. Oh. Sometimes the hay bale. Oh. Hey, come here. I'll just reach through to grab it. Oh, that's unfortunate. Sometimes the hay bale is disrespectful to me, and that makes me sad. But we'll get through this. But yeah, Percy is yelling because they want you to do this whole fight thing to unlock the aqueduct door. And I'm just like, well, why open the aqueduct door when I can simply phase through it with my hay bale? You know?
We love a good... That's also a throwback to Skyrim. Sometimes you just need a cylindrical object and the disrespect for the walls.
That's true. That's true. All right. We are going to come up... There's a way to skip Leanna, but, you know, we have to deal with this.
I believe it is in the name of the category.
Yes. All right. We are opening up this door. This is a timed puzzle. So basically, you have just enough time to run down and do the thing because you're not supposed to be able to survive that fall that I just did. But, you know, Sanctuary. And there she is. She has been resurrected by the necromancers to be a lich.
You hate to see it. I understand where the category is going now.
Yes. And that does mean that time is coming up because if I do this properly, I'm going to try to kill her extremely fast. I'm going to try to knock her down, and then I'm going to try to kick her against a wall. And if you can get her on an uneven surface lying down, the game doesn't know what to do and just goes, she's dead, instead of trying to calculate where she's actually at. So that's what I'm going to try to do. Real quick, that's going to... Okay. Come on, game. Give it to me. This fight is also, like, extremely easy if you just know the speed strats for the dagger boost and just apply them to a boss fight instead. There it is. Time.
GG. What a silly category.
Yes. Yes, it is. But I want to point out...
with pure affection in my voice.
Oh, I hear it.
You wanted to point out?
Yeah, I wanted to point out that I made this category up for the 2 reasons, but it goes for emphasizing that this game has been just... This game came out in 2005. Every single day, I go to the Discord there is discussion about new strats, or a new strat has been posted, or another level has been skipped entirely. And this is an ongoing, incessant thing. So for Hark the Human, Radwoo, Moonstruck, Funzy, Dogmeats, y'all, I appreciate what you're doing, but my goodness, cannot keep up with all of this. And that is a lot of strats that y'all are just coming up with and finding. Incredible work. And y'all are truly doing amazing things for this game and its speedrunning community. And it also inspired me to make this category because I do not like Leanna, and I feel like I have demonstrated why in this speedrun, and I feel like it was well received, hopefully. Thank you for having me.
No, of course. Tell the people real quick on your way out. Tell the people who you are, where they can find you, and what you're up to when you're not appearing on Fatales.
Yes, I am Ash for the Horror Girl. I play horror games and I speedrun horror games. That's pretty much what I mostly do. If I'm doing anything else, it's unlikely, but yeah.
Amazing. Thank you so much again, Astrid, for coming on. And we are going in a few minutes to turn the dial all the way to the other end of the emotional spectrum, leaving horror and heading to the backyard when we come back from our next break in just about 5 minutes. So please don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Make Your Own Victory, the show where we attempt to capture 100% of the joy of speedrunning in 0% of the completed video games. Rattly here and I have been thoroughly enjoying the Fatales episode as we move into our final 2 runs of the day, but there is so much more games done quick going on this and next month, not the least of which is this upcoming weekend, you can tune into Speedruns 2025 from the 27th of February through March 2nd, benefiting Doctors of the World. Use !Speedons in chat, that is SpeedONS, to learn more. That is a major French language charity event with English restreaming being done for the first time by Games Done Quick, which is super, super exciting. You can also join the official GDQ Discord and add the Hotfix role, where you can keep tabs on upcoming events, talk with staff, and more. Use !Discord in the chat for more info. And speaking of staff, for the briefest moment, and this may be the only time I get to say this, so I'm going to make sure I do it right. For the briefest interlude, welcome back to Black, gamers, because you may have seen her running Wolfenstein or as part of the interstitial team for that fantastic event that you should check the VODs for, here to completely tonally change from both Wolfenstein and Dark Messiah, running, and I cannot stress this enough, Backyard Soccer Indoor Invitational. Please give it up for Anarchy.
Oh my goodness. Hello everyone. Welcome back to Black, or such similar sentiments. My name is Anarchy. You might have seen me around on the GDQ channel. I do a lot of everything. But yeah, today we are going to be doing backyard soccer. So this is so very different from literally everything else I do. But, you know, we are so back. So straight from the desk of Mr. Clanky, dear Coach Anarchy, we will be doing the off-the-wall indoor invitational. And this is a very exciting indoor soccer tournament. We will be accepting this, of course. So just so we can take a peeky poo at this. So our team is the Humongous All-Stars. They are Fatale colored. They're purple and yellow. So we're going to be doing 3 games. It's going to be the quarterfinals, the semifinals, and then the finals of the off-the-wall indoor invitational. And then, so we're going to be, on our side of the bracket, we've got the Abdominal Cherry Pickers, the Green Wombats, that's blue, but okay, and the Hat Tricksters. And then on the other side, we've got the Mighty Bombers, the Turf Mowers, which is awesome sauce, the Blue Boots, and the Carpet Sweepers. So we're going to go to our team bench. We have the Humongous All-Stars. We've got a great team here. We've got our GOAT Pablo, Reese Worthington, Amir and Ahmed, Dante, Kenny the GOAT, Ricky, and Annie, and they are going to be our team. So for our settings, just so we can check them, we're gonna be doing 2-button control, and we're gonna be doing easy and long games, because if this was short games, we'd be done in like 3 seconds. So so that's what we're gonna be doing. Time is gonna start when we press today's match, but just to show our roster here is what we're doing. We're gonna be 2-1-2, and maybe we'll bring out Pablo later. But anyway, without further ado, I think it's time. I think it's go mode time. So we're gonna start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Thank you. So we're gonna be playing the Abominable Cherry Pickers, and we're gonna go mode. So I cannot stress enough. This game is really easy. It's almost like this is a game that is 30 years old that is made for children. Okay, that's an awesome foul. I think we will be taking a goal kick here. Unfortunately, I suck at these. I'm really not gonna lie with you. I have no idea how these work at all. So we're just
wow.
Just kidding. I was so ready to be like, oh, never mind. I'm just the goat actually, but just kidding.
I heard you call it easy and was like, absolutely no way, no how.
Absolutely no way. So essentially what you would normally do in the speedrun for this game is you would just run around with the ball, and then we are so bad. You would just run around with the ball and then score 1 goal.
Let's go.
Let's go. We are so bad. Normally, okay, so I'm gonna be so for real with you. We're gonna like destroy every single one of these teams because it's almost like I'm an adult playing a game made for kids. But normally what you would do is you would run around and then you would run around with the ball, and then you'd score 1 goal, and then that would be the whole game. But instead, because I'm the GOAT, I think we're just gonna score as many goals as we can. We have enough time in I built the estimate for this. This is not a category that exists. I kind of just made this up, which is awesome. And it doesn't roll the credits, so you know it's cool mode.
Joining the long line of categories that exist in some way because of this show, which is honestly still ridiculous to me that y'all in your multitudinous speedrunning communities for a moment allow this to happen.
I felt like it, so you know.
It's beautiful.
Here we go, All-Stars. That is us. We are the All-Stars. Ricky on defense gonna send that right in there. We're just the GOATs. We're just so good. The cherry pickers are not gonna know what hit them. They're just. We're like 2 seconds into the first half of the first game. They don't even know what hit them.
What is your, if you have stats on this, what is your score attack sort of PB for strongest domination of an enemy team in backyard soccer?
I can't remember backyard soccer, but I do know my best game in backyard baseball, which you should also check out, which is going to be awesome, at Fatales, was 25-1. So
let's go.
That was like the greatest night of my life. It was nothing short of amazing. It's great.
Yeah, so talk a little bit about that, because obviously you ran Wolfenstein 2 at Back to Black, and then you are running backyard baseball at Frost Fatales. So slightly different sort of, I think, different audiences for the game, slightly different tones. How did that become? I know you also play Uno Bingo, have run that in the past. How did you fall into that sort of wide variety of speed games and challenge runs?
I would say that we're like destroying these people first off, but I would say I kind of landed. I started running Wolfenstein games. Those were kind of like my first like real speed games that I ever did. Just because I love the franchise. I think it's great, and I think you all should play those games, especially now. But there got to be a point where I was bored, I think, and I wanted some silly things to do, and I stumbled across Uno, and then like within like the first couple of days of me running that game, I had a world record. It wasn't like a real world record. Well, no, it was a real world record. A record is a record, but it wasn't like for Uno runs. For most of the runs, you do like aisle runs. You run like individual decks until you just win the game. But I didn't do that. My first world record in Uno was my first world record in Uno was losing. There is a category where you just lose as fast as possible, and I did that completely on accident, and it was like the greatest thing ever. So I just kept running the game, and now I have like 5 world records in Uno. And then also I was like, how can we do this in a way that is more fun? And so a bingo appeared. So that's how that happened. And then also there's like a limited amount of games in the Wolfenstein franchise, and I wanted to keep submitting runs for like the Black GDQ events, and so I just started like conjuring up stuff to do. At one point I did like an Overwatch speedrun, which makes also no sense, but I was just like, sure. So then there was that, and then the re-release of these games happened, and I loved them so much. So I was like, why don't we just do that? So now we're here. And now we're beating children at soccer really badly.
And that's, you know, the proof of the indomitable human spirit, that you can speedrun, you can make a speedrun out of truly anything. And
you can do literally anything.
Sort of the entire ethos of this show, but also just of me as a person, I feel like. and knowing that, because we also have like a full, in somewhat scare quotes, baseball block at Fatales, which I am super excited about. I forget, are you running before or after the Mario baseball run?
I think it's after.
Which I'm so absurdly excited for. The genius of the Fatales Games Committee knows no bounds.
It must be studied genuinely. When I saw that, I was like, I lost my marbles. I have no idea what is happening right here, by the way. I'm so lost. This is awesome, Sauce. What is going on?
They're playing defense.
Right, sure. They're just as confused because I don't know.
How much of the alright mercy rule of
I'll be honest, I don't even know if there's a mercy rule. I don't even know.
Probably not if you've won backyard baseball 25-1.
Yeah, that's
You would think they would mercy rule somewhere before then. How much of the backyard sports games did you play like when you were younger?
So I didn't grow up with these games in particular because this game is what, 98. I didn't exist for another like 5 years. So sorry to give everyone psychic damage.
I deserve it. No, I asked.
I didn't exist for another like 5 years, so I didn't grow up playing the PC games, but I did grow up playing the Wii versions. I played Backyard Baseball 2009 so much. That is our first game, by the way, so we're going to be moving on in the Indoor Invitational. So, yay! So we're going to be playing the Hat Tricksters, which is awesome sauce. But anyway, I grew up playing the like Wii versions. I played Backyard Baseball 09 a lot, like an unhealthy amount as a child. That one in the 3D football one too. I forget what year it was, but I played those so much. It also helped that I like grew up playing sports, so I was like genuinely like a backyard kid. Like the kids in my neighborhood, we played like every kind of sport in whoever's backyard. We just like assembled and we played sports like this. So I like being able to have that experience in my life and then playing the games and it being like the same thing was just like so cool. And then these came out last year. These are re-releases of the original versions because what is happening?
Oh my gosh, they actually leveled up.
There we go. But yeah, they Playground Productions, Mega Cat Studios, they had to basically build these games from the ground up again because they're very, very old. They didn't have the original code, and it's very hard to get the original versions of these games working on like modern hardware. So basically, they from the ground up recoded and recreated these games to give everybody their childhood back, which is so amazing. And I absolutely applaud them for doing that because I love these so much. But yeah, these also aren't the only ones. Backyard Baseball, Backyard Soccer aren't the only ones they're going to be re-releasing. These are just the ones they've done so far. That was amazing from outside
Let's
the 18.
go.
Kenny is my goat. Whoa, that's my goat. That's my goat. But they're also going to be doing Backyard Baseball 2001, Backyard Basketball 2001. I'm trying to remember the years. Backyard, what is it? It's another baseball one. What is happening? Ooh, that was really scary. Baseball 2001, Basketball 01, Hockey 2002, and there's like one other one. I forget what it is, but so yeah, there's something for everybody, and I'm very excited for those to come out. I think if you like these games, if you grew up playing them, or even if you just want to try them out, they're only $10. These are $10 on Steam, and they're even cheaper when there's Steam sales. So definitely like tap into these. They're so fun. These are like the best like turn your brain off, put on a YouTube video type games that exist ever.
Yeah, and you know, I am of course a withering ancient who played these games. Who played these games in early time. I'm not actually like that ancient, but I was born before Backyard Baseball, and it's so funny to me in the most positive way to like see, like I was surprised by how much nostalgia awakened in me, because I know you ran Backyard Baseball for the Hotfix Showrunner Showcase. Everyone tune into Hidden Heroes.
So true.
If you like, and speaking of Fatales and Back to Black, because the most recent episodes of Hidden Heroes, which is of course Anarchy's Hotfix show, have all been Back to Black community members showing off some runs from that event too. But like when you ran it for the showcase, I was like, oh wow, this really awakened something in me.
Yeah, these I didn't even grow up playing these, but these like they do something to me. I can't lie. One of the greatest YouTube videos I have ever seen. It's a two-parter by Ryan Kramer, and it's essentially in Backyard Baseball 2001 doing a Moneyball challenge, like the movie Moneyball, doing that. But with backyard kids, it's like the greatest like storyline I've ever seen. Essentially, in the 2001 games, like after these first couple of ones, they started adding like child versions of pro players. And because they're, you know, pro players, they're like obviously kind of better than the backyard kids. So most people will, you know, pick like the kid pros. And in the Moneyball challenge, they famously didn't have any money, so they had to kind of, you know, go on like a shoestring budget to make the A's work. So in the Backyard Baseball Moneyball challenge, essentially what he did was you could only use backyard kids. You couldn't use any power-ups. You couldn't use any power hits, which are the best hits in like the game, because you just like boot the baseball. And it's genuinely so amazing. It's one of my favorite two YouTube videos ever. And maybe one day coming to you, either once that game comes out, or there's also a way to not play with any of the backyard kids in these games as well. You might see a Moneyball challenge speedrun coming at you.
I am so excited. That just conceptually, that level of like shrugging off the game is obviously fully in my wheelhouse.
Oh yes, the other one was Backyard Football. It was Backyard Football. Thank you. Awesome chatter. It was Backyard Football. Backyard Football is also the other one that I like. I can't believe I forgot that one. But Backyard Football, I think that one is supposedly the next one that's getting re-released. I don't know though. I just heard that through the grapevine, but yeah, I'm very excited for these. They're so fun.
What's your, not to besmirch the good name of video games, but what's your favorite IRL sport? You mentioned playing a lot as a kid.
So I did play a lot of sports growing up. In particular, I played soccer for over 10 years. I played a lot of different positions, but I was a keeper for most of it. That was awesome. That was so cool, sorry. But
hey, we pop off.
We pop off. But yeah, I played goalkeeper for a really, really long time. and I absolutely loved it. I like fell in love with it. You kind of like control the field as a keeper. It doesn't really seem like that would be like right, but it's we had a power up. Sorry, we're gonna tell this story in a moment. I would like to, if we can, show off this power up before the game is over. But the power ups, you don't get that often in at least the way I play the game, because we're too good. They kind of only give them to you if you're like you miss a bunch of shots on goal. But if we can get the ball somehow, somewhere,
They're icing you out.
Okay, well, never mind. But yeah, I love soccer so much. I also played. We're in the finals, by the way. This is the last game.
Let's go.
We're playing the finals of the off-the-wall indoor invitational versus the carpet sweepers, which is amazing. So, I think just because we're gonna sub in the people's goat, Pablo.
Respect.
I love Pablo in this game so much because he's just like a little dude. The soccer ball is genuinely like as big as his head. It's so like, I love him. He's just a little dude. But yeah, I played a lot of soccer. I also I played softball as well. Also basketball. And then as like backyard kids, we also just like did a lot of stuff. I played a lot of football. Backyard football, whichever, I think it's 2008 question mark, I don't remember, but that one was also like really special to me because you got to pick the plays, and as like kids we just made up like so much like stupid stuff. Like I couldn't tell you why we had a play that was called fourth grade butt cheek. Like I couldn't tell you that, but like that's so stupid, and these games just like remind me of like just amazing times like that. Pablo scored. Let's go.
We did it.
Let's go.
For Pablo.
Do it for Pablo.
Pablo. It's good. No, Kenny had his time to shine in your first round, your quarterfinal. The finals is for Pablo. That's one of the other things I love about these games so much is you get to see, like, there are a lot of hidden heroes in this game, is what I'll say, actually. Hey!
There are so many kids that just, like, it was just, like, a great opportunity to, you know, see a lot of kids, like, see themselves in these games. Like, it's very... For a lot of kids, especially kids that, you know, look like me, it's hard to see yourself in games like any games at all, period. But, like, especially in, like, sports games. So, like, playing these games, you get to see all these kids. They're all coming together. They're having a great time. And, you know, you see yourself in them. It's like so amazing. Whoa.
Sorry, the total shift there was a lot. No, hard agree. And like, the casual, the not casual, but the, like, easy representation of just, like, people chilling and having these identities and having it be not like a capital T thing, but just a part of existence is super, super important. And why I'm a big fan of hidden heroes, and also just generally that style of representation in video games.
Well, yes. What is happening right now?
We're scrambling.
I'm confused. It's chill though. I like how the idle animations in this game are so awesome, because, like, if they're just, like, on the field and just, like, nothing's happening, like, Ahmed is just up there, like, rocking out. He's chilling. Like, he's so me. He's me coded. I also go everywhere with headphones on and just thinking about music. Me too.
Honestly, yeah, that's a mood. I think you said this before coming on, but not on the broadcast. Thank you so much for putting your team in Fatale's colors.
Of course, we love the humongous all-stars.
Because every Fatale is a humongous all-star, and you can reach out to the GDQ Fatales account in a number of places if you too wish to be a humongous all-star. !FF in the chat.
You are indeed a humongous all-star. This is the halftime. This is the last half. We're coming up on time here soon. This is why we're also playing on long halves, because there's also short halves as well, and we would have been done like 5 minutes ago. So the intent was that, so there's different difficulties where it makes, like, the AI, like, easier or harder. The intent was to play this on medium, because as we can see, this is like really Bob easy. We haven't been scored on yet. But this is technically in the career. For like regular speedruns, you would usually do like a pickup game and you'll get like a random team. And it's super RNG mode. But for this category that I made up, we can't do the indoor invitational unless we're doing like a career. This is kind of bad. Oh no, it's chill.
I believe in the perfect tournament.
It is so chill. Ooh, okay. It's so chill. Yeah. So it's like I said, it's different from the way these speedruns normally are, but they're the regular ones for this game where you would just do like a pickup game. All you do is you just run around with the ball and you just run around with it until the time runs out. But I didn't want to do that for this showing on Hotfix. We wanted to come in and go out with a bang.
You've got a good score attack. You get a free score attack with your speedrun, Twitch chat.
That was a wild slide. Whoa. Also, you usually don't have like fouls like that even turned on. Like usually you don't have fouls and you don't have offsides turned on. When I made the settings for this, you have to play like the first like third of the season to even get to this tournament. And I wanted it to be like fast, so I set it to easy. And then I realized once you start the season, you can't change the settings. So we're just a little extra sauce with our speedrun here. So, yeah. Like I said, we're almost done. We're
cruising through. What's spin your total point? Because you had like just about 10 points in the first game. We're coming up on a 20-point tournament, I think, with one or two more shots on goal here.
I don't even know. We'll find out when we.
I'm saying we gotta start tracking it. The people need to know. We need the score.
The people do need
too.
to know. I do want to see if I can at least get one more shot on goal. Go ahead, Pablo. Or somebody? Okay, I guess not. All stars.
AI is trying its best to clutch up.
Kenny Goat. Might get a wild cross in here. That's what Ahmed. I think he's a little tired. There is technically like stamina in this game. In these games, they have like the juice system. There's no like meter for it like there is in backyard baseball, so like you can kind of tell when they get tired they start running a little bit slower. Their shots are a little off the goal, and there we go, and time. Hooray!
Incredible. Anarchy, thank you so much.
Won! We win!
Coach Anarchy's All-Stars, Kings of the Carpet.
We have done it.
What a beautiful... Let this be a message of hope to all of us. No. Oh my god. Thank you so much for coming on and speedrunning quite possibly the silliest games. Chat, you have to check out the Wolfenstein stuff too. You need both halves of it to get the complete picture of this fantastic speedrunner. Anarchy, tell the people where you are, what you're up to on the internet.
Yeah, so once again, my name is Anarchy, Anarchy ASF on most social platforms. The ASF stands for As Football in this case, you know. Not Fortnite in this case, but yeah, you can find me on Blue Sky, anarchyasf.com. I also stream on twitch.tv. I've mostly been doing a lot of Wolfenstein stuff, but also I'll be practicing for Fatales, where I'll be doing backyard baseball. I'll be practicing for that soon. And we'll be, you know, having a ball of a time. Yeah, I have a show on GDQ Hotfix if you missed it. It's called Hidden Heroes, where we support and uplift and showcase minority and underrepresented speedrunners in the space. But yeah, Quack, thank you so much for having me on to show off this really silly and stupid game that we all love. I really appreciate it.
No, it is absolutely beautiful. And please, yes, do check out Hidden Heroes right here on GDQ Hotfix. Am I good? Like, I feel like the Disney Channel tone is kind of what we want for sports. But we are going to continue the pendulum swing. We move from horror into backyard sports, and we will move from backyard sports into epic fantasy. We will be back after the break with some Legend of Zelda. So stretch, hydrate, do what you gotta do, and we will see you right back here so soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Make Your Own Victory, the show where we attempt to capture 100% of the joy of speedrunning in 0% of the completed video games. Friends, we are coming up on our final run of the day. Soon it will be time to allow Rattly to go back and frolic with all of the other Ratals. But on our Frame Fatales episode, we have one more stellar run for you all. But there's plenty more hotfix besides. And if you're enjoying this show or what we do on this channel generally, your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gifts, and bits cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel help support Games Done Quick Hotfix. If you enjoy watching speedruns, which I have on good authority that some of you might, please consider subscribing to the channel to get access to our emotes as well as to chat with other subscribers during our replays. For our final run of the episode, of the evening, I can think of no better run to continue the pendulum swing than a good helping of everything that drew me to this concept of a show in the first place. If you are not familiar of game, regardless of vintage, there is always an absolute cornucopia of non-beat the game stuff going on. Our next runner is one of the most talented people to ever not beat a video game. Please welcome, running Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom Master Sword Restricted, Cloud.
All right. Hello, everybody. I think we're just about ready to get started then. As Quack introduced, I'm Cloud. I speedrun Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild primarily. Today we're going to be showing off a super fun category and a favorite of mine. This is Master Sword Restricted in Tears of the Kingdom. And so the aim of the game here is going to be to obtain the Master Sword as quickly as possible. And as for the restricted portion, we'll get to that explanation in a bit, because there's some crazy glitches in this game you can do to actually get a whole bunch of stamina early to obtain the Master Sword without having to complete any shrines besides the 4 required ones. So we're just going to go ahead. Oh, actually, you know what? I need to reboot here because I accidentally have a mod installed that we will not be using for this run. So, oh yeah, and I forgot to mention, joined with me on commentary is the wonderful speedrunner Moist Goulash. If you'd like to introduce yourself real quick as we're rebooting back in here.
Hello. My name is Moist Goulash. I run this game as well, mainly any percent, and I'm excited to be here.
All right, so without further ado, we'll just jump in and get started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck, Lab.
Thank you. All right, so right off the bat, despite the fact that this category has restricted in the name, there is specific methods that are banned to get the Master Sword. However, all other glitches are on the table, and we're going to be putting that to good use right at the beginning here. We're going to be attempting to clip out of bounds during this intro sequence, because normally we're supposed to walk through this cave sequence with Zelda, and she's got a lot on her mind she wants to tell us about. Unfortunately, her lovely dialogue takes a long time, so we're going to attempt to get out of bounds here with what we call a climb jump clip. If Moist, you want to take over while I try to set this up?
Yeah, so on version 1.0 specifically, Link can go through the ceiling just like that. For some reason, Link just, when he jumps through specific collision, he just goes out of bounds. And so here, there's a bunch of Zelda triggers we're going to try and avoid. And this will skip a lot of the yapping that Zelda does, saving approximately 1 minute, I believe.
Just about, and it's quite hard to see where I'm going because it's pitch black. This is an area that you're never supposed to access in game. And once we get to this intro section here, which thankfully I feel like that went a little bit too smoothly. I'm gonna play it safe and not go for the risky jump. We're just gonna run down the tunnel on the roof here. But yeah, you can see kind of this is what we would be running through, minus all the cutscenes and dialogue sections that we'd have to talk with Zelda about. Now, if you want to be cheeky and be like, wait, what's that on Link's back? Is that not the Master Sword I see? Unfortunately, that doesn't count, because not only just from a logical perspective of, okay, well, you actually have to do the speedrun to get the Master Sword. Of course, that doesn't count. Even in-game, it's not the same sword as you would obtain by pulling it from the head of the Light Dragon. Spoilers for a 2-year-old game coming up, by the way. If you haven't played Tears of the Kingdom, turn this off, go play it real quick, and then if you can do it in under an hour, come back and see the end of this wonderful category. Now, as I was saying, that sword attached to Link's back is actually just a placeholder called Message Not Found. And if you tuned into my All Dungeons run at Awesome Games Done Quick last month, you may have seen that sword put to good use in that speedrun. We don't need it in this run because we have pretty much almost no combat that we're going to need to do. This category is very movement focused, and we have a lot of glitches in this game to facilitate quick and easy movement. Well, easy maybe not. Easy might be stretching it, but we've got some fun stuff that we're going to show off, so I'm excited to display this category. So as we're watching this cutscene here in Master Sword's gonna get broken, this is the start of our little, like, you know, our plot that we've got going on with the Master Sword. It's gonna go through its own journey here. They're gonna send it back in time to be fixed for 10,000 years. And so while Zelda is waiting 10,000 years to get this sword back, we're gonna go pick it up in just over an hour. The world record for this category is 1 hour and 7 minutes by yours truly. And it's definitely not optimized. And by the way, I should probably mention too that I'm going to be running a brand new route for this category that not only has this category never been shown off at a GDQ event before, but this is also just my second day running this route. It's not super different from what it used to be, but it will be faster. So there is a decent chance that if we can get a clean run, I might be able to press for a PB here. We'll see how things go. I don't want to.
No comms curse, but I am full of energy now. I'm ready. I believe in the world record.
Me too. I believe it.
This is gonna be fun. We're gonna try to play to the best of our ability, of course. I went for one safety strat. There's one more I'll probably go for, but past that, there's really not even any safety strats you can do. This run, the way it is now, it can be incredibly punishing. After you get off the Great Sky Island, which is our tutorial area that makes up the first half, first 1/3 of the run or so. We're going to be having to perform a lot of glitches to get around without dying because, pardon me, unlike most Tears of the Kingdom speedruns, we are going to be completely skipping the paraglider. We are not going to be getting it at all, as it takes about 3 or 4 minutes to do. A lot of cutscenes, a lot of kind of superfluous movement, but we don't need that because we have the paraglider at home, which we'll get to later. And when I say the paraglider at home, it fulfills the same purpose, but it's also way more jank, and there's some input-heavy executions that we'll have to do to avoid dying. So it'll be fun.
That sounds like Zelda tech, yeah.
More or less, and this game is still in its infancy compared to other 3D Zelda games. Of course, it hasn't even been out for 2 years yet, but the number of glitches and tech that's been discovered and implemented in runs is honestly mind-blowing. Like, you look at Breath of the Wild, another game that Moist and I both run prolifically, they didn't get most of their best tech until just a few years ago, well, many years after the game was initially released. But Tears of the Kingdom has already got some super fun stuff and abusable stuff in just the first couple years, which will be super cool to show off. And this category has some things that are not unique per se, but you won't see in a category like Any Percent or All Dungeons. I like to think of this category as kind of a microcosm of the All Shrines run, which I also used to hold a world record for. There's 152 shrines in this game. To get the Master Sword from the Light Dragon, we'll need 2 wheels of stamina, which requires completing 20 shrines. So that'll kind of be our objective. We just need 20 out of the 152. But first, we got to get off Great Sky Island to complete the first 4 of those. If Moist, you want to explain the trick that's coming up right here?
Yeah, so if you haven't seen this yet, this is called Cog Skip, which is kind of like a mini sequence break. We're going to just be skipping like the terminal opening cutscene. but it serves another purpose, and that's to get wings early because developers decided to put wings up top, and they're very useful, as we'll see coming up. And nice, that was a very clean cog skip.
First try, by the way.
Very clean.
Yeah. So like Moise mentioned, we're going to be running out of the tunnel here, and we're passing by this shrine here. This is Recall. This one is kind of locked fourth in the order. We're not going to be able to get here. And unlike Breath of the Wild, if you're familiar with any of those speedruns, you can just clip in and get to the elevator without having to open the front door. Unfortunately, that was changed in Tears of the Kingdom. We're going to have to head down to the Temple of Time and open the door there, or attempt to open the door there, which will activate a quest flag, allowing the shrines to be open and completable. Like Moise mentioned, we're going to be grabbing our first of a few key Zonai devices that we'll be picking up throughout the run, which these are the wings. After Great Sky Island, we're not going to be seeing these much, but on Great Sky Island, they are incredibly useful for several things, including what I would consider one of the toughest tricks of the run, coming up right here. Every Tears of the Kingdom speedrun kind of starts out in the same way for the first 10, 15-ish minutes or so. And Master Sword Restricted is no exception. So to get down to the Temple of Time, you can kind of see it off in the distance there, to Link's right. And there's our dragon that we'll be chasing down later on in the run. But it's at such a lower elevation that to get from there to the shrines, which is kind of high up on the mountaintop, we're going to have to set up this trick called a Void Warp. Where basically, if we can manage to get all the way down there without touching the ground, we can jump off the side and void out, and we'll respawn right back up top where we initially jumped off. Now this requires a very precise trick called Wing Flip that I'll let Moise take over while I try to execute this here. And if we miss it, it's no big deal. It's just several seconds time loss.
Yeah, so this is probably one of the hardest tricks in this game. We're going to try and attempt to flip a wing, let it become vertical, and then Link can wall grab, which will reset his height value. And possibly?
I think we're too low.
Too low.
Second try is fine. So this is still saving time. We will be able to get a Void Warp, just not the one all the way up top like we'd hoped for. I'm just gonna come and talk to this guy. So from here we can touch the ground and we'll just reset up our Void Warp here. Even though I got the Wing Flip, I was too far down, so I hit the autosave trigger. That would have put us back up at the stairs. So what I'm gonna do instead is just run off the wing here and get a new autosave. And it'll just be about 20 seconds time loss as we run up through the cave. Nothing super crazy. At least I didn't get smacked.
Nintendo Switch?
Yeah, this is actually, if you guys are curious what the Switch 2 looks like, I've actually got my hands on a prototype copy right here, straight from Nintendo.
Wow.
I mean, surely they've sold that before, that design for Joy-Cons, right? It would be a missed opportunity not to.
All I'm saying is if the Switch 2 doesn't come with a Purapad skin, I'm gonna freak out. So yeah, we'll try to, get on my way, please.
Yeah, so we're gonna do like a mini version of it here. So we still can't touch the ground and the wings don't count as ground. So we're gonna try and touch the temple door, void out, and then this will put Link all the way back to where we just got the Purapad.
And we've got one more objective on the way. There's a poor little construct there that doesn't know his life is in danger. When I said there's very little combat in the run, this is about the the point of what we'll be doing here. We're gonna try to just, yeah. Thank you for your sacrifice. I'll be taking these tools. I'm gonna play it very safe here. Alright, should be good.
Nice.
And just like Moise mentioned, we're gonna be jumping off the side here. And this should put us right back up where we got the Purapad. So just take a little bit of damage. Oh, I think I might have to grab the peppers. Yep, there we go. Looks like we got it. So normally we'd be heading way up there and we can just take a wing and dive all the way down to the first shrine. without that, we're going to have to run through this cave system, which isn't super bad because it means we won't take as much cold damage, and we'll also be able to grab more bombs than we normally would. We'll be a little bit more stocked up heading into the second shrine. And since I took damage on the wing flip, I'm just going to grab these peppers here real quick. So I can tank the cold damage. And so if you're familiar with, gosh, basically any Zelda speedrun, you may be aware that bombs are incredibly useful tools, and Tears of the Kingdom is no different. We're not going to be using these for really any glitches, but they do facilitate in setups for specific movement glitches, and also skips in the run. I mentioned we're going to have to completing 20 shrines, and we're going to complete basically 0 of them as intended, so it'll be fun to kind of show the way that we can cheese our way through all 20 of these shrines once we get on Free Sky Island. And actually, we can skip that shield. Right.
Yeah, you had mentioned early on that this was sort of like the prototype or a good segue towards all shrines, which you had previously held record in. What's the time difference like? What's all shrines recce looking like these days?
All shrines record is just over 6 hours.
Okay,
it's a much longer run.
That's about what my memory served. Yeah.
I'm not even the best runner for that category right now, and my sum of best is like a 549, I think. So it can definitely get sub 6, which is pretty cool actually. It was over 7 hours just even less than a year ago. A lot of improvements have been made in this game, and I guess we should talk about the version that we're playing on since we haven't touched on that. This is version 1.0, which is kind of like the launch version or pre-launch version that gives us access to a bunch of exclusive glitches that we don't get in other versions. The cool thing about Tears of the Kingdom, and shout outs to our wonderful, passionate glitch hunting community that's been hard at work digging into this game since day one. I would say about 90% of glitches that we can do on older versions work on any version that you might happen to have at home. Now, the setup for those glitches might take a lot longer and be a lot more convoluted, but you can pretty much do almost anything on current patch that you can do on these older patches. And in fact, on our leaderboards, we have a separate tab for current patch speedruns, as they are quite a bit different and take longer. But for the optimal art, we will be running on 1.0. And speaking of 1.0, we're about to see a 1.0 exclusive tech here. I'm going to set up a glitch called Zuggle. Moise, if you want to explain that for us.
Yeah, so zuggling you can think of as attaching a bunch of weapons to Link's hand. So it will have the property that it has all the damage value of all the weapons in his hand, but also for something else later on. I'm gonna let Cloud focus on counting.
Speedrunners and counting have long warred, it's true.
So yeah, this is called dynamic Zuggle. It's very similar to a Zuggle where it attaches all the damage into his hand. However, when you sheath the weapon, it also gets detached from his hand. So it's kind of like a dynamic version of a Zuggle if you've seen those in the past.
That's the name, yeah. And we'll be grabbing this pickup. Okay, after this point, I promise no more constructs will be harmed in the making of this speedrun. And we've got one more little glitch to show off here. I bet we didn't even get time to explain arrow smuggle. So anyways, we're going to be performing a glitch that desyncs Link's bow from his model and allows us to fly. That's all you need to know. I won't get super technical about it.
Sorry, I feel like there has to be at least one middle step between the model is slightly off and Link can fly. Cool. I love Zelda games.
Quite a few steps, yeah. But a lot of the glitches that you're going to see in this run, they come from exploiting the inventory and the menuing system. There's a lot of things that were left over from Breath of the Wild. I would almost call them like vestigial, in a sense, that made their way into the sequel. That only exists on version 1.0. After that, they were kind of patched out. And a lot of these menuing glitches basically comes from that. We're going to be able to perform a lot of different things. And right there, that's one of them. That's what we call arrow smuggle. So basically, the model desync, the fact that the bow's on his foot there, it causes a glitched like animation cancel. So if you perform a jump slash with the bow out, it cancels that animation automatically on the first frame, allowing you to be able to chain that into another bow draw, which you can chain into another jump slash. And basically, you can do that continuously to carry your momentum in a straight line to whatever direction you had initially set. So with that, we are now reached the end of our first shrine out of the 20 that we're going to be accomplishing.
This is also our paraglider at home.
Yeah. Not only can we fly, we can also cancel fall damage. It's like pulling out the glider, pretty much. Although we're gonna see that coming up just here in a second. All right, I'm gonna have to remember not to jump down back into the cave because we already ran through it. So another key item that's a required check on Great Sky Island here is the energy cell, or the battery as we often call it. Generally, if you don't get the battery after your second shrine, they give it to you in this long cutscene. However, we're going to be performing a sequence break called battery throw, or early battery, to get that from all the way up here without having to go out of our way. I'm just going to line up my shot here. Cody. And it looks like we got it. So what happened there is we threw that capsule and it hit a device down below, and that device triggers the dialogue for us to get the energy cell. Now we can just make our way to the second shrine, which is one short flight away. And now we're going to see what arrow flight can really do when we're not going slowly.
So as with pretty much all Nintendo games, the character moves faster backwards.
That's gotta be
Don't know why they...
That's gotta be like a core tenet of speedrunning at this point. You move faster when you're going backwards. Okay, that was close.
We certainly wouldn't
have
have
lag spike.
endless iterations of the backwards long jump were it not for that simple game programming fact.
Yeah, but that is actually how arrow flight works, and the reason why is because, and you can test this out in the game yourself, if you do a jump slash while Link is facing forwards compared to if he's facing backwards, you'll notice he goes a lot further when he's moving backwards. And since we're doing a jump slash, even though the sword doesn't come out, we still get that same exact effect when it's canceled in the first frame. And we can chain that together, or flights such as that. Now inside the fused shrine here, this is one of the more useful abilities we'll see in the run. But actually, we won't be using very much of them outside of Great Sky Island. Once we get off Great Sky Island, we're just going to be basically relying on our glitches and our movement tech to make short work of this category.
And so, obviously, you are a multi-Zelda runner, because you're running this now, you're running Breath of the Wild any percent for Frost Vitals in a little bit, which unfortunately we can't show off because there's this pesky credits sequence. But I know you also were one of a couple of people to run Breath of the Kingdom, which is the two most recent Zelda games, like any percents back to back. How difficult is the swap? Because I know Breath of the Wild has some arcane glitches in running that game. How easy is it for you to transition back and forth between the two games like this?
That's a great question, and I think Moise can speak on it as well. He's actually the world record holder for that combined multi-game category. We got a celebrity in the call with us right now. But yeah, actually, sometimes the fact that these games are so similar in terms of their base mechanics can make it quite difficult to swap back and forth between the two.
I think the main one is like the menuing, because the menuing in Breath of the Wild, you have to use like the right stick, whereas in this game you can use the shoulder buttons. That's probably a big one.
The menu is a huge thing. Also, there's our beloved whistle sprinting in Breath of the Wild. It does not work in Tears of the Kingdom. Just little things like that, and like how the different buttons you can use to navigate through the menu. Oh, I'm gonna have one shield here. So real quick, we're just gonna be doing a flight up here over a cutscene trigger. This takes about 11 seconds or so, if we can hit it, which it looks like we're good.
Nice.
And there's our fall damage cancel as well. Blink and you miss it. But yeah, to touch on that a little bit more, It can be pretty tough, although I've been going back and forth pretty frequently, so I think I have a decent handle on it. But there's just all these little stuff here and there that you have to keep in mind when you're running one game or the other that can really trip you up if you mistake one game for the other. And I'm going to be quiet here and focus up. We're going to be doing a bit of a normalized setup to make our way directly to the next shrine. This one's going to take a lot of focus for me. Alright, my angle might be a bit off. This should be fine though. Yeah, we're good.
Still good.
Let's go.
That's that's the third hardest, second hardest flight in the run. I think the one to castle after this is a bit more difficult.
That's the hallmark of a well-developed game where it's like, is this the most brutal trick? Well, actually, but wait, there's this other thing.
Yeah, and that's just thinking specifically about the arrow flights that we have to do. The one that makes that part so tricky is we start off around 1419 elevation and we have to get up to above 1460 to reach the shrine. So that's quite a big game. And the area that we're flying over is very laggy, and if you hit a lag spike and you mistime your inputs, you can get a normal jump slash out, which will kill the flight, and you'll have to recover quickly or you could die of fall damage. And by the way, if we die, because we're not going to be picking up any fairies in this run, unlike other categories or older routes for this category, we're going to put our feet on the gas and just go for the fastest route here. If we die, we lose our arrow smuggle state and we'll have to set it back up, which can also take a while. So for this setup here, we did what's called a ledge bomb, which is, just a bomb jump off a ledge, which gives you a nice amount of horizontal momentum. I didn't get a perfect launch, but still quite good. And we're at the end of the shrine already.
Wow.
I miss it for a lot of these. Oops.
Yeah, no, because for folks just joining us, we're being kind about it because I would never commentary curse ever, but this is like maybe a world record attempt. It's fine. We'll find out as the run develops.
Yeah. Once I see our Great Sky Island finish or like completion time, I'll get a better idea of sort of what pace we're on.
So just, put a pin in that,
Sit
chat.
back, relax, and enjoy the glitches. I feel like this is a super chill category to watch, but as a runner, it can be very stressful. Unfortunately, not many people are running this category these days, so I don't have the.
Don't worry, I've died many times.
Very true. We're back up here. This launch is going to send us straight to the door. Very nice.
Now, you had mentioned that restricted, obviously, still allows for a plethora of glitches, but so the main distinction between restricted and unrestricted in this game is just you have to do the shrines. Yes? Am I remembering that correct?
Yeah, you have to pull the sword from the Light Dragon's head. You can't obtain it from any other means, such as if you're aware of the final boss battle in this game, they actually give you the Master Sword for free. But since classic Zelda game, it doesn't save after the game completes. It puts you in a pre-final boss state. So that doesn't count as getting the Master Sword. The one in intro we already talked about, that doesn't count. It has to be the true Master Sword from the Light Dragon's head. And you have to complete shrines to get stamina. You can't use any other glitches to get stamina vessels. And currently there are 2 other methods that you can do to get the Master Sword. So there's one that was theorized several months ago, or floated around several months ago, where there's actually a glitch you can, after they give you the Master Sword in the final boss fight, there's a way you can smuggle that to a previous save file that you've set up as part of the run. So that was something that was being worked on for a bit. I tried that category. It was incredibly awful. Ended up not being even that much faster. However, if you guys did see my All Dungeons run at GDQ last month, we had a glitch exhibition at the end, a little showcase of what we call Prologue Escape, which is by using a combination of glitches, we can smuggle Link out of the prologue that we clipped out of bounds and went through earlier into the rest of the game. Now, that's not to get the Master Sword, because we already mentioned that sword doesn't count. But if you remember, Link has full stamina in the intro. So we're smuggling him out to use his stamina. And that's in fact the only category, Master Sword Unrestricted, that actually can make use of that prologue escape glitch in speedruns as things currently stand. So what you do in that run is you complete GSI once as normal, you go and grab a memory, because that's kind of the key ingredient to the prologue escape glitch. You set up the prologue escape glitch, then you run through Great Sky Island a second time, but you only do like a limited portion of it. There's a lot of things you can sequence break. And then you can head straight to the Light Jacket and get the Master Sword. It's more complicated than that, but basically the world record for that category is 55 minutes at the moment, also by yours truly.
Let's go.
It can definitely go a lot lower. The problem is, a speedrun where you do Great Sky Island twice, and that's like it, is not...
I can see how that would have a PR problem, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't have a lot of runners. I honestly treat it more of like a novelty, a showcase speedrun, rather than like serious category for real gamers, you know.
They're all serious categories to me.
Oh my god. I've never fallen in the water like that before.
Link just wants to go for a swim.
I might have to redo this. Yeah. Or redo that flight. No biggie. I didn't realize I was so low.
So wait, just confirming for the whiteboard I've got right here with me. That's a genuine, bona fide. That's never happened before. I can add it to the tally.
It's never happened during a marathon run, I guess. It's definitely happened before.
Okay. Well, all right. I gotta try. Too many people are down on the that's never happened before. I feel like I have to fight for it, for its humble origins.
Yeah, unfortunate there, but not super bad. I mean, that's kind of been our biggest time loss so far, so I'll definitely take that. And with that, we've got all the 4 shrines we need on Great Sky Island, and now we can head and open the door and get off the tutorial area. And so talking about what's going to happen next, there's a couple kind of things that we're going to need to grab that they're not necessarily completion required items, but they will facilitate the glitches and movement tech that we'll be using to access the rest of the game. So we're going to be grabbing the Hylian Shield. We're going to be grabbing 1 rocket. We're going to be grabbing carts and steering sticks. And that's all we need to beat all the shrines. Along with, of course, the 9 rusty swords attached to my back. Oh, we're going to pick up a claymore as well, I forgot. But yeah, after Great Sky Island, we're going to head straight to Castle. There's a shrine there that's very easy to complete. And also that's where we can pick up the Hylian Shield. I'm a bit worried about my shield durability here. I think we might just have... Okay, we'll be fine.
How tight is the shield durability routing on this category?
I think you have 2 extra, but if it breaks super early, it's not a big deal. I just need it to last through this one final flight on GSI here. Actually, yeah. So you don't
need it to dupe, right?
No, we don't, because we're not going to be doing any shield duplication. We're just going to be grabbing the Hylian Shield, and that's the only shield we'll need for the rest of the run. So yeah, I think you can waste 2 durability in this route and be fine. And of course, there was a shield that we passed right by. It literally only takes like 5 seconds to grab it. But of course, we're going pedal to the metal here, so we'll be skipping that. And it looks like that was the correct call. I'm actually hoping that my shield lasts through this one last jump. I think we'll be okay, but if it doesn't, we'll still be fine either way.
This is a very cool setup.
Oh, the shield
gets you a super fast launch.
I keep going to split. I'm in the mindset of a PV attempt right now.
That's the speedrunner right there.
Me.
So you said to revisit this after the GSI time. How are we looking on that pace?
Where are we at right now? 31.
Looks like 31 on the clock.
30, 31. I think we might be able to squeeze it out.
All right, chat. You know what you must do. Nothing but popping off for Cloud for the remainder of this. We got what, 40-ish minutes? Or no, you said Reki was 107, so 35-ish minutes.
Unfortunately, I don't get to do those mixed shield surfs here. We can throw in some shield surfs in combination with arrow flight to kind of help us fall a little bit faster, but I don't think it'll be that big a deal. One thing about arrow flight is if you go too long, there's kind of like this innate momentum decay. In this flight, none of the flights on GSI are long enough that we have to encounter that, but this one where we're heading to castle, we will. So about halfway there, we're gonna have to stop and pull out another wing. This is probably good enough. Oh, I missed. First tries the charm.
First try every try.
Yeah, there we go. I'm kind of worried about this angle here. There's the shrine loaded in finally.
I also think you don't get as much speed if you don't have a shield surf at the start.
Yeah.
As well.
Slightly less speed, but it should be okay. I had an attempt earlier that was completely off the mark on this flight. I lost a lot of time, so as long as we're still pacing with that, we should be okay for the time being. And there's a sneak peek of a shrine that we'll be completing later.
I would never jinx a pace. Never once in my life.
Yeah, this feels pretty slow. I honestly might just... well, this is kind of a situation.
How many wings do you have?
One left.
Oh.
Alright, well...
But we're here and alive, and that's what's important.
Mm-hmm, exactly. I'll just climb. I don't actually need more wings for the rest of the run, but I'd like to have some backups. Yeah, it's unfortunate that my shield broke. We're gonna have to hoof it a little bit. Oh, that kind of did nothing. Anyways, we'll just run. No big deal.
Sometimes it's about sending a message to the Hyrule Castle guards, you know?
They're throwing rocks at me. Oh my god. Can we
brutal. Chat doing a very good job of popping off for you. So clearly, either it's the pace or they're the ones cursing the run, not me. Pick your poison.
Can I get a wing drop here? Let's find out. Actually, I don't think I can. Let's do this. Let's just dive off the edge here.
You're coming back for that shrine, right?
Mm-hmm.
I hope so.
We can do a nice little bomb launch there. Come down here a little bit quicker, but I don't have a shield, so we're gonna have to forego that. I'm also a bit low on charges. So now we can finally get our Hylian shield and move on with our lines.
I know that it is like a hallmark of the contemporary Zelda speedruns to like Zerg rush the castle and the end of the game generally, but just the sort of blasé nature with which Zelda speedruns were like, yeah, now we do the like late game stuff will never stop being funny to me.
It's great. You gotta love it. Okay, now we're gonna be heading back to GSI. This is the not the last time we're gonna come back here, but we can use GSI as kind of a launching off point since it's nice and centrally located in the middle of the map and it's quite high up too. We're gonna be heading to Dragon Head Island, another sky island, to get some devices that we need, our cards and steering sticks. And there's also a couple shrines there that we can pick up quite easily. And we'll get to show off our first instance of what we call magic carpet, or a cart slide, or a board slide. It goes by many names. I think the official technical name is an overload drop smuggle slide. But yeah, so we're going to be able to get this similar to how the bow was stuck on Link's feet earlier. We're going to be able to do that with a board weapon, and we can kind of use that to, since it retains its collision. Actually, I'm not going to risk breaking my sword here. I'll just break these with Ultra Hand. This is a bit of RNG here. We need a few arrows. Oh. That should be good. Alright, now I'm going to focus up here for this point. But you'll see what's about to happen. And play it safe here. I keep running into that rail. It's just positioned so I can't quite get over it.
That looks very stable.
It is, yeah. It's the square board fuse is super nice. But yeah, so this weapon stuck on Link's feet, its collision is still active. And if we can get it stuck under a board or similar object like a cart, and then we'll basically push that object with Link over it. So yeah, this is what we call a magic carpet, as you can see. Then up here. So these are all the weapons that we'll need for the rest of the journey. And we're going to be... one last kind of little RNG thing here is we're going to be grabbing some devices from these dispensers. Oh, that was a really good slide. Got all the way here.
That's got the right energy. Everyone popping off with the Wii in the chat for the magic carpet. I was gonna start singing, but that's just me. Something about being shown the world.
Moise, would you like to explain what Pocket Rocket is? This is another movement tech that we're going to be using in conjunction with Aeroflight to get around quickly, specifically inside shrines.
So yeah, it's consisted of like two parts. The first part is fuse entanglement, which kind of confuses the game. Like the rocket is attached to the shield, but not. So we see that we fuse it to the shield, but then she also fuses it to the weapon. So this allows us to chain these shield serves. And yeah, as you see, it goes really fast. And later on, you'll see we can use Pocket Rocket with Aeroflight.
Oh, I see where we are. Interesting. I landed in the little mine shaft there. Okay, we made it here. It's kind of hard to navigate in the fog like that.
Another 1.0 thing is you can just dupe super easily like this.
I do remember from playing casually right at the start of the game, you know, not being prepared to speedrun, not being prepared to downpatch, missing just like how completely free the duplication was on release patch.
All right, and so you may be thinking in terms of routing, like the game has a lot of these shrines that are blessing shrines where you can just walk straight to the end, or I guess fly straight to the end. But and so this is our first off-island shrine that we'll be doing. You'd think that we'd want to try to prioritize these as much as possible. However, a lot of them, they just happen to be kind of scattered about, and they're not really quick to get to. And the fact that we have Pocket Rocket and we can just kind of fly around in shrines, it makes it so every shrine is completable quite quickly. And oh yeah, we just clipped out of bounds. I forgot to talk about that.
Oh, yeah, so if you remember from the very start, we dynamic zuggled 9 times. So if we overload the game, I think it's 13. So we need 13 like weapon shields or bows attached to Link's model. The game will be confused and start doing funny things when you hop on a mountable object, such as a steering stick.
Yeah, basically it just kind of ignores the collision. You can clip right through, and you can actually do that inside of shrines as well. So I'll leave that as a teaser coming up for a few shrines from now. But we do in this round clip out of bounds inside shrines. And so if you've never seen what a shrine looks like from out of bounds, definitely stay tuned. We'll be getting there very shortly. And just like that, a minute and a half later, we've already completed our second shrine. And the rest of the run is going to basically move at this kind of breakneck pace now that we're firmly entrenched in the shrine portion, or the shrine rush portion of the run. So from here, we're going to be heading back to Castle, and we'll start our kind of branch, winding our way through Central Hyrule Field from there.
And so you said 20 shrines, that is including the 4 on GSI towards the total?
Mm-hmm. But it's also a little bit misleading because, wait, I don't remember if these count, but we're going to be performing a little bit of a sequence break to skip 4 shrines completely. I don't remember if those are counted in the 20 total, if it's supposed to be 24, but it's 20 with a skip. Something like that. But we'll get there. And I mentioned we're going to be skipping the paraglider, and that's because, frankly, we just don't need it.
After showing off, like,
in conjunction.
Yeah, after showing off, like 4 different ways to fly freely in 3D space, I feel like the game should just hang its head in shame and give you the paraglider for free.
That would be nice. It would make the run a lot easier for sure. But you'll notice when when we're getting close to the ground and I do like a jump attack into a dive, that's the fall damage cancel. And if we don't do that, we die. So here's another little skip we can do. They want you to take that torch and do a little puzzle with lighting the thing or whatever, but we can just use a bomb to light it on fire for us and skip right through. So now we're going to be seeing an actual cart slide. The board slide, they're super finicky, the one that we did earlier. They're very unstable, but the carts are a lot more stable, so we'll be using those from now on. And also they have the benefit of you can deploy them anywhere. Should I get the backup rockets? I think we'll skip them. I don't think I'll need it.
All right, we're locked in on the pace.
Yep. You got this.
I believe.
Good. Let me set up here.
Oh yes, it is 20. So we do 20 shrines, and then the one on GSI that gives you the force card container, we trade in, or yeah, you can trade in for a stamina vessel.
That makes sense. That makes sense. So there is a chest here that has rocket capsules in it. If we accidentally break our rockets somehow, we can come back for those. It'll be about a minute time loss, I think, but nothing too crazy. This shrine here is just going to be another one where we can fly through straight to the end and skip all the puzzles. It's got a few tight corners we're going to have to try to navigate efficiently. This one's got a bit of a weird angle of approach. Trying to get up these stairs here. There we go.
I'm like trying to place these shrines based on their titles and what I vaguely remember from my casual, but you're skipping so much of the shrine. It's like, wait, what was this puzzle again?
Pretty much, yeah. I think you're supposed to use recall for this one or something. I don't know. Lately, I've been playing the Tears of the Kingdom randomizer that just released, a mod for this game, and it's run on the current patch, so I don't get my precious glitches. And having to do some of these shrines like casually, and then with the added restrictions of the randomizer on top of it, it's been fun. It's been fun. I'll just put it that way. So funny thing with this next flight here, there's this block that falls down from the sky. You have to wait a bit. If you go too early, it just smacks you in the head.
Game says you've had it too good for too long.
Yeah, we always get a star fragment there too, which I think is cute. So this next shrine here, we're going to be performing a glitch called Zonai Storage. If you're familiar with the base game, normally you can't pull out Zonai devices from your inventory inside of shrines. However, of course we can do that, because why not, right? With glitches. So we're going to store the action of taking out a device, so now it's kind of latent, and the next time I open the menu, it'll pull out the device for us, even though we normally can't do that. And as you already saw, we can use these steering sticks to clip. This shrine, we're not going to be going out of bounds, we're just going to be doing an inbounds to inbounds clip. This shrine is called Jump the Gaps, and you know what? Don't mind if I do. I just open the pause menu, there's my stick, and I'm out.
This is also 1.0 exclusive.
It is, and this is actually one of the. This is I mentioned 90% of 1.0 glitches you can do in later patches. This is part of the 10% that you can't, unfortunately. And this is a huge reason of why this route works, because I mentioned, like, you might think we want to prioritize shrines that only take like 2-3 seconds to complete, right? Turns out with the fact that we're able to clip, you can complete pretty much any shrine in under 20 seconds. Oh, that's... This should be fine. This one's a bit awkward. I kind of got to navigate around that stump first so I can get my direction. And something I guess we didn't really mention about arrow flight is you're kind of locked in a straight line, you know, because you can't turn Link mid jump slash, and that's what we're doing here, right? We're jump slashing repeatedly. And so you really got to get your starting angle set correctly, otherwise you're going to waste a lot of time trying to reposition. So this one is, we're going to have to clip out of bounds, like officially, and every time you clip out of bounds, you got to clip back in bounds, right? So we're going to have to chain the storage together, which means as we release the storage, we'll have to start another one simultaneously, which can be a bit tricky, input-wise. Looks like we got it. So if you've never seen what a shrine looks like from out of bounds, here you go. And this is a combat training shrine, so like a tutorial, right? I don't feel like doing that. We're just going to skip right to the end. And I have to fall damage cancel here because it's so high up that I will die if I hit the ground without doing that.
Have you ever lost a run to that?
A couple times. A couple times. And it's bad if you take damage outside before the shrine. The nice thing is that every shrine gives you a health refill, right? But later on, we're going to be trading in our heart container for a stamina vessel, so we're going to be down to 3 instead of 4, which makes the fall damage cancels even riskier. So this is one of the tough segments of the run because we have those out-of-bounds storage chain shrines. We have 2 back-to-back. But this is actually also one of the faster segments. We can do this in just about a minute, 15 seconds from one shrine to another, which is crazy fast. And you notice how Link's flipping up and down here. I love that. I mentioned how Arrow Smuggle cancels the jump slash in the first frame. It's because we're using a 2-handed weapon equipped right now. Should we get a dive here? Yeah.
Clean.
Alright, got the storage. I always have to check real quick. I know I got it if the inventory count goes down by 2, but only 1 stick comes out. Looks like we got it. And if you miss the chain, so like you pull out one, but you don't get the storage chain for the other, you're trapped out of bounds. You won't be able to place a stick down. So you basically just have to leave the shrine and come back and try again. It's about a 45-second time limit. It's going to do a double here for safety. Always nerve-wracking on those fall damage cancels. Because if we die, we lose Arrow Smuggle, we'll have to set that back up. We lose our rocket, which means we'll have to go get another one. And we could get model desync because we're almost overloaded, which could give us problems.
It's a chain reaction.
It is. Dying is quite bad. And I hope this is not evil foreshadowing.
Surely not. But also, chat, you heard it here first. Dying in video games? Bad. Don't do it.
Don't die in this game. Oh, and if I pick up the wrong weapon there too, I lose my rocket. So there's a lot of ways things can go wrong in this category. If I hold ZL for more than half a second, if Link basically pulls out the shield, I lose my rocket. That's a minute time loss. It's there's a lot of things that can go wrong very quickly in this category if you're not paying close attention to everything that you're doing. And this category, and I guess any percent, are basically the only 2 categories that we don't get paraglider, we don't get fairies, nothing like that. We just kind of rush to the end as quick as possible. The shrine's also another one that we can just complete normally, and by normally I mean, well,
normally by the standards of this run.
Right. No fancy clipping shenanigans or anything like that. Just a tight corner.
When you approach speedruns, because how are you like generally with that level of sort of lack of guardrails on things? Because I am a big safeties girly. You will catch me going out of the way for the ferry until the point where I literally cannot PB without it. Did you just like jump into the optimized any percent stuff, or what was learning this game like for you?
We definitely were getting ferries at first because we didn't know it was faster to not skip them. But I think once we realized it was faster to skip them, I kind of had to stop. Because I've actually had a world record in this category for a long time. And I've been continually improving it. This is kind of one of the categories that I always happen to come back to every few months or so. Just because it's pretty short compared to other Tears of the Kingdom categories. It's simple and it's got some really fun gameplay. So now we'll be heading down. What's that?
It introduces most of like the tech that you use in all speedruns pretty much.
Oh yeah,
this game.
I'd say it's a great introductory category, and getting the ferries only takes about 45-50 seconds or so. So actually I should probably stop talking and focus for a second. Okay, there we go. That's the tightest clip in the run for sure. If I had canceled any later, I would have clipped down into the depths, which we don't want to go there. But we're here to grab this horned statue. And I think Moist touched on it briefly earlier. This guy, he can trade your hearts into stamina. We have an extra heart container that we're forced to get at the end of GSI, but by clipping down here and sequence breaking our way down here, we can get one early. You're not supposed to be able to access this guy without either completing a dungeon and going through the shelter, which is very slow, or going through the entire cave system from the north all the way to castle, which is also very slow. So now we can just ask him to give us back his stamina, and just like that, we're able to skip 4 entire shrines. So this is a crucial point to the route. Every single Master Sword restricted route has gone through here and picked up this stamina upgrade. And you'll notice we swapped to Ascend before we clipped. That's because the game still thinks we're on a steering stick right now, and so we can't switch our abilities. So whichever one you have when you clip, you're locked into that until the stick despawns. So we can just get on another stick and cancel that, but it's easier to just swap abilities before they get locked in the first place. And now we'll be going back on our way to complete the rest of the shrines. We're about halfway through the Shrine Rush portion, I would say.
Checking in, I don't mean to alarm you, but I'm starting to believe. How's the pace looking? Can we call it
right now?
53:28 is on the timer. It's a little bit delayed, but
hard to say.
All right. That's about all I can tell you. I'm full throttle believing. I won't say anything more to avoid the curse falling on my shoulders. But no, that I am referring to this now for the good of our viewers as a world record attempt.
So this one right here, we're supposed to just do a bunch of block puzzles, and we can just kind of hop right through. That movement's pretty fun inside that shrine. And the rest of the 2 next shrines coming up here have also got some interesting skips. There's some shrines that just have gates that you're supposed to open. And normally those take pretty slow because you have to solve a puzzle or get a key or something like that, which generally takes a long time. However, those ones we normally skip out of bounds. But for these next 2 shrines, the inbounds cheese is actually faster than the out-of-bounds cheese. We're going to be putting our bombs to good use now for these 2 shrines. And I'm looking down here to avoid lag, which can mess up my inputs and kill the flight, and also to avoid world loads, which sometimes occur if you try to look at lookout landing for more than a split second. Tries to load in the whole thing. And I mentioned
another thing glossed over is that.
Yeah, what's that?
Is that you've been running out of stamina before every flight.
Right.
And that's because we have arrows, and if you're too high up, Link will go into bullet time. And so the flight won't be as smooth, I guess.
Pretty much. It also works if you're out of arrows, but we need arrows for some of these skips. So we use stamina drain instead. And I was mentioning how arrow flight kind of locks you in a straight line. We have to face backwards too, so I end up using a lot of visual cues for like when to stop flying and such. But yeah, you're supposed to grab a wheel or something and spin that gear. I don't know what you're supposed to do, but you can just use a bomb to launch it for you.
I deduce based on the title, it involves a spinning device of some kind.
I love like the little taglines, the names they give for like these shrines. I forgot what the next one is. The next one took me forever casually, and I saw it in a speedrun, and my mind was blown. My jaw dropped. But yeah, like I was saying, since we're kind of locked in a straight line, we have to cover considerable distance. You have to very quickly set up your visual cue and kind of lock into that. There we go. Just a little Korok buddy. We're gonna see another one of those guys later.
Do you run Hundo or any of the Korok collecting categories in either
I will
Zelda
be
game?
running 100% shortly. However, well, I was going to, but it's actually in the middle of a massive reroute right now, so I'll wait till that's done. And then we'll be giving
Seems fair.
We'll be giving Hundo a try. But yeah, this shrine's super fun. If you haven't seen this one cheese before, I hope your mind is as blown as mine was when I saw it for the first time.
I can't believe you can just do that.
It's crazy. So you're supposed to solve a puzzle to get the thing to flip around, and on the backside is a target that you're supposed to do another puzzle to launch a ball into it. You can just shoot the back with a bomb and it works. That's the shrine. We're done in under a minute and a half.
Sorry, what?
That's not even the glitch. That's just how the game works, I guess.
I would set it before today. Sometimes the game just gives you one.
Very true, very true. I'm gonna set up another slide here real quick. And this next shrine we're going to is another one of those combat training shrines. This will be our last out of bounds clip of the run. I'm 3 for 4. Let's see if we can get all 4.
Chat immediately chiming in with the, I spent like 20 minutes on that shrine. That's just sort of my attitude with everything a Zelda speedrunner has done ever. It's like, yeah, it took me a little longer, huh?
Alright, we're doing good here. Got the storage. Let's see if we can get the chain. We're running out of shrines, actually. I think this is coming up on the end. Okay, I think that worked. I'm not positive. This one's called throwing, and I always think about throwing the run here. All about training throwing. Like, yeah, I'm gonna try not to do that if possible. Oh, we got it. Chilling.
Throw successfully failed. Let's go.
Let's go. I skipped the throw tutorial and I skipped throwing the run, thankfully. So yeah, we've got just 3 shrines left. We're slowly closing in on the end.
I believe.
Well, I guess quickly closing in on the end. This one here, I always mess up the visual cue because it's like over a hill and behind me. So I'm just gonna go for it. Oh no, that's bad.
Oh.
Dang. Well, there goes our pacer if we had one. We're gonna have to go get the backup rocket.
Oh no. The curse.
That's the half-second VL press.
That's the, hey, we knew what we were getting into. That's the risk we took, and it paid off for a while.
It was very clean the entire way through. If this is what has to happen to the run.
Let's see if I can get this block again. Perfect. I'm just gonna need to... Yeah, this is the rocket chest we could have grabbed.
All right, chat, you saw nothing.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna take a bit of a shortcut. This is actually something we used to do in an older route. We used to warp to Ultrahan and then dive straight down to this shrine because it's like right underneath. So this can be a bit of a shortcut.
Oh.
Yeah. Just making a mental tally to make sure I didn't skip a shrine on accident. Yep, and there's our shrine right down there. This is probably like 5 seconds faster than trying to redo that flight.
Time save is time save.
Time save is time save. We're on the clock now, as if we weren't before.
There's always just like a different flavor to it when it's like, we're on the backup strats. Oh no.
Yeah, it's fun. And I mean, no speedrun is ever going to be, perfect, right? Especially one as long as this. And I think part of the great thing of doing a showcase is getting to show off what happens when a run goes wrong, Yeah, how do speedrunners back that up? Because, if I'm like a couple minutes ahead and I know the backup, it could be the difference between me getting a PB or not.
And I gotta say this, only top runners save this.
That's the cast line that everyone always says. Pretty good, okay.
So final 2 shrines?
I think. Why do I feel like I missed one or something? I'm gonna check real quick my map. Oh, I never completed Seru. That's funny.
Final 3 shrines.
Yeah, okay. So the rocket thing's not a big deal because it wasn't gonna be a pacer anyways. But yeah, so we'll just come. We'll get this shrine done first, and then we'll head to Seru. I got that one. We warped there, and then I just went to the next shrine. I forgot to actually do the shrine. It's all part of the game. Oh, and if you like these jumps that we do to skip through all the shrines, this is probably the most egregious one here. This one is super fun. And again, the tagline for the shrine's a bit ironic. A bouncy device. Yeah, I don't mind if I bounce my way all the way up here.
What are you talking about? That's the least egregious. Your flight path actually looked like you would approach the shrine casually.
Fair enough, fair enough. All right, I think we'll actually do the slide to the next shrine first, and then we'll work back. This one, we have to go around a tight corner, entering Kakariko Village, which is famously very laggy. So we're gonna try not to, crash into anything. The good thing about these card sites is they're incredibly maneuverable. Up to a point. And it's going so fast, though, that we'll have to do a quick dismount.
Oh yeah, game's really thinking about it.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and complete the shrine first, and then we'll go back and grab Sarah and then come back. Yeah, we'll do that. The reason we try to end the run here in Kakariko Village is because there's a goddess statue where we can trade in all of our orbs for stamina. But yeah, we're looking to come in well under estimate already, even with the mishaps.
So one remaining shrine. Quick backup, goddess statue, and then what's the last leg of the run? Is it just finding the dragon?
Exactly. We're going to head back to Gray Sky Island one last time and just kind of use it as our launching off point again for the final slide to Zelda. And we completely kind of glossed over what used to be the most painful part of running this category is the light dragon cycle. Now, the way that she works is she's on the set flight path. around Great Sky Island. She flies around in a loop behind it. You can't access her before you've completed it. After Great Sky Island, depending on which direction she's facing or which side she's pointing to, she'll head to her overworld track, which just kind of flies in a loop around the entire map in a set on a set pattern. And which side she's closest to when you finish Great Sky Island, that's what determines like which side of the track she goes to. And so depending on how fast or slow you finish Great Sky Island, or like the first 30 minutes of the game roughly, it determines where she's going to be at the end. So in older routes, she used to go to the east, and at the end of the route, she'd be around, like, on a slow run, she'd be almost all the way back to Great Sky Island, or on a fast run, she'd be all the way over, like, almost to Hateno Village in the very far southeast. Now that Great Sky Island times have dropped dramatically, she always basically takes the west track, and I'm pretty much positive without even checking that she's on the west track right now, just because I can tell by her pace. And so she's going to be quite a bit further. She's going to be all the way almost to Wind Temple in the far northwest corner of the map. So now that we've got all our orbs, we're going to go back in and trade to get our full stamina, and then we'll be making our final ascent to the dragon. And this part is, the run can die here. That's all I'm going to say. It's
casual. Love that.
We're not in the clear yet. We're not in the clear yet because, as you know, by Wind Temple, it's over the Hebra area, which is quite cold, and we have 3 hearts and no food and no clothing. So we're going to have to go quick enough that we can tank the cold damage and get to the dragon before we die of cold. Just going to play it extra safe here. Speaking of dying. I gotta make sure I don't accidentally grab a heart container here, because that would also be a horrible setback. Because then we have to reload, and it's going to mess up our overload, our precarious overload setup. So yeah, we're coming up on the end here. What's our time at, by the way?
We have just hit about the 1 hour, 8 minute mark, so
okay.
Fond farewell to the world record, but still a phenomenal run. Yeah, 07's in the chat, but we're good.
07.
But seriously, the Zelda glitches always blow my mind.
They're super fun. And honestly, if there's anybody who's looking to get into a Zelda speedrun, I think Breath of the Wild and or Tears of the Kingdom are great places to start.
I will not be so bold as to speak for all of the chat or all the fatals, but this chatter and fatal right here that is me really needs to pick up a Zelda game in 2025, I swear. It's gonna happen, I promise.
So one last trip to Great Sky Island and one last magic carpet ride to our dragon friend who's been waiting 10,000 years for us. And we're going to go pick up that sword. Depending on how far back she is, I don't think this run was fast enough for us to get the Blood Moon, but we'll find out. If she's far enough back that she's over Rito Village, we're going to get a Blood Moon. But if she's a little further forward, we won't get it. So we could be saving a little bit of good time potentially. And depending on how fast you go, she's further back or forward in her cycle. But at the end, there's always a little bit of guesswork to know exactly where she is. We're going to have to wait till we get quite close where she actually kind of loads into the world and we can find out specifically where she is. This flight's super fun. This is probably the single longest card slide in any speedrun category in this game. I can't think of one that's longer, because you cross like 75% of the map at once. Maybe the one in all dungeons, but I don't think so.
This is very idyllic. It does remind me of what I loved experiencing Breath of the Wild for the first time casually. Just like, yes, look at all this Zelda.
It's great, right? And there's our dragon. We're going to stand back a little bit on the cart, just so we can gain a little bit more height. And you'll notice we've started to take cold. It gets rid of 1/2 heart every, 10 seconds? So we have a decent amount of time. And I've got something that I don't normally do, but I'll show it off for fun, just at the very end of the run. You guys who were watching my stream earlier already saw it, but just a little fun thing to end on a whimsical note for our speedrun here. Careful approach, careful approach. And oh, that's really bad actually.
Oh no.
Oh.
Yeah, that's. I can't believe that happened.
We got
Wow,
too whimsical.
We got a little bit too silly with it, unfortunately. That's not what I meant to do, by the way. So actually, yeah, no, this will be fine. We'll just lose a couple minutes. This is decently easily salvageable. So all we have to do is just unequip everything and reload our save.
There was like a split second, like a microsecond where it's like, this is the bit, right? Like we're gonna pratfall our way onto Zelda. And then you very genuinely were like, oh no, and I was like, nope, unfortunate.
Yeah, we're gonna die. I'm gonna have to go back and review the tapes. Did we
That was like crazy.
Game cheated us.
Yeah, okay. I don't think I'm gonna bother with Arrow Smuggle. Setting that back up. But I do need my rocket. The flight's so nice, we had to do it twice.
And this is why I love marathon performance. Sometimes
it's great.
You have
Sometimes the weirdest stuff just happens. I was like nice and gentle, and then bam, we just bumped. Like we've never bumped before.
Just RNG manipulation. Chat's got you covered. Chat's breaking out all of the classics.
Yeah,
Game cheated.
So, you guys come here often? We're just kind of waiting. I can just take my hands off the controller and we can glide.
I'm here all the time on the GDQ Hotfix. Make your own victory.
Yeah, maybe I can like grab my guitar, play us a song real quick while we're waiting.
No. Let me while we're doing that to bridge us towards the end of the run and shoutouts. You are also on the finale day. Wait, we had 3 finale day runners for Frost Fatales. So also on Saturday of Fatales, March 15th. Cloud is going to be running Breath of the Wild any %, so swap these glitches out for different but equally absurd glitches. And that will be a fantastic way to bring the day. It's actually, we've got the 3 for, we've got Breath of the Wild into Jerrikander running Final Fantasy, into Sawa with One-Handed Celeste. Should be a time and a half.
All right, just to be safe, we'll dismount a bit early here. All right, and for the sake of whimsy, let's see if this works. Okay, yeah, it worked. So we're just gonna get thrown right off.
Oh!
This is the actual thing I wanted to do, not the dying and losing 2 minutes part.
First try, every try.
Exactly. Hey, you know, things kind of fell apart at the end, but we got to show off some fun backups, and we had a good time. And that's what's most important in speedrunning, is that you have fun, right?
I mean, very genuinely, like...
Can you believe there's people that actually do stuff like this as like a de-stressor? the person in question. But yeah, so we're just about a minute off from the end of the run here. So it looks like we'll get about a 1:15 or so. Not bad. Still
No,
underestimate, I guess.
Still a commanding run. Chat is very deservedly popping off for you.
But yeah, that was fun. No, so time's gonna end when we actually pull out the Master Sword. I'll let you guys know. I'll give you a countdown. I always tend to split early here on accident. But yeah, this has been Master Sword Restricted. Super fun category. Very tense at times, but very enjoyable. If you guys want to come check out my channel, I'll be running this tomorrow as well, trying to get an actual PB one last time before I can probably say goodbye to this category for good. And so time will come up here in, I want to say 3. Okay, never mind, I jumped the gun. This cutscene's always way longer than I think. All right, 3, 2, 1.
GG.
That's Master Sword Restricted. And one last little moment of whimsy here. Since we have all this these weapons attached to Link, his model is basically full. He can't fit anything else on it, so he's not even going to be able to pick up the sword. We went through all that work, and he can't even hold the sword. Poor guy.
You really do hate to see it. Well, Moist, Cloud, please tell the people where you are on the internet and what you are up to.
For sure. Again, I'm Cloud, LOZ on Twitch. I speedrun Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom right now. Well, I mentioned I'm going to be grinding this category tomorrow. Hopefully we can put it to bed for good. And then I'm going to be running Breath of the Wild any percent at Frost Fatales next month, which is a super fun speedrun that I'm still working on my gameplay. So come watch me suffer as I grind Breath of the Wild any percent. And yeah, that's about it for me.
Yeah, you can find me at twitch.tv/moistgoulash. I am currently trying to grind my Breath of the Wild any percent PB down as well. Yeah, it was great to be here.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you both so much for coming on the show.
Yeah, thank you so much for inviting us on. It was a ton of fun.
Yeah, of course. Friends, that is going to wrap Make Your Own Victory for today. I hope this has been a commanding impression of the wide range of games that you can expect from Frost Fatales 2025. Once again, that is happening in just 2 weeks, in March 9th through the 15th, on this Twitch channel. If you stick around in just a moment, we are going to immediately turn right around and go back to the top of our show today with a replay starting back from the Vivid Stasis run from this morning. This is going to be a bit of a break for Make Your Own Victory. We will not be back until April because next weekend is Speedruns into Frost Fatales. And so I will be catching you a little bit later. You will also be able to catch me for the Trans Day of Visibility showcase on Hotfix at the end of March. But thank you so much for hanging out with me and Rattly and all of these wonderful fatales. And I hope you will tune into more Hotfix and more Make Your Own Victory. Remember, friends, speedrunning is a beach. Thank you so much for playing in the sand with me. Good night, everyone.